Aisha's POV. Blood smeared my hands as I pressed the cloth against the pup's wound. His constant whimpering made my chest ache. "It's okay," I murmured, tightening the bandage. "You're going to be fine." The moment I pulled away, his mother shoved me so hard that I hit the ground with a painful thud. "Get away from him," she snapped, her eyes flashing with disgust. "You think you can help when you don't even have a wolf." I swallowed the sting of her words. Arguing was useless. No one in this pack trusted me, no matter what I did. I stayed on the ground, my fingers curling against the cold tile, willing myself not to retaliate. If I did, it would only give them more reason to hate me. "Mom?" The pup's voice was quiet, but his mother heard it. She turned sharply, probably expecting more cries of pain. Instead, he was staring at his wound with his eyes wide. "It's healed." Silence fell over the room. His mother hesitated before yanking the bandage away. A sharp inhale followed. The deep gash was now barely a scar. She turned back to me, suspicion hardening her features. "What did you do?" I didn't answer. I wasn't sure myself. I had done the same thing I always did, cleaned, bandaged, soothed the patient. But I wasn't about to claim credit, not when it would only earn me more scrutiny. Before she could press further, the head of the pack's medical center arrived. His sharp gaze flicked from the healed pup to me, and it narrowed. "Strange," he muttered, "but it doesn't matter. If it weren't for the increase in pack attacks and your cheap labor, you wouldn't even be allowed in this hospital." I bowed my head, biting back a retort. Soon, I would be free of this place. Hours later, after tending to the last injured wolf, I was finally told to leave. The moment I stepped outside, the crisp night air filled my lungs, offering me the only solace I'd had all day. I walked with my head high, my mind drifting to a truth I had never been able to share. They thought I was an Omega, weak, useless. But I had shifted at 14, 2 years earlier than even the strongest alpha. My wolf was more powerful than any of them knew, and no one could ever find out. April had made me swear to keep it secret. "Not yet," she had warned in her most serious voice. "They'll fear you, and fear makes people dangerous." I had trusted her, so I had kept the secret, no matter how much I hated pretending to be powerless. Now, I was paying the price. I reached my house, if I could even call it that. A cold, empty structure where cruelty greeted me at the door. The moment I stepped inside, a sharp slap cracked across my cheek. Pain bloomed as my stepmother's daughter, Lisa, sneered at me. "You're late," she hissed, her nails digging into my arm as she shoved me back. Blood trickled from the corner of my lip, but I refused to react. That would only feed her satisfaction. With a slow, deliberate motion, she picked up the plate of food from the table. My stomach twisted in anticipation, already knowing what would happen next. A cruel smile curled her lips before she dumped the food straight into the trash. "Oops," she flicked her golden hair over her shoulder. "Looks like you'll have to try being on time tomorrow." I clenched my fists so hard that my nails bit into my palms. My stepmother watched the scene unfold with her usual indifference. "Clean it up," she ordered, her voice void of warmth. Not a single glance of concern, not a shred of acknowledgement for my exhaustion, just another command to be obeyed. I forced my feet to move, kneeling beside the trash can to pick up the discarded food. I wasn't even sure why I bothered anymore. I could survive on scraps, and I had been doing it for years. But every time, the injustice of it all made my blood boil. Soon I'll have my inheritance, and I'll get out of here." Lisa leaned against the counter, watching me like a cat toying with a trapped mouse. "Be on time for dinner next time," she cooed before sauntering away. I resisted the urge to throw something at her retreating figure. By the time I finished the rest of the chores, my body felt like dead weight. I collapsed onto my small, worn-out bed, too drained to even pull a blanket over myself. Then my phone vibrated. I blinked, forcing myself to sit up. My heart jumped when I saw the name on the screen. Jake, our pack's alpha, my secret boyfriend. A single message from him sent a rush of warmth through my tired body. "Happy birthday." I exhaled shakily, a real smile breaking through my exhaustion. No one else had remembered, no one else had even cared, but he did. A second message followed, making my heart pound. "Tomorrow I'll announce you as my mate." Everything stilled. I read the words over and over, my hands shaking. My breath caught, a mix of excitement and disbelief flooding my chest. Tomorrow, everything would change. Aisha's POV. The morning of my 18th birthday was here, and even though I should be happy, there was a strange feeling gnawing at the back of mind. I was worried because I should be bursting with happiness, but all I felt was the dread. I felt off, but I brushed it aside. Today was supposed to be a turning point in my life. Whatever that would happen should wait till I get my happy ending. The pack clinic was busier than usual. Injured wolves streamed in, the fallout of escalating fight with rival packs. I listened to the patients talk about how much the war was escalating and how it's affecting so many people. Jack had become busier as the future alpha because of the war. I admired that about him. He was so hardworking and concerned about his pack. I barely had time to think as I moved from one patient to another, patching wounds and offering whatever comfort I could. Dr. Aisha, a young she-wolf, said timidly as I tended to her brother's broken arm, "Thank you for everything you do. We don't know what we'd do without you." Her words warmed my heart, but they also reminded me of the heavy burden I carried. If they ever found out what I truly was, what I was hiding, would they still thank me? Or would they see me as a threat? By the time I finished at the clinic, the sun was setting. Exhausted, I wiped my hands on my scrubs and checked my phone. Still no word from Jack. My chest tightened with unease. He had promised to celebrate with me tonight, yet there hadn't been a single message since yesterday. "Maybe he's just busy," April said softly, sensing my worry. "Maybe," I muttered, but her reassurance did little to ease my nerves. I understood he was a busy man, but he could have at least sent me a message to ease my worries. As I walked home, my mind wandered to the bond ceremony we would complete now that I was of age. I'd spent years waiting for this day, waiting to be claimed as Jack's mate. The thought filled me with so much excitement. Would he look at me differently after the bond? Would the connection between us change? All this time, he had just been content with just spending time with me. I couldn't commend him enough on his patience and love he had shown all this time. He waited till I was ready, and I thought I was. I was ready to take the next step in completing our bond today. I couldn't help myself. My mind drifted off to him and I fulfilling our greatest desires while confessing our love to each other. Jack and Aisha kissing in a tree, KISSING. April giggled in my head. "Shut up," my face flushed, but I didn't deny it. That's exactly what would happen when we see each other. When I reached the house, I hesitated on the doorstep. I was dreading seeing my stepmother and Lisa. They had always found ways to ruin my happiness, and tonight would be no different if I let them. The house was eerily quiet when I stepped inside. I expected the usual sharp words, the cold indifference, but instead, my stepmother was waiting at the table. A plate of food sat in front of her, steam curling from the roasted meat and warm bread. She smiled, an expression so foreign on her face that it sent a chill down my spine. "You must be hungry, Aisha," she said, her voice uncharacteristically soft. "Sit, eat." I hesitated. The woman who had spent years tormenting me, suddenly kind? I didn't believe it for a second. But my stomach ached, and hunger clawed at me. Slowly, I sat down, watching her carefully as I took a bite. "I know I haven't been fair to you," she continued, eyes downcast. "I regret everything." A bitter laugh almost escaped me. Lies, every word was a lie. But what was her game? I forced myself to swallow, the food tasting like ash in my mouth. When I finished, I stood to wash my plate, but she grabbed my wrist. "No need," she said too quickly. "You've had a long day. Go rest." Something in her tone unsettled me. My stepmother had never cared about my well-being before. Why now? Unease prickled down my spine as I made my way upstairs. Then, just as I reached my room, I heard sounds. I froze, my mind refusing to process what I was hearing, but then April's voice cut through my shock. "Go," she urged. "Now." I rushed down the hall, my feet moving faster than my thoughts. The sounds grew louder as I approached Lisa's door. My chest tightened, dread pooling in my stomach, the same dread I had been feeling all day. Without thinking, I pushed the door open. The scene before me made my blood run cold. Jack, my mate. He was in bed with Lisa, their bodies on full display as he thrust into her relentlessly. My heart shattered, Aisha's POV. I stormed into the room, my blood boiling. Their bodies tangled in the same bed I dreamt we would share. His head snapped up at my entrance, his expression darkening as if I had done something wrong. Lisa just smirked, completely unapologetic as she ran her fingers down his chest. How could you? My voice trembled, but it wasn't with pain, it was with fury. How could you betray our bond like this? We were supposed to. I stopped short when the words seized in my throat. He exhaled sharply and pushed himself off Lisa, standing to his full, naked height as he stalked toward me. He didn't even bother covering himself, as if this was normal, as if I was the one who should be ashamed. You ignored my needs, Aisha, he said coldly, his lip curling in disdain. What did you expect? I recoiled as if struck. My voice caught. Are you seriously blaming me? You think you can act like a cold, untouchable saint, and I'll just wait? He sneered. You forced me into this, Aisha. Maybe if you knew how to be a proper mate, I wouldn't have had to seek comfort elsewhere. A bitter laugh escaped me. You think I'm going to apologize? I stepped closer, glaring up at him. My hands poked his chest. Never. His jaw clenched, his eyes flashing with anger. Then you leave me no choice. He lunged. I barely had time to react before his hand shot out, gripping my throat and slamming me into the wall. Pain exploded through me. I gasped, struggling against his iron grip. How dare you put your hands on an alpha? He hissed. You should be grateful. I even considered you. April, my wolf, whimpered in agony. She had waited for our mate, endured so much for this moment, only for him to betray us. Why does this happen to us? It's like we were not designed to be happy. His voice dropped to something more chilling. You owe me an apology. Lisa let out a mocking laugh from the bed. Honestly, Jack, you're being too kind. She disrespected you. She deserves death. Something shifted in his expression at her words, like he was considering it. His eyes darkened, his grip tightening. You're right, he mused. An Omega who raises a hand against her alpha deserves punishment. I scoffed. What is it you want? Respect, he growled. Aisha, don't get it twisted. Just because we were together doesn't mean I'll let any wolf, especially one who disrespects me, off the hook. I stared up at him as he whispered the words that were every wolf's nightmare. I don't want you. A cold blade pressed against my chest. It was like he was cutting my heart into pieces with the cold metal. The vice squeezed around my heart, and I choked out a cough to let myself breathe. The sharp sting of betrayal cut me deep. My eyes burned, but I refused to let him see me break. Denied, I spat through the pain. I, Aisha of the Silver Lake Pack, deny you, Jack Alpha of the Silver Lake Pack? The moment the words left my lips, agony wrapped around my throat, squeezing the air from my lungs. The mate bond, our sacred tie, was shattering. Jack gasped, stumbling back as he clutched his chest, but he recovered quickly, his expression morphing into something cruel. You'll regret that, he said darkly. You'll suffer for this, Aisha. And then he did the unthinkable. You attacked your alpha, he declared loudly, his voice echoing in the room. You assaulted a future leader, and for that you'll be punished. My stomach dropped. You? I should kill you for this, he cut in, his tone devoid of emotion. But I'm feeling generous today. Generous? I spat, my voice hoarse. You call this generous? Yes, it is quite generous. Now either you give me what I want, or you have 1 hour to leave my territory. Disgust filled me, but I glared at him. I was right, you really are disgusting. Lisa scoffed. He ignored me, turning to Lisa, who was now sitting up on the bed, watching the scene with a satisfied smirk. What do you think, Lisa? He asked. Should we let her stay, or should we cast her out like the rogue she is? She pretended to consider for a moment before flashing me a cruel smile. She's a liability. You'd be doing her a favor by getting rid of her. She doesn't deserve to live. He nodded, as if her opinion mattered more than mine. He turned back to me, his expression hardening like he had made up his mind. You have 2 choices, Aisha, he said. Submit to me, fully, or leave this pack within the hour. Either way, you're done here. I stared at him, my heart pounding. The bond was almost completely severed now, the pain was still there. Even in the face of this kind of betrayal, one thing was clear. I would never submit to him. I'd rather die than bow to you, I said. My voice came out strong despite the tears streaming down my face. His lips curled into a cruel smile. Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. I gave you a chance like a fair leader. Before I could speak, rough hands grabbed me. A Gamma warrior yanked my arms behind my back. Lisa smirked. Enjoy the dungeons, dear sister. As they dragged me away, rage and heartbreak warred inside me. This isn't over, I thought, my resolve hardening with each step. I'll make them pay, both of them. For I curse them with the pain they have caused me. They shall live with this moment as their karma for the rest of their lives. Aisha's POV. I stood in front of the pack's court, my heart pounding against my ribs, but I kept my chin high, refusing to let them break me. All through the night in the dungeon, I kept thinking what had led to all of this. I was happy one minute and thrown into the dungeon the next minute. Before me sat the Council of Elders, their faces lined with years of wisdom, or in this case, blind loyalty to the wrong people. At the center of them all was the current Alpha Derek, his sharp, scrutinizing eyes locked onto me like a predator sizing up prey. Beside him, Luna Zanya sat in silent judgment, her expression unreadable. I clenched my fists. This was the moment I had dreaded. Aisha Monroe? Alpha Derek's deep voice echoed through the hall. You stand accused of assaulting the future Alpha. How do you plead? I lifted my gaze, despite the whirlwind of emotions surging inside me. It was self-defense, I said firmly. The future Alpha attacked me first. I had to protect myself. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. I could hear the disbelief as they stared. They couldn't believe I would speak up about his abuse first. But before I could say more, the large oak doors creaked open and Jack sauntered in. My breath hitched at the sight of him, his golden hair perfectly styled, his blue eyes filled with feigned sorrow. He looked every bit the wounded victim. Lying bastard. Alpha Derek, he began, his voice laced with practiced innocence. I understand this must be hard to believe, but I need to tell you what really happened. I braced myself. He sighed dramatically. Aisha misunderstood everything. When she arrived at her house last night, Lisa and I were waiting in the living room to speak with her. We wanted to explain our feelings and come clean about our love. But he swallowed, lowering his head as if reliving some great pain. She lost control. She attacked me in a jealous rage, clawing at me like a wild animal. I tried to calm her down, but she wouldn't listen. Gasps filled the courtroom. I stared at him in shock, my breath stolen by the sheer audacity of his lies. You're lying, I shouted, stepping forward. I walked in on you two having sex. You didn't call me there to confess anything. You were gloating. You fucking liar. He shook his head, looking at me with pity. I understand that it's hard to accept the truth, Aisha, but you have to let go. I felt sick. Alpha Derek studied me, his expression neutral but his gaze unwavering. Do you have any proof to support your claim? I opened my mouth, but before I could speak, another voice rang out. My daughter and I would also like to say something, my stepmother interjected smoothly, stepping forward with Lisa by her side. I stiffened. She turned to the council, her expression filled with well-crafted concern. Aisha has always been unstable, she said, her voice laced with fake sadness. She has never handled rejection well. I believe deep down she convinced herself that she was Jack's mate, even when he made no such promise to her. You liar, I snarled. Lisa, standing next to her, smirked before schooling her features into one of perfect innocence. I was there too, she said. Aisha stormed in, furious, and attacked Jack. We begged her to stop, but she wouldn't listen. If he hadn't taken the brunt of it, she would have turned to me. A cruel silence fell upon the room. I searched the faces of the elders, hoping, praying that someone would see through the deception. But doubt clouded their eyes. The weight of my stepmother's words settled over them like a heavy fog, suffocating reason and truth. Alpha Derek exhaled through his nose, his patience thinning. Enough, he said. The evidence is clear. No, it wasn't. Aisha Monroe, for the crime of attacking the future Alpha, you are sentenced to 5 years in the dungeons, he declared. I felt the world tilt beneath my feet. My knees nearly buckled, but I forced myself to remain standing. You can't do this, I shouted, my voice cracking. I am innocent. He didn't even flinch. Take her away. 2 guards stepped forward and grabbed me by the arms. I thrashed, but they held me firm. Jack gave me one last glance, his lips curling slightly before he turned away. Lisa rested a hand on his arm, tilting her head at him in a way that made my stomach churn. And my stepmother? She smiled. As they dragged me away, I shouted one last thing, my voice ringing through the courtroom. I will never forgive you. The dungeon halls were cold and damp, the air thick with the stench of mildew and decay. The sound of dripping water echoed in the silence as the guards led me toward my cell. My hands were bound, my wrists raw from the rough rope. As we passed a dimly lit corridor, I heard voices. They were low, hushed whispers that sent a shiver down my spine. My steps slowed, and I strained to listen. "Did you pay the guards?" Lisa's voice. "Of course," my stepmother responded. "Aisha won't last a week down here. The conditions will break her, and if they don't, the prisoners will." A cruel chuckle followed. "Good," Lisa said. "Once she's gone, all of her father's assets will be ours." Something inside me snapped. I clenched my fists, my nails biting into my palms. They planned to kill me, not just imprison me, kill me. Hatred surged through my veins, burning away the despair that had threatened to consume me. They thought they had won, that I would rot in this dungeon, alone and helpless. They were wrong. I gritted my teeth and whispered under my breath, a promise sealed with fire. "I will survive, and when I get out of here, I will make you all pay." Aisha's POV. The damp chill of the dungeon seeped into my bones, my thin dress offering little protection against the biting cold. I hugged my arms around myself, willing my body to stop shivering. The darkness pressed in on me while the distant drip of water echoed through the stone corridors. Days had passed, maybe weeks. I had lost track of time. I wasn't meant to survive here. My stepmother and Lisa had made sure of that. They had bribed the guards, ensuring I wouldn't last long in this place. The food was barely edible, the air reeked of mold and decay, and the prisoners, some of whom had committed unthinkable crimes, eyed me like prey. I refused to die here. I was deep in my thoughts when I heard a faint creak that shattered the silence. My ears perked, heart pounding as I turned toward the source. The heavy iron door to my cell was slowly swinging open. My breath hitched. A shadowed figure slipped through the opening, her steps silent and sure. As she stepped into the dim torchlight, my eyes widened in recognition. Aurora. She was a she-wolf I had once saved, an act of kindness I barely remembered, yet she had not forgotten. Her short, dark curls framed her sharp face, and her green eyes gleamed with urgency. "You're taking a huge risk," I whispered, my voice hoarse from days of silence. She shot me a small smirk. "You saved my life once. It's my turn to return the favor. I cannot let you rot in here." Without another word, she grabbed my wrist and pulled me forward. I winced at the sudden movement, but the urgency in her grip kept me moving. We slipped past the guards, their snores filling the corridor. I held my breath, my pulse thundering in my ears. One wrong move, one clumsy step, and this would be over. But luck was on my side. Aurora led me through a hidden passage, and within minutes, we emerged into the night air. The scent of damp earth and pine filled my lungs as I sucked in a shaky breath. "Run," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Don't stop until you're far from here." I met her gaze, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Thank you." A ghost of a smile touched her lips before she turned and vanished into the shadows. I didn't waste another second. I ran. The night air whipped against my skin as my bare feet pounded the forest floor. My lungs burned, my muscles ached, but I pushed forward, fear clawing at my back like an unseen predator. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent my heart into a frenzy. If Jack realized I was gone, he would hunt me down. I couldn't let him find me. As I ran, a faint voice echoed in my mind, weak and distant. "Aisha. April." My wolf's presence flickered, her energy a mere whisper. She was hurting. "The betrayal," she murmured, her voice strained. "The rejection. It's too much." Panic flared in my chest. "No, April, stay with me." "I need to rest," she said, and I felt her slipping further away, her warmth dimming into nothingness. Then silence. I stumbled, gasping for breath. The emptiness left behind was unbearable. A wolf and her human were one, bound together for life. Losing that connection, even temporarily, was like losing a part of my soul. But I couldn't stop. Tears blurred my vision, but I wiped them away and kept running. By dawn, exhaustion had set in. My legs trembled, my stomach twisted in hunger, but I forced myself to move. I needed to think of my next step. The Central Hospital. It was a neutral ground, one of the few places where species didn't matter. Werewolves, vampires, witches, even humans all received treatment there. No one would question my presence if I had the right skills, and I did. For as long as I could remember, I had dreamed of becoming a doctor. My father had encouraged it before he died, and I had spent years studying everything I could about medicine. If I could find a way to work there, I could rebuild my life. Hope flickered in my chest. It wasn't much, but it was something. I pressed forward, my destination clear as day. But then I smelled it. Blood. I halted, instincts flaring. The scent was strong, coming from nearby. My exhausted body protested, but I followed it, my curiosity outweighing my caution. Then I saw him. Leaning against a tree, half-conscious, was a man unlike any I had ever seen. His body was battered, his dark clothing torn and blood-stained. Deep scratches covered his arms and legs, the wounds festering as though poisoned. Strands of raven-black hair clung to his sweat-dampened forehead, framing a face that was all sharp angles and ruthless beauty. His jaw was clenched, his lips pressed into a firm line as if he refused to show weakness even in his current state. But what held me captive were his eyes. Even through the haze of pain, they burned with intensity, icy silver, piercing and unreadable. An alpha. Power radiated from him even in his weakened state, but he was dying. My instincts screamed at me to run. I was on the run myself, and stopping to help a stranger, especially one as dangerous as him, was reckless. But I wasn't just a fugitive, I was a healer. And I couldn't ignore someone who needed help. I knelt beside him, pressing 2 fingers to his neck. His pulse was weak but steady, my eyes darted to the wounds on his arm. The edges were darkened, the veins surrounding them almost black. Poison. If I didn't act fast, he wouldn't make it. He stirred, his lips parting slightly. Who? His voice was raw, barely above a whisper. Stay still, I ordered, already ripping the hem of my dress to use as makeshift bandages. You're poisoned. If I don't treat you, you'll die. His gaze locked onto mine, something flickering in those silver depths. Who are you? Aisha, I said. His lips curved slightly, a ghost of amusement despite his pain. Beautiful name. I ignored the way my heart skipped a beat. Save your strength. I need to find herbs to counter the poison. I pushed myself to my feet, scanning the forest for the right plants. My mind raced. Who was he? Why was he alone, wounded in the middle of nowhere? Simon's POV. For 3 months, blood had soaked the battlefield. I had lost count of how many warriors had fallen on both sides. War with the Silver Lake Pack had begun over land disputes, but it had devolved into something we couldn't control. Their alpha had no honor. He didn't care about the lives of his people. He wanted nothing but my death. And he was willing to poison his own warriors to achieve it. I gritted my teeth, pressing a hand against the deep gash along my ribs. The wound burned like it was doused in fire, the telltale sign of wolfsbane poisoning. The bastard had coated his warriors' weapons with it, a coward's tactic. Without an alpha's healing ability, his own men had died within hours of being scratched. I despised him for it. A pack was more than its alpha. It was its people. Every member was precious. War should be fought to protect them, not to throw their lives away for a personal vendetta. But this wasn't about honor anymore. It was about survival or an ego they were trying to protect. My vision blurred as I stumbled through the forest, my body growing weaker with each step. I needed to return to my men, to let them know I was still alive. But the poison was spreading too fast. My legs buckled, and I collapsed against the base of a tree, gasping for breath. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. I closed my eyes to catch my breath when I smelt it. A scent. Sweet, yet crisp. Warm, yet refreshing. It wrapped around me, awakening something deep within my soul. My wolf, who had been weakened by the poison, suddenly stirred. Mate. A surge of energy shot through me, adrenaline momentarily chasing away the darkness creeping in on my consciousness. I forced my heavy lids open, and that's when I saw her. She was kneeling beside me, her delicate hands already working to examine my wounds. Moonlight bathed her features, highlighting her smooth golden skin and the determined set of her jaw. Her eyes were bright, intelligent, and fiercely focused. They narrowed as she studied the poisoned gash. She was stunning, and she had no idea who I was to her. I parted my lips to speak, but she pressed a firm hand against my chest, holding me down with surprising strength. Save your energy, she instructed with a soft voice. You're in bad shape. I would have smirked if I wasn't so close to death. I've had worse. She ignored my attempt at humor, already pulling a cloth from her bag and dipping it into a small vial of liquid. A sharp accent hit my nose, like herbs. You were poisoned, she murmured, voice tinged with concern. But it hasn't spread to your heart yet. I can neutralize it. Her fingers were careful as she dabbed the soaked cloth against my wound. Pain flared through my side, but I bit back a grunt. "Who are you?" I rasped. Her gaze flickered to mine. There was hesitation in her eyes, but it was gone in an instant. "Aisha," she answered. My heart clenched. Her name felt right, my wolf calmed just from the sound of her name. She turned her focus back to my injury, fingers working with so much care as she applied pressure to the wound. There was something methodical about her movements, the way she worked as if she had done this 100 times before. My wolf rumbled in approval. Fated mates were rare, but she was more than that. She was special. Mine. I had fought in countless battles, suffered more injuries than I could count, yet never had I been treated with such skill. I had healers in my pack, trained doctors even, but the speed at which she worked, the exactness of her hands, she wasn't just a nurse in training. "Where did you learn this?" I asked, my gaze never leaving her. She didn't falter, but I caught the slight stiffening of her shoulders. I was studying to be a nurse," she said. Her tone was so casual, like we were discussing the weather. "I know a little bit about medicine." Cute liar. There was no way a regular nurse could have identified the poison so quickly, much less neutralized it with such efficiency. I let out a low chuckle, despite the pain. "A little bit, huh?" Her lips pressed into a thin line. "Stay still or I'll let you die." I grinned. She had fire. But my amusement faded as another wave of exhaustion hit me. The poison wasn't completely gone yet, and my body was still weak. My eyelids drooped. Aisha's fingers brushed against my forehead, and I felt warmth spreading through me. "You're not allowed to die," she whispered. A strange sense of peace settled over me. I was safe with her. Before the darkness swallowed me whole, one thought echoed in my mind. She was mine, and I wasn't letting her go. When I woke, it was still dark. The sharp pain in my side had dulled to an ache, and my head was clearer. The poison was gone. Aisha sat a few feet away, tending to a small fire. She was watching me, her expression unreadable. "You should rest," she said as soon as she saw me stir. I pushed myself up, wincing slightly. "You saved me," she shrugged. "It's what I do." I studied her, my mind working through what I knew. She was strong, independent, and far too skilled to be just a simple nurse. "Where are you from?" I asked, my voice steady despite my exhaustion. Her gaze flickered to the fire. Nowhere anymore. A vague answer. I could push, demand the truth, but something told me she wouldn't give it freely. Not to a stranger, at least. But I wasn't in a hurry. My pack needed a healer, and I needed my mate. I leaned back against the tree, watching as the firelight flickered across her face. I could earn her trust. I could bring her home. I had no idea if she would let me, Aisha's POV. I never expected that the injured alpha I treated would be Simon, the alpha of the Golden Pack. A legend, a nightmare, a wolf that was avoided with everything. He was known for his brutal tactics, his ruthlessness in war, a leader who commanded absolute loyalty and crushed anyone who stood in his way. And now, he was staring at me, his piercing eyes filled with something I couldn't quite decipher. I shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. "You're quite skilled," he said. Not many could have treated that poison so quickly. I busied myself with packing my little medical supplies, avoiding eye contact. I just did what I had to do. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Where did you learn?" The question hit me harder than I expected. April, my wolf, was still silent. Normally, she'd help me find the right words, but after Jack's betrayal, she had retreated, hurt, and exhausted. I felt like a piece of me was missing. But I knew she would come to me when she was ready. "I'm a lone wolf," I finally said, keeping my voice even. Simon didn't speak right away, but when he did, his tone was full of suspicions. "A lone wolf? That's rare." I glanced at him, confused by the flicker of disbelief in his gaze. "You don't believe me?" I asked. He exhaled, his eyes scrutinizing me with unnerving intensity. "Not really. Packs guard their healers like treasure. In times of war, no alpha would abandon a trained wolf healer, not unless something happened to force them out." His words sent a jolt through my chest. "Did your pack cast you out?" he asked bluntly. I sucked in a breath, guilt creeping in. He had seen through my lie so easily. He didn't just assume I left. He knew something had happened. And the worst part? There was anger in his voice. A real, burning anger, as if the thought of me being abandoned offended him. "Why?" I lowered my gaze. "I don't want to talk about it." The silence that followed was thick. He didn't press, but I could feel his attention on me. his anger, his concern. To break the tension, I forced myself to focus on something practical. "You'll need to take it easy for the next few days," I said, shifting to a professional tone. "Even though I treated the poison, your body still needs time to recover. Stay off your feet as much as possible. Eat well. Keep your wounds clean." He smirked. "Are you giving me doctor's orders?" I rolled my eyes. "Yes, unless you want to collapse again and prove you're not as strong as you think." His chuckle was low, amused. "You're bold. I like that." I frowned. "I'm serious." "So am I," he murmured, his golden eyes watching me too closely. Something in his gaze made my pulse quicken. It was warm, as if he were looking at someone precious, a lover. I swallowed, shifting uncomfortably. He tilted his head. "You're uncomfortable." "I don't like being stared at." He smirked again, leaning back against the tree with far too much ease for someone who had almost died hours ago. "I can't help it. You're the most interesting thing that's happened to me in a long time." I wasn't sure how to respond to that, so I didn't. Instead, I stood, brushing dirt from my clothes. "You should rest. Your pack will be looking for you soon." As if on cue, movement rustled in the distance. A group of wolves emerged through the trees, their armor and posture screaming Golden Pack warriors. At the front was a man with dark eyes and a strong, commanding presence. "Alpha!" he called out, relief evident in his tone. Simon sighed. "Took you long enough, Charlie." The beta, Charlie hurried forward, his gaze scanning Simon's injuries before shifting to me. His eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" I bristled. "The person who saved your Alpha's life." His frown deepened, but before he could say anything else, I turned to leave. I had done my part. Their precious Alpha was no longer in danger, and I had no reason to stick around. But before I could take 2 steps, the beta's hand shot out, blocking my path. "You're coming with us." I froze. "Excuse me?" His expression was cold. "The Alpha needs to be properly treated. If you're as skilled as you claim, you should come with us to ensure his full recovery." A spark of irritation flared in my chest. "Your Alpha is alive because of me." "You're welcome. I don't owe you anything." His jaw tightened, but Simon's voice cut through the tension. "It's my request," he said smoothly. I turned to face him, my irritation shifting into confusion. "Why?" "I already treated you. You'll be fine if you follow my instructions." He didn't look away. "I want you to come with us." Something in his voice sent a shiver down my spine. He wasn't asking, he was telling me. I clenched my fists. "I don't belong to your pack." "You will soon enough," he murmured under his breath. I wasn't sure if I had heard him correctly. Before I could argue further, 2 warriors stepped forward, carefully lifting Simon to his feet. That's when I saw it, the deep gash on his leg, or more specifically, the unnatural angle of his shin. My breath hitched. "You have a fracture?" Simon arched a brow, as if the injury were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. "It's just a leg." I gaped at him. "You've been walking around on a broken leg?" He smirked. "Told you I've had worse." Unbelievable. This man had been flirting with me, completely unfazed while suffering from a serious injury. I should have walked away. I should have left them to deal with their arrogant, reckless Alpha. But I was a healer, and Simon, despite his insufferable attitude, was still my patient. I exhaled sharply. "Fine," I muttered. "I'll come with you." Charlie didn't look satisfied, but Simon's smirk widened. As if he had won, I scowled. I would treat him, make sure he healed properly, and then leave. But as I watched Simon being carried away, that smirk still on his lips, a sinking feeling settled in my chest. Aisha's POV. I agreed to follow them back to the Golden Pack, not only because of Simon's injuries, but because I knew I couldn't afford to be caught by Jack. Escaping had already been a miracle. If I was caught before I even made it to a neutral hospital, all of this would have been for nothing. They ordered 2 warriors to flank me as we traveled, both to escort and watch me. I ignored them. It wasn't unusual for packs to be wary of outsiders, especially one as powerful as the Golden Pack. I could sense the warriors using their mind link to communicate, likely discussing whether I was a threat. I wasn't, but I had no intention of proving myself either. We moved quickly, cutting through dense forest and crossing shallow rivers. I kept pace, keeping my eyes on Simon, who, despite his condition, never made a sound of pain. He was composed like the predator he was. By the time we arrived at the pack's hospital, dawn was breaking, staining the sky in hues of gold and red. I barely had time to take in my surroundings before a nasally voice cut through the air. Who is she, and what is she doing here? A female doctor stormed toward us, her long brown hair pulled into a tight ponytail. She was beautiful, but the hostility in her cold green eyes made her features a bit unwelcoming. She's the one who treated me, Simon said in a neutral tone. The doctor's gaze snapped to me, her lip curling. And now she can leave. We don't need outsiders interfering with pack matters. I crossed my arms. I'm the reason your alpha is alive. Her eyes flashed, but Simon spoke before she could respond. She stays. The doctor stiffened. Alpha, That wasn't a request, he interrupted. His golden eyes glowed from the suspect of a challenge. A tense silence settled between them. It was obvious that this woman had a personal attachment to Simon. The way she looked at him, the way her fingers twitched slightly, as if she wanted to reach out and touch him, I could relate to all that. But Simon didn't seem to care about her presence. I almost felt pity for her, but I refused to show it. That wasn't any reason to be a bitch. With a clenched jaw, the doctor turned away. We'll take an X-ray immediately, she muttered. Simon was placed on a hospital bed and wheeled into a private medical bay. I stood in the corner, watching as the doctor ran her tests. The moment the X-ray developed, she inhaled sharply. This is serious, she announced. The bone is shattered beyond repair. The only solution is amputation. A cold chill ran down my spine. What? I stepped forward, staring at the scan. The break was bad, but not irreversible. That's not necessary, I said. She turned on me with a glare. Are you questioning my medical judgment? I was annoyed the second those words left her lips, but I forced myself to play nice. I'm suggesting that we take another X-ray from a different angle before making a hasty decision. Amputation is overly exaggerated as a line of treatment. Simon, who had been watching the exchange silently, suddenly smirked. Do it, he ordered. Her eyes widened. Alpha, this is ridiculous. You're actually listening to her over me? I have been the pack's doctor and I know what I am doing. Yes. Her nostrils flared and I saw the moment her control snapped. This is because I'm not your Luna, isn't it? She hissed, her voice shaking with anger. The room went silent. I froze, my breath catching as I realized what she had just said. Simon's expression darkened, the amusement leaving his golden eyes. You're out of line, Melanie, he said coldly. Melanie's fists clenched. You've ignored me for months. I've done everything to be by your side, to help you, and now you listen to some rogue girl like she's more important than me. So what if she saved you? Her job is done. I took a step back. I wanted nothing to do with this. I didn't want to be in the middle of the psychodrama they have. Simon exhaled sharply, losing patience. If you can't do your job without bringing personal emotions into it, then leave. Her face twisted in rage. You have 5 seconds, he warned. Her breath hitched. She knew he wasn't bluffing. With a furious glare, she spun on her heel and stormed toward the door, but not before snarling at me. You bitch, she spat. You think you can waltz in here and replace me? I won't let this go. I lifted my chin, refusing to be intimidated. That's your problem. Good luck with that. Her eyes flashed with hatred before she finally stormed out. The door slammed shut behind her, leaving a tense silence in the air. Simon leaned back against the bed, watching me with a smirk. I think you just made an enemy. I sighed, rubbing my temples. I don't want to be involved in whatever that was. He chuckled. Too late. I shook my head, focusing back on his injury. We need to take another X-ray, I said, bringing the conversation back to what actually mattered. Do what you need to do, he said smoothly. I grabbed the necessary equipment and repositioned his leg carefully, making sure the angle was correct before running another scan, Aisha's POV. Simon's golden eyes stayed locked onto mine as he sat upright, his powerful body relaxed despite the injuries. Yet there was no mistaking the sharp protectiveness in his gaze, as if he were shielding me from an invisible threat. I hated the warmth that flickered in my chest at the sight. Even my pack couldn't protect me, neither did my mate. My heart melted from Simon's protectiveness because I don't remember the last time I had that. He was an alpha. Alphas don't protect outsiders for free. It didn't matter that he defended me earlier. If he ever found out that I wasn't a wolf, that warmth would disappear, just like everyone else who had learned my secret. I wouldn't fall into that trap. Swallowing hard, I shifted my focus back to the X-ray in my hands. I studied the image carefully, confirming what I already suspected. His leg could be saved. It would take time and patience, but with the proper alignment and medical techniques, he would be back on his feet in a few days. Of course, I couldn't tell him that. If he knew I had healing abilities beyond that of a normal doctor, he'd start asking questions I couldn't afford to answer. Taking a deep breath, I listed the necessary supplies, my voice clinical and professional. We'll need surgical clamps, a bone drill, antiseptic, and sutures. I glanced at Simon. I also suggest a sedative before we begin, he scoffed. Not happening. I raised an eyebrow. At the very least, local anesthesia. No. I exhaled slowly, fighting the urge to strangle him. You're going to let me cut into your leg without any numbing agent? He smirked. I've endured worse. I crossed my arms. That's unnecessary pain, and just plain stupid. He chuckled, the sound low and amused. Are you always this bossy? I lifted the syringe in my hand, pressing out a tiny drop of liquid. I'm a doctor, and I know what's best for my patient. You will be in so much pain, and I don't want to put you through that. His eyes glinted with something unreadable. Then, with a dramatic sigh, he relaxed his shoulders. Fine. I'll allow one injection. Consider this me lowering my head to you for countless time today. I paused. Why did that make my heart tremble? Ignoring the strange warmth curling in my stomach, I swiftly injected the sedative into his thigh. He hissed slightly but didn't flinch. Satisfied? Not until you're unconscious, but this will do, I muttered. He chuckled again, but I ignored him, setting up my tools. The moment the sedative took effect, I began. The procedure was precise, each movement practiced and careful. I worked quickly, repositioning the fractured bone and securing it in place with metal pins to stabilize the injury. Simon's muscles were tense, strong and unyielding even in his weakened state. I kept my focus steady, but I was acutely aware of him, the way his body radiated heat, the raw power beneath his skin. My cheeks flushed when my eyes briefly flicked to the outline of his covered lower half. Keep it professional, Aisha. Unfortunately, Simon didn't make that easy. There's no need to sneak a look, you know, his voice drawled. I nearly dropped the scalpel. Glancing up, I found him grinning at me despite his drowsy state. I rolled my eyes. Your ego is astonishing, he smirked. I've been told. I shook my head, focusing back on the surgery. The sedative hadn't completely knocked him out, but it was enough to dull the pain. Unfortunately, it didn't stop him from talking. So, he mused, tell me about yourself. I ignored him. You have steady hands, he continued. You must have trained somewhere. I adjusted a bone pin, my voice clipped. I told you, I studied medicine. That doesn't explain why you're wandering alone in dangerous territory. I tightened the sutures a little harder than necessary. Stop talking. If you want to keep your leg, focus on staying still. Instead of being offended, he laughed. My brows furrowed. Why was he so strange? Alphas were supposed to be ruthless, cold, and dominant. Yet here he was, teasing me in the middle of his own surgery. A strange, unfamiliar emotion settled in my chest. I pushed it aside. I was starting to miss my pack. Despite everything, there was a familiarity in their cruelty, a predictability that I could brace myself against. But Simon? He was unpredictable, and that made him dangerous to me. I forced myself to focus. I was almost done. When suddenly, the door burst open. The beta stormed inside, his sharp eyes widening as he took in the scene before him. What the hell is going on here? He barked. I didn't stop working. I didn't take orders from him. Plus, he doesn't scare anyone despite his whole growling and glaring. Your alpha is in surgery, I said flatly, not even sparing him a glance. His nostrils flared. And who gave you permission to operate on our alpha? Simon chuckled from the bed. I did. Charlie's gaze snapped to his alpha, then back to me. Alpha, you can't be serious. Simon smirked. Do I look like I'm joking? Charlie's lips pressed into a thin line, clearly struggling to hold back an argument. I didn't care. I had one job, and that was saving Simon's leg. Everything else could wait. Simon's POV. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She moved delicately, her fingers deftly working to set my fractured bone in place. Her brows were furrowed in concentration, lips slightly parted as she murmured to herself. She didn't even realize she was speaking aloud. Damn stubborn alpha. Who refuses anesthesia for a bone repair? Just let me do my job and stop being difficult, she mumbled under her breath, completely unaware of my sharp hearing. I smirked. She really doesn't care that I'm the alpha. That was rare. Most people bowed, trembled, or tried to impress me. But Aisha, she was utterly unaffected. A small part of me found that infuriating. The rest of me? Intrigued. She wasn't like any doctor I had met before. There was something genuine in the way she moved, something unshaken by my status. Even now, as Charlie stormed into the room, his boots slamming against the floor, she didn't even flinch. "Alpha, what the hell is going on?" Charlie demanded, his gaze flicking from my leg to Aisha. "She's operating on you?" I kept my tone calm. "She's repairing my bone." His eyes narrowed. "I thought the doctor said, that amputation was necessary?" "Yeah," I said, voice laced with irritation. "Aisha thinks otherwise." He blinked. He understood the implications immediately. If my leg I'd be forced to step down as alpha, which meant he would take over. I saw it in the flicker of realization across his face, the unspoken concern beneath his usual stern expression. Without another word, he turned to Aisha. "She can really fix it?" Aisha didn't even glance at him. "If you stop distracting me, yes." Charlie looked back at me. I gave him a nod. He exhaled sharply, tension easing from his shoulders. "Fine," he muttered. "I trust your judgment, Alpha." I wasn't sure why, but his words annoyed me. It's not my judgment you should be trusting. It's hers. But I said nothing. Instead, I focused on Aisha again. She hadn't stopped working for even a second. She was wholly immersed in the surgery, completely uninterested in anything else happening around her. Even when Charlie dropped a stack of urgent reports on the table next to me, she didn't so much as glance at them. That's when I knew. She wasn't a spy. I didn't know why I believed it so strongly. Maybe it was the way she carried herself, or the fact that she was more concerned with my leg than my title. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe it was something deeper. I pushed those thoughts aside. She was hurt by Catherine's accusations earlier. I could see it in the stiffness of her shoulders, the way she held back her words, but she didn't let it affect her work. She kept moving, kept saving me, despite the way my own pack had treated her. My chest tightened. "You're done," she finally said, pulling off her gloves. Her voice was steady, professional, but I could see the exhaustion in her eyes. Charlie gave an approving nod. "Looks like she really knows what she's doing." Aisha ignored him, turning to me instead. "There are other wounded wolves," she said briskly. "I'd suggest having an Omega assist me with stitching them up. I don't need to do all the work myself." I smirked. Efficient and blunt. I liked that. I turned to Charlie. "Have the nurses consult her before proceeding." Charlie stiffened. "Alpha? That's an order." His jaw clenched, but he nodded. "Understood." She blinked, clearly surprised that I had listened to her suggestion without argument. She still didn't understand. She belonged here. She didn't just have talent. She had a presence, an unwavering strength that I rarely saw in healers. Even Catherine, who had graduated from one of the best medical schools, didn't compare. Catherine was too much trouble, too entitled, too used to being treated as if she were special just because she was my mother's best friend's daughter. Aisha, on the other hand, she was exactly what this pack needed, a true doctor, a true leader, and I wasn't going to let her walk away. I made my decision in that moment. As Aisha cleaned up her tools, I leaned forward, my voice low but firm. "You should stay." She froze. "What?" "Not just as the pack's doctor," I clarified, "as my Luna." Her eyes widened, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face. My wolf howled in agreement, pressing against my control, not urging me to make her mine. Aisha's POV. I let out a slow breath as I finished securing the last bandage on Simon's leg. "You'll need to keep the weight off it for at least a few days. No shifting until the bone has completely set. Avoid sudden movements. And don't." The words caught in my throat because Simon's gaze was fixed on me. Dark, unwavering, and so intense that my stomach twisted into knots. I swallowed. What was he looking at? I reached up, touching my face self-consciously. Did I have blood on me? A smudge? "What?" I asked, my voice more clipped than I intended. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he tilted his head, studying me like I was something precious, something he couldn't quite believe was in front of him. Then, out of nowhere, "Stay." I blinked. "What?" "Stay in the pack," he said smoothly, as if this was a normal conversation. "As our head doctor, and as my Luna. For a second, I thought I misheard him. What? I repeated, louder this time. His lips curled into an almost amused smirk. You heard me. I stared at him. Was this some kind of joke, a delirious side effect of his injury? Luna? His Luna? We had met once. I should have laughed it off, but something in his expression made my throat dry. I know you feel it, he continued, his voice dipping into something deeper, richer. The bond. I clenched my jaw. No. No, no, no. I wasn't falling for this again. Jack had told me sweet words, too. Jack had promised protection, whispered about forever, only to... I shut the thought down, hard. You're insane, I said flatly. You don't even know me. His gaze didn't waver. I know enough. Oh, really? I crossed my arms. And what exactly do you think you know, Alpha? He exhaled, his patience unshaken. I know you're in trouble. I don't know what you're running from, but I can sense it. And as my mate, I will protect you. My heart stopped. Mate, I knew what that meant. Even if I wasn't a wolf myself, I had been raised among them. The mate bond wasn't something wolves threw around lightly. But no, I wouldn't be trapped again. I forced a scoff. Protect me? You can't even protect yourself right now. I meant for it to sound mocking, but instead of getting angry, the infuriating man smirked. Exactly, he said smoothly. That's why you should stay by my side. I gawked at him. Are you seriously using your injury as an excuse to keep me here? He grinned. What? You said it yourself. Someone has to take care of me. I was going to lose my mind. You... I moved to shove him back onto the bed, only to realize how close we had gotten. Somehow, during our argument, I had leaned forward, almost straddling him, our faces barely inches apart. His scent wrapped around me, intoxicating, a mix of something wild and deep, like fresh cedarwood and the night air before a storm. My breath hitched, then his lips parted in an unmistakably amused smirk. If you wanted to throw yourself at me, Aisha, you could have just said so. My face burned. I jerked back so fast I nearly fell off the bed, but he caught my wrist before I could completely retreat. The heat of his fingers seared against my skin. I wrenched my hand away, flustered beyond belief. Damn, Alpha, I muttered, standing abruptly. I have other patients to check on. I spun on my heel, making my escape before he could trap me any further. But of course, Charlie, escort her, he said lazily. I whipped around. Are you serious? I don't need a babysitter. He arched a brow. You don't like me, remember? You should be happy to get away. I hated that he was right. Grinding my teeth, I stormed toward the door, ignoring the smug expression on his face. Charlie followed without a word, though I could feel the amusement radiating off him. I barely made it through the doorway before I collapsed against the wall, pressing a hand against my racing heart. This was bad. I needed to leave. Because the more time I spent around Simon, the harder for me it was becoming to resist those sharp golden eyes, that teasing smirk, that ridiculous yet undeniable pull toward him. And if I wasn't careful, I might actually fall. Simon's POV damn mate bond. 1 second she had me fuming, and the next I was holding back a laugh at her adorable frustration. Aisha was a paradox, blunt, fearless, and completely unimpressed by my rank. Teasing her was quickly becoming my new favorite pastime. But when I called her my mate, she looked shocked. Not the kind of surprise that came from unexpected good news, but the kind that carried disbelief. Fear. That gnawed at me. My wolf stirred uneasily. She doesn't have a wolf, he finally admitted. I can't sense hers at all. I stiffened. What? Every werewolf had a wolf spirit inside them. It was part of their identity, their strength. For her to not have one, shit, I clenched my jaw. That meant she was even more vulnerable out there alone. No wolf, no enhanced strength, no heightened senses. How had she survived on her own for so long? I couldn't let her leave my pack. If I did, who knew what kind of death would find her out there? I exhaled heavily. First things first, I needed to clean myself up. I glanced down at my blood-streaked torso, dried sweat and grime clinging to me. No wonder she looked at me like a damn wounded animal. Grabbing a sheet, I wrapped it loosely around my waist and stood, wincing as my injured leg screamed in protest. Damn it. I hated being weak. But my wolf reminded me that no matter how fast I healed, bones needed time to set. I just wished she wouldn't hound me about my health as a doctor. Shh. At this rate, I'll be bedridden for days. You're lucky she fixed your leg at all, my wolf retorted. Catherine wanted to cut it off. I scowled. That woman was a thorn in my side. All she spent her time doing was chasing me everywhere, even when I had made it clear that I didn't want her. It's like she chooses only what she wanted to hear and not what it's being said. As I was grumbling about my recovery, the infirmary door suddenly burst open. Emma, my little sister, stood there, her eyes wide with panic as she hurried toward me, her hands moving in rapid gestures. "What happened? How did you get hurt? Why didn't you tell me?" She had lost her voice years ago in a fire during a rogue attack, but that never dulled her lively nature. If anything, it only made her more expressive. I sighed. Damn, Catherine. Emma often hovered around the infirmary because of her interest in medicine, which meant she had overheard something. And since I had forbidden her from seeing me injured in the past, she was understandably furious. "Emma, I'm fine," I signed back quickly, but she wasn't buying it. Her brows knitted together as she frantically gestured. "Liar! You're covered in blood. Who did this?" Before I could calm her down, the door opened again and Aisha walked in. Emma's expression twisted in instant rage. Slap! The sharp crack echoed through the room. My head snapped toward Aisha, who stood frozen, her cheek already reddening from the blow. "What the hell?" I growled, the kind that sent lesser wolves cowering. Emma didn't even flinch. "She did this to you?" her hands demanded. "She hurt you?" For the first time in my life, I felt an urge to snarl at my own sister. "Emma, leave. Now." My voice was dangerously calm. Emma's eyes widened. She knew me well enough to recognize a command when she heard one. For a second, she looked torn. Then, without another word, she turned and stormed out. The room fell into silence. I turned back to Aisha, expecting anger. Instead, her expression was unreadable. "I should go too," she murmured. "No." I grabbed her wrist before she could step away. "This won't happen again," I said firmly. "I won't let it." She hesitated. I could tell she was torn, debating whether to believe me or walk away for good. Then, out of nowhere, the sheet fell. Shit! For a moment, neither of us moved. I stood there, completely bare, while Aisha stared, eyes wide, lips parted. She froze, her gaze stuck in a very specific place. Then she made a choked sound and whipped around so fast she nearly smacked into the wall. What the hell? Put something on," she spluttered. I bit back a grin. "Why?" I asked lazily. "Didn't seem to bother you a second ago." She whirled, pointing a finger at me without actually looking. I wasn't. Just put on some damn clothes, you arrogant wolf." I chuckled, taking my sweet time grabbing another sheet. She scowled, cheeks still tinged red, Aisha's POV. I got slapped. My cheek still stung as I stood there, my fists clenched. The heat of the impact had barely faded when Simon spoke. "She's my sister," he explained, his voice calm yet firm. I didn't care. That didn't excuse it. His sister or not, Emma had no right to hit me. I wasn't the reason Simon was injured, yet she had stormed in, full of assumptions, and struck me like I was some villain. I turned on my heel. "I'm leaving." He caught my wrist before I could take another step. "Wait." And then it happened. The sheet wrapped around his waist loosened, then fell. Time stopped. As a doctor, I'd seen countless men without clothes before. This should be nothing. It was not nothing. Simon was breathtaking. Broad, muscular shoulders, chiseled pecs, a sculpted abdomen that looked like it was carved from stone. And lower, oh, I felt my face burn as I caught a glimpse of something huge, something I had never seen before. On any man. His brows lifted in amusement, a smirk twitching at his lips. "See something you like, doctor?" Damn him. I yanked my gaze away, forcing my expression into something cold and unimpressed. "Put something on," I snapped. "Why?" he drawled. "You're my doctor, aren't you?" He was teasing me, and I hated that it worked. Before I could form a biting retort, his expression turned serious. "I need help bathing." I blinked. "What?" "My leg," he reminded me. "I can't put too much weight on it. If anyone else helps me, they might cause further injury." He tilted his head. "Since you're the only one I trust not to make things worse." Damn alpha logic. I gritted my teeth. Fine. I told myself it was just medical duty, that I was simply helping a patient. So why did my pulse race as I followed him into the bathroom? The bathroom was steamy, filled with the scent of warm water and Simon's distinct musk. I focused on my task, grabbing a cloth and running it under the stream before reaching for his hair. He sat on a stool beneath the spray, his back against the tiles, eyes closed. A moment of peace. I gently lathered shampoo into his dark locks, running my fingers through the strands. He hummed low in his throat. That feels good. I rolled my eyes. Don't get used to it. His lips quirked. You should do this every day. I let out a dry laugh. Not happening. Then suddenly, you're too thin. I froze. What? His eyes opened, gaze sweeping over me with quiet intensity. You've been starving for a long time. My throat tightened. I've just been too busy to eat properly. It was a lie, and we both knew it, but to my relief, he didn't push. He let the subject drop, though his sharp gaze lingered a second longer before he closed his eyes again. I massaged his scalp lightly, letting my nails graze his skin. A deep, satisfied groan rumbled from his chest. My entire body flushed. Keep it down, I muttered. He smirked without even opening his eyes. Can't help it. Feels too good. Unbearable. I rinsed his hair quickly, desperate to get through this without combusting, but then I caught his gaze. He wasn't looking at my face. I glanced down. Oh, hell. My soaked t-shirt clung to my skin, completely indecent, leaving nothing to the imagination. And worse, he was erect. My breath caught, my thoughts turned dangerous, my mind supplying an image I should not be thinking about. Him. Inside me. I gasped, horrified at myself, but it was too late. Simon had noticed. In the next second, his hands gripped my waist, yanking me forward. His lips crashed against mine. A wildfire exploded between us. I should have pulled away, should have stopped this, but I didn't, because I wanted this. The kiss was hot, consuming, devastating. He wasn't gentle. He kissed me like he was staking a claim, like he'd been waiting for this. A moan slipped out before I could stop it. He growled, deep and pleased. You don't need to hold back, Aisha. His voice was husky, sinful. No woman can resist me. Arrogant, infuriating, and a damn good reason why I shouldn't be involved with him. Damn him. Anger flared. I shoved him away hard enough that he barely caught himself against the tiles. His eyes burned with lust, lips kiss swollen, chest rising and falling heavily. I scowled. You can find someone else to help you, like Catherine. His smirk vanished. Before he could recover, I stormed out, slamming the door behind me. I leaned against the wall outside, pressing a trembling hand to my lips. My heart was racing. This was dangerous. If I didn't leave soon, I was afraid I wouldn't want to leave at all. Aisha's POV. I had barely taken a few steps from the bathroom when a voice, laced with pure venom, stopped me cold. You filthy little spy. Enjoy your stay while it lasts. You'll be thrown out soon enough. The voice snarled at me. I turned, my pulse steady despite the hostility in Catherine's voice. She stood just outside the hallway, arms crossed, her lips curled in a sneer. There was no playful malice in her tone. She meant every word. I didn't get these people at all. I narrowed my eyes. Do you always greet people like this, or is it just me? She scoffed, stepping closer. You don't belong here. Whatever game you're playing, it won't last long. The alpha may be blinded by lust, but soon he'll see you for what you really are. The weight of her words sank in, but I kept my expression neutral. Unless they knew where I came from, she wouldn't be this certain. Jack's pack. Did they know? A cold sensation coiled in my stomach, but I forced a smirk onto my lips. You should worry about yourself, Catherine. The alpha doesn't seem interested in you either. Her face twisted in fury, but before she could speak, I turned and walked away. She wasn't worth my time, but the words still stung. I had been planning to leave anyway, to pursue my dream, to carve out a life on my own terms. So why did it hurt? I was lost in thought when I felt someone watching me. Charlie. He stood a few feet away, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. But his eyes lingered on my face for just a second too long. I raised an eyebrow. Something you need? He hesitated. Where are you headed? I folded my arms. Nowhere. He didn't move, but the weight of his gaze made me uneasy. Was he here to stop me from leaving? Catherine's voice rang in my head again. You'll be thrown out soon enough. I forced myself to stay calm. Shouldn't you be with your alpha? He exhaled through his nose. I just came from there. The way he said it made my stomach twist. Something was happening. Instead of pressing for answers, I continued walking, letting my feet guide me around the pack territory. Simon's pack was different from Jack's. The wolves here were stronger, but disciplined. Their training grounds were organized, not a ruthless pit where the weak were crushed. The Omegas weren't treated as disposable servants, but as valued members. And despite its brutal reputation, there was a strange warmth in the way packmates interacted. This was what a real pack was supposed to be. I didn't belong here. I should leave before I start wanting to stay. I got out of there before I started yearning for what I didn't have. I was lying in my temporary room, staring at the ceiling, trying to force my mind to rest. But I was restless, my thoughts tangled in doubt and uncertainty. Then, a knock at the door. My breath hitched. I couldn't move. My heart slammed against my ribs, a terrifying mix of anticipation and fear flooding my chest. It's him. I knew it before I even reached for the door handle. Simon. Simon's POV. Damn it. I had misspoken. I wasn't used to a woman like Aisha, a woman who challenged me, who pushed back against my dominance instead of submitting to it. She was special. And her scent, moonlight, and wildflowers, delicate yet untamed, was driving me insane. I wanted her now. I wanted to claim her, to bury myself in her warmth, and the bathroom door creaked open. My pulse jumped. She came back. Aisha. But the scent was wrong. Not wildflowers. Not her. Catherine. I stiffened instantly. She was wrapped in nothing but a thin robe, her damp blonde hair cascading over her shoulders as she leaned against the doorway, eyes full of intentions. I told you to get out, I growled. She stepped forward, ignoring my warning. Simon, listen to me. That woman isn't who you think she is. My patience snapped. I said, get out. She flinched but didn't retreat. Charlie will tell you the truth soon enough, she hissed. You'll regret letting that spy near you. I didn't want to hear another damn word. Out. For once she obeyed. But as she turned, she wiped at her eyes, her shoulders shaking. She left crying. I should have felt guilty. I didn't. Charlie entered right after. I clenched my fists. Tell me what you know. Simon's POV. He stood before me, his face grim, his posture stiff. I could already tell whatever he was about to say wouldn't be good news. Jack's pack launched an attack on our southern border, he began. My hands clenched into fists. That bastard. How bad? I asked, my voice sharp. It was rushed. They didn't have time to organize properly, which worked to our advantage. Not only did we defend our land, but we pushed back and took 2 of their territories. A slow smirk crept onto my lips. We took their land? He nodded. But we paid a heavy price. We lost over a dozen of our best warriors, and many more are injured. The satisfaction drained out of me instantly. Good men, strong wolves, dead because of Jack's recklessness. A growl rumbled in my chest. I'll make him pay for that. He exhaled heavily. That's not all. I lifted a brow, waiting. Aisha, he said. My wolf perked up at the sound of her name. What about her? He hesitated, then with careful deliberation he said, we finished the background investigation. I sat up straighter, suddenly on high alert. She's from Jack's pack, he admitted, but it's not what you think. My jaw locked and my heart sank. He met my gaze steadily. She wasn't just another pack member. She was raised by her stepmother after her father died, and the abuse she suffered. He paused, his voice tight with something close to fury. It was horrific, Alpha. A sharp, unfamiliar pain stabbed through my chest. Aisha. Hurt. My wolf growled lowly and kept talking. He swallowed, then went on, his voice cold and controlled. Her stepmother treated her like a slave, forcing her to clean, cook, and serve without rest. She was never given proper meals. Most of the time, she survived on scraps or went hungry. If she made the slightest mistake, she was beaten, locked outside in the cold, left to bleed. I could barely contain the snarl rising in my throat. The worst of it came from her stepsister, Lisa. She tormented Aisha endlessly, destroyed her belongings and spread lies about her. And when Aisha found her mate, Lisa convinced him to reject her. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. I leaned forward slowly. Who? Charlie hesitated. Then, reluctantly, he said, Jack. A deafening silence filled the space between us. My claws extended involuntarily. Jack. That filthy, unworthy coward. Not only had he rejected her, he had allowed her to suffer, be beaten, starved, and broken. The rage in my veins burned hot. My wolf was howling, demanding blood. I'm going to rip him apart, I said, voice dark with promise. Charlie didn't argue. He simply nodded. I was surprised he agreed to it. I knew he didn't Aisha one bit, and it showed in every bit of their interaction. He didn't disrespect her out of fear for me, but he doubted her motives up until now. He had realized that she was a victim in all of this, caught up in the narcissistic act of someone who was meant to protect her. I couldn't even imagine what she must have gone through before she could escape. She survived all these years alone, he murmured. 18 years of this, and now Jack is hunting for her. I stilled. What? He sent out multiple squads searching for her. A lethal growl ripped from my chest over my dead body. She's mine, I said, my voice quiet but firm. No one touches her. No one takes her from me. He watched me carefully. She won't stay willingly, Simon. She doesn't trust easily. I knew that. I saw the walls she had built around herself, the way she flinched away from kindness, from me, but I didn't care. She was mine. And I would make her understand. She's not leaving, I said. I don't care what it takes. He nodded. I'll keep tracking Jack's movements. I leaned back, my mind already spinning with plans. Jack had thrown her away. I would cherish her. Jack had broken her. I would piece her back together. He had damaged her, but I will rebuild her until she shines once again from the inside. I wanted her so much that it physically hurt to picture her with that bastard who had hurt her. And if he came for her, I would make sure he never got the chance to hurt her again. Aisha's POV. I hesitated before opening the door. My heart pounded in my chest as I braced myself for whatever was coming. When I finally turned the handle, Simon stood before me. His broad frame filled the doorway, his expression unreadable. But there was something in his eyes, something somber, almost conflicted. I swallowed hard. I'm not a spy, I said firmly. I don't know what they told you, but I am not here to spy on you. Silence stretched between us. A part of me expected anger, maybe even aggression. Simon was an alpha, a warrior. He had no reason to trust me, a rogue from his enemy's pack. But instead of lashing out, he did something that left me completely stunned. He pulled me into his arms. I stiffened. His warmth surrounded me, his strong embrace holding me securely against his chest. I could hear the steady thump of his heartbeat, feel the heat of his skin even through his shirt. You're staying here? He murmured against my hair. With me. Shock rippled through me. His voice was low, commanding, but there was something else beneath it, desperation. I pulled back slightly, looking up at him. Why do you keep insisting? His jaw clenched and his golden eyes burned into mine. Because I've been waiting for my mate. My breath caught in my throat. The mate bond. I should have expected this. Every werewolf dreamed of their fated mate, of that undeniable pull that tied two souls together. But I knew better. I shook my head. The mate bond is unreliable, I said quietly. His eyes darkened. Why do you say that? Because my father thought the same way, I whispered. After my mother died, he found my stepmother. He thought she was his second chance, but she wasn't. My hands curled into fists. She was a nightmare. He exhaled, his hold on me tightening briefly before he let go. I know what it's like to lose someone, he admitted. My parents, they had the kind of bond most people dream of. My father never recovered after my mother passed. Some people try to fill the void, but it doesn't always work. I looked away, my chest tightening. Simon's belief in fate and bonds would never align with my own experiences. We were too different. I'm still leaving, I said softly. His entire body went rigid. You're running from me, he accused. I shook my head. I'm not running from you. I'm running toward my dream. His eyes narrowed slightly. What dream? I took a deep breath, hesitating for a moment before I spoke. My mother died giving birth to me. My father died on the battlefield from a wound that could have been treated if help had come sooner. I looked up at him, forcing myself to stay strong. I don't want more people to lose their loved ones. That's why I became a doctor, so that I can save lives, as many lives as possible. He was silent, listening intently. But if I stay here, I can only save a handful of people, I continued. That's not enough. The neutral hospital, it's the only place I can make a real difference. It's where my mother once worked. I want to go there. He studied me carefully, his expression unreadable. Then, in a low voice, he asked, You're sure? I nodded. I have to go, Simon. A muscle ticked in his jaw. For a moment, I thought he would try to argue again, but then he exhaled and stepped back. I don't like it, he admitted, but I respect it. A strange warmth spread through me at his words. I didn't expect him to give in so easily since he was so adamant about me staying here, but too bad. I couldn't waste my skills here, not when they had a capable doctor, although her head isn't screwed on right, but I think she has them covered. I looked at him, and he smiled, that soft smile that always made my heart skip. But then his expression darkened. There's something you need to know, he said. Jack attacked my pack. My breath hitched. His voice was low, dangerous. "I didn't want you to know, but since you are insisting on leaving my care, you should know he has the whole pack looking for you." Fear curled in my stomach. I was such a fool to think getting what I wanted was going to be so easy. But things are never easy for me. Jack wouldn't let me go so easily. Jack's POV. I slammed my fist against the heavy oak desk, the force cracking the wood. My breathing was ragged, my wolf snarling within me, restless and agitated, just like I had been. Aisha. Ever since she disappeared, something inside me had changed. My wolf was a controlled one, but he sure has been erratic since. I felt an unbearable craving for her scent, a hunger I couldn't satisfy. I ground my teeth. I shouldn't feel this way. I had rejected Aisha. I had cast her aside for Lisa. But now I regretted it. I regretted it so much that it was driving me crazy. My fingers dug into the splintered surface of the desk. "Still no trace?" I growled, my voice dangerously low. My beta Cole stiffened. "No, Alpha, she's vanished." "Vanished?" I repeated mockingly, then let out a cold chuckle. "A rogue without a pack can't just disappear. It's just not possible." Cole hesitated. "Unless," voicing the thought that circled my head. Just unless Simon had her. The name alone sent rage boiling in my veins. Simon and I had never been on good terms, but after my recent attack on his southern territory, our rivalry had turned into all-out war. He had humiliated me, counterattacking so swiftly that I lost 2 of my strongest territories, all because of the severed mate bond. I growled under my breath, my wolf howling in frustration. Losing Aisha had weakened me in ways I hadn't expected. I had dismissed the bond before, thinking it insignificant, thinking I could discard her like a broken tool. But now I was paying for that mistake. And if Simon had Aisha, I clenched my fists. He would kill her. He wasn't the type to let an enemy's former pack member live. Aisha wouldn't have lasted a day in his hands. Unless she was still alive, unless she was still with him. The thought made my vision blur with fury. I lashed out, sending the broken remains of my desk flying across the room. "Find her!" I barked at Cole. "Track her scent. Search every rogue territory. I don't care how long it takes. Bring her back to me." He bowed quickly and left. I took a deep breath, trying to push down the gnawing sense of loss, the growing frustration twisting in my gut. I needed relief, a little something to dull the anger burning in my veins, and Lisa knew exactly how to do that. She was kneeling between my legs, her fingers tracing up my thighs. Her lips wrapped around me, working my nerves in an attempt to ease my tension. For a moment, I let myself sink into it, my head tilting back, a groan escaping my throat. But it wasn't enough. Even as she moved, even as she tried to please me, she felt wrong. She wasn't Aisha. She wasn't my mate. Disgust curled in my stomach. I pushed her away roughly, standing to my feet. She stumbled slightly, but quickly recovered, smiling up at me with a seductive glint in her eyes. "What's wrong, Alpha?" she purred, pressing her bare chest against me. I grabbed her by the throat. She gasped, her hands flying to my wrist as I tightened my grip. "The pack needs your father's inheritance," I said coldly. "That was the only reason you were to be my Luna." Her face paled. I almost chuckled. Did she think I liked her? "But you can't access that money, can you?" I continued, my grip tightening just enough to make her squirm. "Which means you're useless to me." She choked. "Jack, wait." I shoved her away. "Take Lisa and her mother to the dungeons," I ordered the guards standing at the door. These 2 vipers made me lose my mate. She screamed as they grabbed her. "Fucking bitch." "Jack, please," she begged. "You can't do this. I know where Aisha is." I froze. She coughed, struggling against the guard's grip, desperation flashing in her eyes. "The neutral hospital," she gasped. "She always dreamed of going there. If she's anywhere, that's where she'll be." A slow, dark smile stretched across my lips. "The neutral hospital?" I murmured, rolling the thought over in my mind. She nodded quickly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Please, Jack, let me go." I stepped closer and wrapped a hand around her chin, forcing her to look up at me. "You should have told me sooner." She whimpered. I turned to Cole, who had just re-entered the room. "Lead a squad of warriors to the neutral hospital," I ordered, my voice sharp as a blade. "Blockade every entrance. No one gets in or out." He smirked. "And if they refuse to hand her over?" I let out a cold laugh. "Then we burn it down," Lisa gasped. "Jack, no. The neutral hospital is sacred ground." I grabbed her jaw harshly, making her yelp. Nothing is sacred to me, Lisa. Not even you or your useless mother. Her body trembled beneath my grip. I released her with a shove and turned to the guards. Throw her in the dungeon. She screamed as they dragged her away. I turned back to Cole. Aisha belongs to me, I said, my voice dark and possessive, and if anyone stands in my way, they die. Aisha's POV. I had made my decision. After talking with Simon, I realized that leaving now, with Jack still searching for me, would be reckless. No matter how much I wanted to pursue my dreams, I wouldn't make it far if I was dead. For now, I had to wait. To distract myself from my own frustrations, I threw myself into work at the PAC hospital. Healing was what I did best. It was the only thing that made me feel like I was truly in control. I was checking on an injured warrior when I saw a familiar figure moving gracefully between patients. Emma. She had her sleeves rolled up, hands stained with medicine as she carefully bandaged a young soldier's wound. I hadn't expected to see her here, but I was impressed. Despite her delicate appearance, she wasn't afraid of hard work. When she noticed me, her expression softened, and she gave me a small wave. I walked over and helped her secure the last of the wrappings. She smiled at me and then brought her fingers up, moving them in fluid motions. "Thank you." I smiled back. "You don't need to thank me. We're both here to help." Emma looked hesitant for a moment before signing something else. "Come with me." I hesitated, but something in her eyes told me she had something important to say. Nodding, I followed her as she led me out of the hospital and down the street toward a small, warm-looking restaurant. Once inside, we sat at a quiet table in the corner. Emma seemed a little shy, her fingers hesitating before she finally signed. I wanted to apologize for before. I blinked. For what? She looked down, rubbing her fingers together before responding. "For slapping you." Ah, I had nearly forgotten about that incident in all the chaos. At the time I had been furious, thinking she was just another woman trying to defend Catherine. But now, watching her expression, I saw only sincerity. I gave her a small smile. "You were just protecting your brother." She nodded, then signed again. "He needs you." I stiffened. She must have seen the doubt on my face because she quickly continued. "I know you want to leave, but I wish you would stay. My brother has been waiting for his mate for years, and now that he's found you, he needs you more than you realize." I sighed, shaking my head. "I already talked to Simon about this. My dream is to be a doctor at the neutral hospital. Staying here means I can only help a small number of people. That's not enough for me." She studied me for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I admire your strength." I smiled wryly. Strength isn't something I chose. It was forced upon me. Her expression darkened slightly, and I realized I had let too much slip. I didn't want to talk about my past right now. Instead, I changed the subject. "You're lucky, you know," I said gently. "Simon loves you so much." Her face fell and she lowered her gaze. "But what if my mate doesn't accept me?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" Her fingers trembled slightly as she signed her next words. "What if he doesn't want someone who can't speak?" My heart ached for her. I had always admired her strength, despite her disability. She carried herself with quiet confidence. But now, seeing this moment of doubt, I realized just how much she feared rejection. I reached across the table and squeezed her hand. "Emma, any mate who can't see your worth doesn't deserve you. You are strong, intelligent, and kind. Your voice doesn't define you." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, then slowly she nodded. A small, grateful smile spread across her face. "Thank you." Just as I was about to respond, a loud commotion erupted from outside. The restaurant doors burst open and a warrior rushed in, his face stricken with panic. "Haynes has been stabbed," he shouted, "with silver." I shot to my feet, my chair scraping against the floor. Silver. That meant whoever attacked him had intended to kill him, seeing as silver was dangerous. Without thinking, I bolted from the restaurant, sprinting toward the hospital. My mind raced as I pushed past the gathered crowd outside, shoving through the doors. The moment I stepped inside, I saw him. He lay on the hospital bed, his skin pale and clammy. A deep gash ran across his abdomen, seeping blood. The scent of burning flesh filled the air where the silver had touched his skin. I rushed forward, only to be shoved back. I stumbled, catching myself just in time to see Catherine standing before me, her arms crossed, her face twisted in cold fury. "Get out," she snapped. I narrowed my eyes. Move. She lifted her chin. You have no place here, spy. Murmurs spread through the warriors gathered around us. I clenched my fists. I'm a doctor. Haynes is dying. I don't care what you think of me. He needs treatment now. She sneered. You expect us to believe you're just a doctor? You're Alpha Jack's spy. I won't let you near our people. I was shaking with rage. I had tolerated her jealousy, her possessiveness over Simon, her constant insults. But now she was letting her hatred get in the way of saving a life. I took a step forward. Move, Catherine, or... I said out, she snapped, gesturing to the warriors beside her. Remove her from the hospital. Before they could grab me, a deep, authoritative growl echoed through the room. Enough. The entire room froze. Simon stepped inside, his presence commanding. His eyes flickered gold as he walked toward us, radiating power. Catherine, he said coolly, do you need me to remind you of your place? Catherine stiffened. Alpha, I was only trying to... learn your place. The words were sharp, a deadly warning. He turned to the warriors. Stand down. They immediately obeyed, stepping away from me. Then his eyes met mine. Treat him, Aisha. For a brief second I hesitated, not because I doubted his command. No, it was the way he said my name, like I belonged here, like I was his. I shook the thought away and nodded. Without wasting another second, I rushed to Haynes' side, pushing all distractions aside. Catherine stood there, trembling with barely concealed rage. And for the first time, Simon turned his cold, unwavering glare on her. You will never question my Luna again. My hands froze. My heart stopped. No, I wasn't his Luna. Aisha's POV. I am not your Luna. The words left my lips before I could think twice. The weight of the title, the claim, was suffocating. It didn't matter that Simon had said it with authority. It didn't matter that the entire pack had heard him. It wasn't true. I didn't want to be anybody's Luna, not if I will be treated the same way Jack treated me. Silence stretched between us. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating, but I refused to back down. Simon's golden eyes met mine, unreadable, but before he could respond, a pained groan broke through the moment. Haynes. I immediately turned to him, my sharp eyes scanning the deep wound on his leg. The silver had burned through his flesh, the surrounding tissue raw and festering. Infection had already set in. If he didn't receive proper treatment soon, he wouldn't last another week. We need to get him to the hospital now, I said firmly. But he shook his head. I'll be fine, Heskey muttered through gritted teeth. I'm not that weak. I narrowed my eyes. You've been stabbed with silver. Your body isn't healing properly. He smirked weakly. I'm a warrior. It'll heal on its own. I clenched my fists, barely suppressing my frustration. Healing on your own means risking infection, risking losing the leg entirely, or worse, dying. And for what? Pride? His smirk faltered slightly, but he remained stubborn. I turned to Simon. This is because of you. His expression darkened. What? I jabbed a finger at Haynes. This ridiculous mentality. That being tough means ignoring pain. That warriors should act like they're invincible. My voice rose, fueled by frustration. You might be the alpha, but you're leading them to an early grave if you don't start valuing their lives. The room fell silent. Warriors shifted uncomfortably. His jaw tightened, his gaze locked onto mine. For a moment I thought he'd argue, but instead, he turned his head slightly, glancing at Haynes' injury. That hesitation was all I needed. Turning back to the crowd, I lifted my chin and spoke, my voice carrying through the room. In times of war, every warrior's life is precious. You fight for your pack, your families, your future. But what use is that if you throw yourselves away for pride? Timely medical treatment is not weakness. It's being smart. I could see warriors listening, some nodding in agreement. Then a sharp, cutting voice interrupted me. She's fear-mongering. Catherine. She stepped forward, arms crossed over her chest, her expression twisted with disdain. I am in charge of medical care here, and I don't recall giving you permission to spread panic. I let out a short laugh. Panic? This isn't panic. It's basic medical knowledge, something you clearly lack. I gestured toward Haynes. If I had left him in your care, he would have been dead in a week. Your negligence nearly cost this pack its strongest warrior, the Alpha. A murmur spread through the crowd, her face twisted with rage. You. Enough, Simon's voice cut through like steel. She spun toward him. Simon, she's disrespecting. Leave. The single word froze her in place. Her face drained of color. "You're siding with her?" she whispered. His golden eyes glowed slightly. "I do not tolerate incompetence. Get out." She staggered back, as if slapped. Her lips trembled, but when she realized he wasn't going to take back his words, she turned sharply on her heel and stormed out. The tension in the air lingered, but I wasn't done. I turned to Simon, my voice calm but firm. "If you want your warriors to survive this war, change the way you lead. Start by making it clear that seeking medical help isn't cowardice." He studied me for a long moment. Then, in front of everyone, he nodded once. In a low, authoritative voice, he spoke to his warriors. "From this day forward, no warrior under my command will let stubbornness cost them their life." His golden gaze swept over the crowd. "Your survival is the priority. Never mistake unnecessary suffering for strength." I let out a slow breath. Finally, with that, I turned back to Haynes. "I'm taking him into surgery." No one dared to argue this time. The operation lasted hours. The silver poisoning had spread faster than I expected, and the infection was worse than I had feared. If I had been even a day late, the damage would have been irreversible. But I had managed to save him. Exhausted, I finally stepped out of the operating room, rubbing my forehead. The moment I turned the corner, I saw him. Simon, leaning casually against the wall, arms crossed. His golden eyes locked onto mine the moment I emerged. I sighed. I don't have the energy for another argument right now. He didn't move. Instead, he stepped forward, and before I could react, he scooped me up into his arms. "What the?" I gasped, struggling. "Put me down." He ignored me, his grip firm but careful as he carried me effortlessly down the hall. "Simon," I hissed. "What the hell are you doing?" His voice was smooth, completely unbothered. "Taking care of you." "I don't need taking care of." He finally glanced down at me, his golden gaze flickering with heat. "You just spent hours saving a life after fighting for warriors who don't even see their own worth. You need rest," I scowled. "I can walk." "I know," his lips curved slightly. "But I like carrying you." My face burned. This man, he was insufferable. Yet for some reason, as much as I hated his arrogance, I didn't struggle as much as I probably should have. Aisha's POV. For the first time in years, I slept without nightmares. Simon's arms around me were warm and steady, an anchor in the darkness of my mind. I wanted to fight the comfort, to remind myself that I was still leaving, that this moment wasn't meant to last, but exhaustion had won. His scent surrounded me in his bed. It was enormous, too large for just one person, and yet he made sure there was no space between us. When I had hesitated earlier, his sharp golden eyes had told me everything. No one in the pack would dare prepare a second bed. And so I had given in, partly because I was too drained to argue, but mostly because, for once, it didn't feel like I had to be on guard. As I lay there, my fingers absently traced the edge of his shirt, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breathing beneath my touch. Haynes would survive. That single thought gave me relief, grounding me in the reality of my purpose. This was why I wanted to study medicine, to ensure fewer lives were lost unnecessarily, to prevent people from suffering simply because no one acted in time. I didn't want people dying around me. It made me physically sick to my stomach. I turned slightly in his arms, facing him. His expression was relaxed in sleep, his features were peaceful. He looked different like this, less like the imposing alpha that commanded absolute respect, and more like someone who could be gentle, who could... I cut the thought off before it could take root. This closeness, this warmth, it wouldn't last. I couldn't allow myself to get used to it. Not to bring up the past, but I let myself get used to Jack, and look how it played out for me in the end. I became a rogue because I trusted the wrong man. I exhaled slowly, shifting to sit up. I hesitated for a moment, then lightly touched the bandages around his thigh where he had been wounded in battle. The injury had mostly healed, as expected. In another week, he'd be fine. In another week, I'd be gone. Gone from his life like I never existed, and he would back to his aggressive routine of fending off Catherine and her league of alpha-hungry she-wolves. I don't know why the sight of that pissed me off. I didn't want him anywhere close to them for any reason other than medical purposes. My fingers lingered on his leg longer than necessary, lost in thought. Then, before I could react, a strong hand snapped around my wrist. In a blur, I found myself pinned beneath him, my back sinking into the mattress as his body hovered over mine. "Trying to run already?" His voice was low, rough from sleep, and entirely too smug. I glared up at him, my heart slamming against my ribs. I was checking your injury. One corner of his mouth lifted in a smirk. And, I scowled, you'll be fine in a week. His eyes darkened slightly, but before I could figure out why, he leaned closer. That means you're still planning to leave. I sucked in a breath. His weight pressed down on me just enough to make me hyper-aware of how little space there was between us. I told you, I said carefully, this pack is not my home. I need to go to the neutral hospital. His fingers brushed against my wrist, slow and deliberate. What if I don't want you to leave? I forced myself to hold his gaze. Then it won't matter what you want. His smirk faltered. A shadow passed over his features, but before he could say anything, I flipped us over with a sharp twist of my hips. Now I was the one pinning him down. He blinked up at me, and for a brief second there was genuine surprise in his eyes. I smirked, mirroring his earlier expression. You're not the only one who knows how to fight. His hands moved to my waist, his grip firm but unhurried. Oh, I know. His voice had dropped, something unreadable lurking beneath it. My breath hitched as his fingers traced slow circles over my hip. The air between us shifted, something unspoken pulling tight like a bowstring. This was dangerous. This was alpha. Charlie's voice broke through in a sharp mind link. Simon tensed beneath me, his head tilting slightly in response to the intrusion. I took the opportunity to shove against his chest, rolling off him before he could react. He let out a low, irritated growl, his eyes narrowing at the interruption. What? He answered through the mind link, his voice filled with clear annoyance. I took the moment to gather myself, my pulse still too fast. That was too close. I needed to get out of here now. Simon's POV. Charlie was lucky he wasn't in the room right now. If he had been, I might have actually strangled him. For the second time in the span of an hour, he had interrupted me, just when things were getting steamy for me. I clenched my fists, exhaling through my nose as I pushed down my frustration. Damn it. What? I snapped through the mind link, my patience already hanging by a thread. Jack's men have surrounded the neutral hospital. His response came immediately. My jaw tightened. So that bastard had predicted Aisha would go there. What did he think would happen? A flicker of satisfaction coursed through me. I had been right to keep her here. If she had left any earlier, she would have walked straight into a trap. Do they know she's still in our pack? I asked, already heading toward my office. Not yet, Charlie replied, but it won't be long before they start searching nearby territories. I swore under my breath. This situation was turning into a goddamn mess. By the time I reached my office, Charlie was already waiting, looking tense. Before we could speak further, the door creaked open behind me. I turned just in time to see Aisha walk in. She had no idea what we had been discussing, thank the moon goddess, but her expression was resolute. I'm going to the neutral hospital, she declared. Damn it. I rubbed a hand over my face. Why did everything have to be so complicated with her? Aisha, I started, my voice dangerously low. I've already delayed too long, she cut me off, stepping forward. Every night I waste here means more people dying without help. I won't stand by and do nothing. My patience snapped. Do you have any idea what's waiting for you outside? I said, my tone sharper than I intended. Jack has people searching for you. You wouldn't make it halfway before they... You sound just like him. The words landed like a physical blow. I stumbled slightly at the impact. I stiffened. What? You're just like Jack, she said, her eyes flashing with defiance. You think you can control my choices, dictate where I go and what I do, as if my decisions don't matter. I stared at her, the accusation sinking in. Like Jack? I was nothing like that bastard. He cheated on her and casted her aside like a piece of gum. I'm trying to keep you alive, I growled. And I'm trying to save lives, she snapped back. Just because you're afraid of what could happen to me doesn't mean you get to keep me locked away. Afraid? I scoffed, anger flaring hot in my chest. Do you think this is just about fear? This is about you. You have no idea how dangerous things are right now. Her fists clenched at her sides. No, what I know is that you refuse to see me as anything but a weakling who needs protecting. Because you do. The words were out before I could stop them. The room fell into a tense silence. Her eyes darkened. I see. I knew that tone, knew what was coming next. You're just like every other alpha, she said coldly. You think strength is about power and control, but real strength is making choices for yourself, even when people like you try to take them away. I exhaled sharply, struggling to hold on to my temper. You're not thinking straight, I said, forcing myself to stay calm. Jack took everything from me, she interrupted. And now you're trying to take the one thing I have left, the right to choose my own future. Her words cut deeper than I expected. I hated this. Hated that she thought I was like him. But more than that, I hated that she was right. If I had to chain her here to keep her safe, would I? Would I really strip her of her choices to ensure she stayed by my side? My grip on the edge of my desk tightened. I wanted to force her to understand and to see that this wasn't about control, but about protecting her. But she wouldn't listen. And I couldn't let her leave, even if it meant making her hate me. Aisha, I said, my voice low with finality, you're not leaving this pack. Her hands trembled slightly at her sides, her fury and frustration palpable. You have no right, she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. You can't take this from me. I clenched my jaw. Watch me. She took a step forward, her fists shaking, and then my wolf lunged forward, seizing control of my body. I staggered, gripping the desk as a rush of heat flooded through my veins. My vision blurred for half a second before sharpening again, and when I spoke next, my voice was no longer just mine. You can go. She blinked in shock. What? I internally snarled at my wolf. What the hell are you doing? My wolf chuckled darkly. Use your brain, Simon. Let her go. That doesn't mean we have to let her stay there. Realization slammed into me. He was right. Aisha thought that I was keeping her here for selfish reasons. But if I let her leave on my terms, then I could keep her safe without her even realizing it. She wouldn't make it to the neutral hospital without running into Jack's men. But she also wouldn't be traveling alone. If I played this right, she'd never be out of my reach. I straightened, looking Aisha dead in the eyes. If you're determined to go, I won't stop you. She stared at me like I had grown a second head. You're serious? Yes, her lips parted slightly as if she didn't quite believe it. Then, slowly, she exhaled. Thank you. I nodded, but inside, my wolf and I were already making plans. I never played fair. Aisha's POV. I had packed light. A few medical books, some essentials, nothing that would weigh me down. I wasn't planning to stay at the neutral hospital forever, after all. Just long enough to do my part, to help the wounded, and then I would figure out what came next. Emma stood beside me, fidgeting with the sleeves of her sweater. When I turned to her, she suddenly threw her arms around me in a tight hug. Emma. She pulled back, smiling, but I could see the shimmer of tears in her eyes. She was holding back. Don't do that, I murmured, brushing her cheek lightly. Don't act like I'm walking into my grave. Her lips quirked up in a small, sad smile. She raised her hands, signing quickly. You promise you'll come back? I exhaled, nodding. Of course. I still have to teach you medicine, don't I? Her smile widened, and this time the sadness in her gaze lessened. The warriors had gathered as well, murmuring their farewells. A few of them urged me to stay safe, while others pounded their fists over their chests in respect. It was more than I had expected. I had only been here a short time, yet somehow it felt hard to leave. But I had to go. Simon had arranged 2 cars for the journey. He stood by his flashy black Land Rover, arms crossed as he watched me approach. Shotgun, he said, nodding toward the passenger seat. I frowned. You're seriously making me sit next to you? Of course, he said smoothly. I need to keep an eye on you. Who knows? You might try to escape halfway. I rolled my eyes. You are so overbearing. He grinned, completely unfazed. You love it. I refused to dignify that with a response. Behind us, an SUV idled with Simon's most trusted warriors inside. They would be escorting us to the neutral hospital, though I still wasn't sure why so many were needed. Paranoia? Or did Simon know something I didn't? I slid into the passenger seat and Simon climbed into the driver's side. The engine rumbled to life, and we rolled down the road, the SUV following close behind. For the first half of the trip, Simon was so chatty. This is my first time being a chauffeur, he said dramatically. A 5-star rating would be much appreciated. I scoffed. With your driving, you're getting 3 stars at best. He gasped in mock horror. How dare you doubt an alpha's abilities? I laughed, shaking my head. You're impossible. It was easy. Too easy. The way we joked, the way he teased me, it was almost like he was trying to make me forget that this was goodbye. And for a while, I let myself play along. Then, just as I was starting to relax, a sharp beep rang through the car. His hand flew to the dashboard, silencing the alarm. His entire demeanor shifted in an instant. The playful, teasing alpha was gone. Now, he was all sharp focus and coiled tension. "Pull over," he ordered through the mind link. His tone clipped. The SUV behind us slowed to a stop as we pulled onto the side of the road. "Simon?" I asked, my stomach twisting. "What's going on?" He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he tapped something on the dashboard screen, his eyes scanning the feed. Then, his jaw locked. "Something's happened at the neutral hospital," he said darkly. My heart stuttered. "What do you mean?" I pressed. "What happened?" His eyes flicked to mine, then back to the screen. "I don't know yet." But I could feel the tension rolling off of him in waves. Something was wrong. Before I could push further, a rustling sound echoed from the trees. His head snapped up. Then, out of the shadows, they emerged. Werewolf warriors, dozens of them, stepped onto the road, their bodies forming a solid blockade around the vehicles. Their uniforms bore an unmistakable insignia. My stomach plummeted. Silver Lake Pack. A cold wave of realization crashed over me. Jack had taken over the neutral hospital. The warriors moved in, forming a tight perimeter. Their leader, "This land is now under Silver Lake Pack jurisdiction," he declared. "You have two choices, surrender or be eliminated." I barely heard Simon's sharp intake of breath over the roaring in my ears. No, this wasn't just an attack. This wasn't just another territorial dispute. Jack had taken the one place that was supposed to be neutral, a safe haven. This was a declaration of war. The air grew thick with tension. Simon's hand drifted toward the gear shift, but his movements were slow, measured. He was calculating, assessing, but I already knew what he was thinking. There was no way in hell we were surrendering. Aisha's POV. "Step out of the vehicle." The command rang through the air. I froze. The warriors surrounding us weren't just any werewolves. They bore the unmistakable emblem of the Silver Lake Pack. Jack. He had found me. It wasn't a coincidence that they were here. They were looking for me. A violent shudder ran through me as memories of everything he had done resurfaced. The cold dungeons, the pain. His cruel smirk as he reminded me that I was nothing but his possession. No, I would not go back. Simon's hand suddenly closed over mine, firm and grounding. His warmth seeped into my skin, steadying the tremors that had overtaken me. He leaned in, his lips brushing against my ear as he whispered, "You have nothing to fear. I'll never let anyone take you." His voice was the anchor I needed to comfort me in my train of thoughts. I met his gaze, and for the first time since this ambush began, the panic clawing at my chest loosened its grip. Then I saw it, the silent exchange between him and Charlie, a single look, and suddenly it all made sense. They had known. They had known before we even left that the neutral hospital was compromised and had fallen under Jack's control. That's why Simon had fought so hard to keep me from coming. A surge of regret coiled in my gut. I should have listened to him. He tightened his grip on the wheel, his jaw clenched, his muscles coiled with tension. Something was about to happen. "Hold on," he warned. Then he slammed his foot on the gas. The tires shrieked as the car lurched forward, smashing through the warriors, blocking our path. The force sent some of them flying, but others leaped onto the roof, their claws raking across the metal. Behind us, the SUV screeched forward, closely following our erratic path. But the enemy wasn't giving up. A loud thud sounded as a warrior landed on the hood, snarling through the windshield. His silver eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he raised his claws, preparing to rip through the glass. Simon let out a feral growl. In the blink of an eye, he threw open the door and leaped out, his body shifting midair into his massive, midnight black wolf. His wolf was terrifying. A monstrous beast of pure muscle, radiating power with every movement. His warriors followed his lead, abandoning the SUV and shifting seamlessly into battle. The air was filled with furious snarls and the sound of flesh tearing, claws slashed, teeth snapped, blood sprayed across the asphalt. Simon fought like a beast unleashed, his movements precise and brutal. But I saw it, the faint stiffness in his leg. His injury wasn't fully healed. He's pushing himself too hard. My grip tightened around the silver bullet gun Simon had pressed into my hands earlier. I wasn't a warrior. I wasn't built for battle, but I couldn't just stand here. Crouching behind the car, I scanned the battlefield. That's when I saw him, a werewolf standing at the edge, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue sheen. Mind-linking, calling for reinforcements. If he succeeded, we were dead. My pulse pounded. I had never used a gun outside of training. I had never taken a life. But if I hesitated now, if I let him finish that link, Simon and the others wouldn't survive this fight. My hands trembled as I raised the gun. The weight of it was suffocating. I inhaled sharply, steadied my shaking fingers, and squeezed the trigger. A deafening bang shattered the night. The werewolf collapsed instantly. I had just killed someone. The gun felt like a block of ice in my hands. My stomach twisted. A doctor, a healer, and I had just... The nausea came fast. A dizzying wave of it crashed over me. I swayed on my feet, the battlefield around me turning into a blurred mess of blood and chaos. Then, Aisha, watch out. Simon's voice was raw with urgency. I barely had time to turn before a pair of claws slashed toward me. There was no time to dodge, no time to react. This is it. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the pain. But instead of searing agony, there was a dull thud, followed by the sound of ripping flesh. I opened my eyes, and everything stopped. Simon stood in front of me, his chest rising and falling heavily. A deep wound ran across his shoulder, fresh blood gushing from it. The warrior who had attacked me lay lifeless on the ground, his throat torn out. Simon had taken the blow for me. For a moment, all I could do was stare. Then, Simon. My voice cracked as I lurched forward. He swayed slightly but caught himself, his wolf eyes flashing. I told you, he rasped. I would never let anyone take you. His blood was everywhere, dripping onto the cracked pavement, staining his skin. Something inside me snapped. I had spent my whole life healing others. But him, this infuriating, overbearing, reckless alpha, he had shielded me with his own body. Aisha's POV. Simon's growl echoed in my ears as he twisted around, his movements still impossibly fast despite his injury. With a sickening crack, he snapped the attacking werewolf's neck in one swift motion. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground. I barely had a second to process it before Simon barked out the command, "Retreat!" His voice was sharp, filled with authority, but I could hear the strain beneath it. The blood still poured from his shoulder, the mess staining his torn shirt, staining his skin. I wanted to scream at him to stop moving, to let me tend to him, but there was no time. More of Jack's warriors were closing in, their furious snarls filling the night air. I instinctively prayed so that no harm would come to them. Charlie and the others wasted no time in obeying. They fought their way back to the vehicles, forcing a path through the oncoming enemies. A hand grabbed my wrist, Simon's. His grip was tight despite his injury. "Move, Aisha." His voice was hoarse, commanding. I moved. We sprinted toward the car, my heart hammering with fear, not for myself but for him. Every step he took was unsteady, his strength waning. As soon as we were inside, Charlie slammed on the gas and the SUV peeled away from the chaos. I turned to Simon, my stomach twisting at what I saw. His blood was turning black. No, my breath caught. Silver poisoning. Jack's warriors had coated their claws with silver. That bastard! He had stooped to this level, using a poison designed to burn through a werewolf's bloodstream, one that even an alpha would struggle to survive. He was pulling all the stops and playing all the dirty tricks in the world, just to further his agenda. It was truly appalling. If I see him, I would punch the living soul from him. Yes, I could save lives, but I would like to take his. The satisfaction I would feel from it might be stronger than my desire for Simon. My hands trembled as I pressed against Simon's wound, trying to slow the spread. "Stay awake," I ordered, my voice breaking. "I need you to stay awake, Simon." He let out a rough chuckle. "You're bossy when you're worried." I shot him a glare. "Shut up and let me help you." His smirk faded as his breathing grew more labored. I hated the way his face paled, the way his usual strength was slipping from him. I hated that it was because of me. If I didn't insist on leaving, then he wouldn't feel the need to prove to me that things were bad, that Jack had seized control of the one place I could have belonged. I hated that he endangered sick and ailing people just to do this. Did he really seize control of the neutral hospital, to punish or find me? I was so disgusted with his behavior. I thought his attitude, The one he displayed back in his pack was the worst he could ever exhibit, but this just blew me off. If I still had my wolf, I could have accelerated his healing, but I was helpless, a doctor without the one ability that would have saved him faster. I had never despised myself more. Jack hurt Simon. There was no forgiveness from me or him. He was as good as dead to me right now. I would bring down everything just to make sure he suffers as much as I have, for the false hope he gave me when I thought I finally had someone by my side through all those times, but he was just a snake waiting for the perfect time to shed his skin. I had seen it. Nothing in there but a wretched, power-hungry, and less compassionate person who was not fit to be a leader or by anybody's side. The moment we reached the pack's hospital, I threw the car door open and barked orders. Get me a sterile room, silver neutralizing agents, and a blood transfusion kit, now! Simon was barely conscious as we hauled him inside, his body slumping against me. His weight nearly brought me to my knees, but I refused to let go. Stay with me, I whispered. Please. I wasn't sure if he even heard me. Wasn't even sure why I whispered. I was grasping at straws. Charlie and the warriors laid him on the operating table, their faces grim. Are you sure you can handle this alone? Charlie asked. I lifted my gaze to meet his. No one else touches him. Charlie hesitated, but at my fierce expression he gave a stiff nod and stepped back. I turned to Simon, swallowing down my fear. 3 hours. 3 hours of surgery. 3 hours of fighting to pull the silver out of his body before it spread to his heart. I worked with single-minded focus, my hands steady despite the way my entire body trembled inside. Every second counted. Every stitch mattered. At one point his breathing faltered. My heart stopped. But I forced air into his lungs, forced his heart to keep beating, forced his body to fight. You're not dying on me, Simon, you hear me? You can't fucking die on me. The silver poison was relentless, but I was more relentless. By the time I pulled the last trace of it from his wound, my hands were soaked in blood. My limbs were weak with exhaustion. But he was alive. His condition had stabilized. I let out a breath, and I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Then I sank into the chair beside his bed, watching the slow rise and fall of his chest. Relief flooded me, stealing what little strength I had left. The guilt and adrenaline followed through, taking my breath alongside with it. For the first time since the attack, I let my guard down, and the moment I did, darkness swallowed me whole. Jack's POV. Seizing control of the neutral hospital had been a tactical masterstroke. For years, this place had been a breeding ground for weakness, idealists who thought neutrality could save them from the chaos of war. But war didn't work like that. You were either a predator or prey. And now, these so-called doctors had no choice but to serve me. Some of them even possessed healing magic, a rare gift that could make warriors nearly indestructible. No wonder Aisha had always wanted to come here. She had this naive dream that she could change the world one day after the other if she could be here. I knew she would be stubborn to come here even after escaping. Just thinking about her made my blood burn. I had spent years shaping her into mine. She belonged to me, body and soul. I had perfected the act of telling her what she wanted to hear just to make her head turn a little. She was so naive and incredibly stupid to think someone like me would go for someone like her. She didn't understand the concept of power, neither did she understand my need for it. She thought everything was about love, and yet she had slipped through my fingers like water. Because of him, Simon, he had corrupted her, put words in her head just for her to leave? Was that why she had stood up to me, wanting to leave the pack that night? Because she had someone else waiting for her? I chuckled. She must have thought of me like a fool. Someone she was able to fool everyone into thinking she was the victim when she was the one sneaking around with that good-for-nothing alpha. The very thought of him touching her, of her choosing him, sent a violent tremor through me. My claws lengthened involuntarily, digging deep into the wooden surface of my desk, leaving jagged grooves in their wake. He would never have her. Over my dead body, she was an investment that I had cultivated to fetch me back more money. Her skills, brain, and wealth, everything of her belongs to me and my pack. A sharp knock on my door snapped me from my rage. My beta Cade entered, his expression unreadable. "Speak," I ordered. "She's with Simon," he said cautiously. "The golden pack has her now. I saw a glimpse of her during the fight. She was helping them. A low, guttural snarl tore from my throat before I could stop it. Fucking Simon. That pathetic excuse for an alpha, that arrogant thief. How dare he take what was mine? It wasn't enough that he took my territory or my power, he still had to take her too. If he touches her, I'll rip him apart, I growled, my wolf pacing inside me, claws itching to shred something. I will make sure he never sees the light of the day. I would take everything from him and make him suffer till there is nothing left for him to salvage. He thought I was harsh with the fights? He is yet to see anything. Cade shifted on his feet. She won't stay with him, he said carefully. Aisha isn't the type to submit easily. I mean, look at what happened to the both of you. She ran away instead of rotting away in that dungeon. I wasn't sure if he was reassuring me or reminding me of what I had lost. Either way, it didn't matter. She would be mine again, soon enough. I opened my mouth to order a search party, but Cade spoke again. There's more, he said, and this time his voice held satisfaction. I lifted an eyebrow. Then speak. He smirked. Simon was injured in a fight with our warriors. The silver poisoning got him, and he is severely injured. I stilled. For a moment there was silence. Then, slowly, a dark, cruel smile crept onto my lips. Injured? My hands clenched into fists, but this time, it wasn't in rage, it was in satisfaction. I didn't think he would be hurt, but that was a win for me. I slammed my fist down onto my desk, the wood splintering beneath my strength. This was it. Simon was strong, but without his speed, without his strength, he was nothing but a wounded animal waiting to be put down. This was my chance to get back what was rightfully man now that he was down. We would never have another chance to catch him unawares if not right now. We attack now, I said, my voice a cold whisper. Cade nodded. How many men should I ready? All of them. Simon's warriors were formidable, but they were soft-hearted fools. They believed in honor, in rules. I didn't. Rules were for the weak. They were only meant to slow the ambitious ones down. To slow me down from getting everything I ever wanted. Tell the men to coat their blades with wolfsbane, I ordered. Cade's lips curled into a knowing grin. Clever? It won't kill them outright, I continued, but it will cripple them. If they manage to drag themselves back to the hospital in time, they'll survive. And if they don't? I bared my teeth in a wicked grin. Then they were too weak to serve me in the first place. He smirked in approval. Understood. I'll have them ready within the hour. I leaned back in my chair, feeling the thrill of the hunt coil through my veins. Simon's pack had embarrassed me. They had dared to defy me. They had taken my territory, challenged me every step of the way like I was weak. They had stolen my mate. This wasn't just a battle. It was retribution. What's that saying? An eye for an eye, only this time it's an eye for every part of the body. And when I was done, Aisha would crawl back to me, where she belonged. She would beg me to take her back, and she would work for my love, Simon's POV. The moment I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was her, Aisha. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, her eyes filled with a storm of emotions, relief, guilt, exhaustion. But before I could say anything, I noticed she wasn't alone. Catherine stood in front of her, lips curled into a sneer. I caught the last of her words, venomous, spiteful accusations. Should stay away. You're nothing but a bringer of misfortune. My wolf snapped, a guttural growl ripping through my chest. The heart monitor beside me spiked erratically. Aisha flinched. Catherine spun around, startled. But I wasn't looking at her. I was seething. Who, I said, voice dangerously calm, gave you the audacity to speak to my Luna that way? The room fell into dead silence. Catherine blanched, her mouth opening and closing as if searching for an excuse. Alpha, I was just out. My voice held alpha command, and Catherine staggered back as if struck. Her wolf instinctively submitted, her face twisting in terror as she scrambled to obey. Charlie stood beside her, stiff and uncertain. I turned my glare on him. And you? How could you allow this to happen? His jaw tightened. I? No excuses. My voice was sharp as a blade. Aisha is your Luna. She will be treated with the respect she deserves, or I'll find a beta who can ensure it. If you disrespect, then you are insulting me to my face. I expect you to keep them in line and maintain the order when I am not here too. His face burned with shame. He bowed his head. I understand, Alpha. It won't happen again. I turned to Catherine. She was already turning her fake doe eyes on me. Your days here with this behavior is being counted. Do not piss me off with all these fake possessiveness when we all know you would sleep with anyone who would offer you the position. Do not insult my Luna again. Get out. I let the tension linger for a moment longer before I finally exhaled. Leave us. Charlie nodded and swiftly exited, pulling Catherine with him. The room felt lighter the second they were gone. But Aisha, she hadn't said a word. She wouldn't meet my eyes. I gestured for her to come closer. She hesitated for just a second before stepping forward, but instead of embracing me, instead of yelling at me for scaring her, she started checking my wounds. I stared at her, half amused, half exasperated. Seriously, my lips twitched. You're ignoring everything that just happened to check my injuries? Her brows knitted together in concentration, completely unfazed. You were poisoned with silver, Simon. You could have died. The fierce worry in her voice sent a warmth spreading through my chest. She cared, not just as a doctor, not just as someone repaying a debt, but because it was me. I knew there was a little guilt in there, because I trusted her to blame herself for what happened. She had that much sense of responsibility in her. There was nothing I would tell her that would make it all better. She rather beat herself up about it than accept my assuring words. I didn't want to force her to accept, but I would convince her that none of it was her fault. I peered a look at her, and it gut me with how troubled she looked. She looked exhausted, and I couldn't blame her. She had come here and took over the Pack Hospital's duties, and when she decided to take a break and pursue her dreams, she was thrown back to square one. Working to her last bone to save my warriors, people she didn't know but she knew they needed her. I smiled at her. She needed rest, and she needed to get her mind off of everything that has happened. Still, I couldn't resist teasing her. You know, I murmured, watching her fingers graze my skin. I'd heal much faster if you lay with me. Her hands froze. She glanced up, narrowing her eyes. You're delirious from blood loss, I smirked. I'm completely lucid. She scoffed, clearly unimpressed, but to my delight, she still climbed onto the bed beside me. I pulled her close, inhaling her familiar scent, moonlight and wildflowers. You're warm, she muttered. So are you. I brushed my lips against her temple. Stay. Her body stiffened slightly, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she let out a quiet sigh, relaxing against me. And when I tilted her chin up and kissed her, she kissed me back. My wolf howled in triumph. She was finally starting to accept us, and I would never let her go again. Aisha's POV, his words echoed in my mind. If you lay with me, I'll recover faster. I told myself it was just for the sake of the patient. That was all, nothing more. But then why was my heart pounding like a war drum? I hesitated, my fingers gripping the sheets as I slowly lay beside him, careful not to jostle his wound. But before I could even settle, his arm wrapped around me, pulling me flush against him. I gasped, my body stiffening. Simon? Shh. His voice was low, coaxing, brushing against my skin like the whisper of a storm. Just for a moment. His warmth enveloped me, his scent, dark pine and musk, clouding my senses. My resolve wavered. This was dangerous. I should push him away. I shouldn't want this. But when his lips brushed mine, tentative at first, testing, I didn't move. And when he pressed deeper, his hands tracing gentle patterns along my back, my body melted into him. A soft sigh escaped me, and Simon growled in approval. His grip on me tightened, his kisses turning urgent, filled with raw possession. Aisha, he murmured, his lips trailing along my jawline, down my throat. Each touch sent fire coursing through my veins, leaving me trembling in ways I didn't understand. I clenched the fabric of his shirt, my breath coming in shallow pants. We shouldn't. His teeth grazed my pulse point, making my entire body jolt. Tell me to stop. I should. I needed to. But my lips wouldn't form the words. His hand skimmed down my waist, his fingertips barely ghosting over the curve of my hip. My skin burned in its wake. Do you trust me? He whispered against my ear. The world outside this room ceased to exist. There was only him, his warmth, his scent, the way he made my body come alive in ways I had never felt before. I couldn't speak. I could barely breathe. So I nodded. His eyes darkened with something primal, satisfied. His hand slid under the hem of my blouse, his fingers brushing against the bare skin of my stomach. And then, the alarm blared. The sharp, shrill sound shattered the moment like glass. His body tensed instantly, his wolf surfacing. What the hell? My breath hitched, the heat between us vanishing in an instant, replaced by cold, hard reality. An invasion. I scrambled off the bed just as Charlie burst through the door, his expression grim. Alpha, we have a problem. Simon swung his legs over the side of the bed, ignoring the pain that must have still lingered in his body. Report. The Silver Lake Pack. They've breached the eastern border. Jack. A chill ran down my spine. Jack was nothing but a narcissistic person. I couldn't believe I never noticed it. It was glaring at me all the time, but I was so desperate to be loved, and he was there, saying all the right things for me to believe him. Not knowing that he was playing me and my stepsister like two musical instruments who would sing for him each time he touched them, I hated myself for bringing this woes into this pack who had done nothing but give me refuge. Especially Simon, who had been hurt by Jack every single time. I hated Jack with every fiber of my being, and if this particular fight meant I would get my chance to hurt him, just like he had every single time when I was with him, I would take it. Simon's words brought me back to the present. His conversation with Charlie made me freeze. Simon's face darkened, his jaw clenching. How many? Charlie hesitated. Too many. Simon cursed under his breath and pushed himself up, though his movements were still sluggish from his injuries. You can't fight yet, I protested, grabbing his arm. Your wound. I don't have a choice. His eyes burned as they met mine. He's coming for you. Yes, he had a choice. He could kick me out, or worse, deliver me straight to Jack and be rid of his problems. But even I know that Jack would stop at nothing till he was sure Simon's pack was burnt to the ground. He was here for me. He was doing all of this because of his wounded pride, his anger that I refused to stay back as a side piece and watch him and Lisa betray me till my heart couldn't take it anymore. I wanted to tell Simon not to fight, but I know that would be the wrong thing to say. He had claimed me for himself, and I was afraid he had claimed the problems that followed me because I swallowed hard. Jack was here, and this time I knew he wouldn't stop until he took me back. Aisha's POV. The ground trembled beneath my feet as the war cries of the Silver Lake Pack echoed through the pack. The scent of blood, sweat, and burning wood filled the air, and the hospital was already swamped with the injured. But my focus was entirely on Simon. He was already pulling on his shirt, his muscles tensing as he swung his legs over the side of the bed. His wound was still fresh, the bandages around his torso stained crimson. You cannot be serious, I hissed, moving to block him. You can barely stand. He shot me a sharp look. I don't have a choice. His voice was cold, controlled, but the fire in his eyes told me exactly where his rage was directed. Jack. I grabbed his arm, desperation creeping into my tone. Simon, you're still healing. If you go out there like this, I won't let him take you. His words were low, deadly, final. I froze. For a moment, all I could do was to stare at him. The unshakable resolve in his gaze made my breath catch. Then, before I could argue further, he was gone. Damn him. A sharp pang of helplessness coursed through me, but there was no time to dwell on it. The moment Simon left, Emma came rushing in. Her face was pale, her hands trembling. Aisha, you have to get to the safe room, she signed quickly. I shook my head. I can't. The wounded need me. But I'm a doctor, I said firmly, and my pack needs me. Emma hesitated for only a second before nodding. Then I'll help. Together, we hurried toward the hospital. Chaos in the infirmary. The moment I stepped inside, I realized something horrifying. The entire medical staff was hiding in the safe room. They left the wounded behind. Rage boiled beneath my skin as I took in the disorganized mess, patients screaming in pain, warriors collapsing on the floor, and no one treating them. Catherine stood smugly at the entrance, arms folded. It's protocol, she said when I shot her a glare. Doctors and nurses don't belong in battle. You abandoned them, I spat. She shrugged. What does it matter? Most of them will die anyway. I clenched my fist so hard that my nails bit into my palm. That was it. I pushed past her and took control. Emma, take charge of distributing medical supplies. Prioritize burn victims and open wounds. She nodded and rushed off. I turned to the few nurses still brave enough to remain. We need a triage system, now. Anyone who can walk goes to the left wing for treatment. The critically wounded stay here. Move. The room sprang into action. For the first time that day, order replaced chaos, but then a body was carried in. My heart stopped when I saw who it was. Charlie. He was pale, his chest unmoving. No pulse, a warrior shouted. Catherine smirked. Take him away, she said lazily. He's dead, but no point wasting resources on a corpse. I snapped. I shoved her aside, dropping to my knees beside Charlie's body. Shut the hell up, I snarled at her, pressing my fingers against his neck. No heartbeat. No response. But I refused to accept it. He wasn't gone yet. I started chest compressions, my hands pressing against his ribcage in rapid succession. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come back, Charlie. 5, 6, 7, 8. Come back to me. Catherine scoffed. This is pointless. Shut up, I snapped. 9, 10, 11. I tilted his head back, forced air into his lungs. Nothing. I did it again, and again, Scott. Until a cough. A sharp, ragged gasp. Then his eyes flew open. A collective gasp filled the room. I collapsed backward, shaking, relief washing over me in waves. He groaned, blinking in confusion. What the hell? I let out a breathless laugh. You died, idiot. Catherine looked horrified, like she couldn't believe I had brought him back. For the first time since this war began, I had won. But the victory was short-lived, because at that moment, Simon stumbled through the hospital doors, injured again. Blood dripped down his temple, staining his already torn shirt. His steps were unsteady, but his eyes immediately found mine. I surged forward and grabbed his arm. You're bleeding again. He smirked, voice rough. Nice to see you too. I didn't hesitate. I forced him onto a gurney. Sit. Stay. My voice left no room for argument. Simon scowled, shifting as if he was about to protest. Aisha. No. I cut him off, gripping his chin and forcing him to meet my gaze. I don't care if you're the alpha. Right now, I'm in charge. His lips parted slightly, like he wanted to argue, but then something changed in his expression. His eyes darkened, a slow smirk curling on his lips. Fine, he murmured, voice low. I'll behave, for now. I rolled my eyes and grabbed my tools, but my hands shook, because deep down I knew this wasn't over. And if Jack was still out there, we were running out of time. Simon's POV. Jack's warriors came for my blood. It wasn't an ordinary battle, it was a coordinated assault aimed directly at my wounds. Every movement was designed to cripple me, to finish what they had started. I fought back with everything I had, but my body betrayed me. The sharp pain in my side slowed me down, my muscles sluggish from exhaustion, and Jack's men knew it. I barely dodged a blade aimed at my ribs when Charlie suddenly lunged between me and the attack. The silver dagger plunged into his shoulder instead. A choked gasp escaped him as blood spilled from the wound. His body wavered, his knees buckling. No, I caught him before he hit the ground. His face was ashen, sweat beading on his brow. He was fading too fast. Get him to the hospital. I snarled at my men, barely keeping the panic from my voice. A warrior hesitated. But Alpha, their medical system, I don't care, I roared. Take him, now. I watched them carry my beta away, my fists clenched so tightly that my knuckles went white. Then I turned back to the battlefield. Jack had made a mistake. He should have killed me when he had the chance. By the time we finally drove Jack's warriors back, the ground was littered with bodies. Blood soaked into the dirt, the scent of death thick in the air. We had won, but at a terrible cost. My pack was wounded, exhausted, barely standing. And Jack, that bastard, had escaped. I ground my teeth in frustration, but there was no time to dwell on it. I needed to get to the hospital. When I staggered through the infirmary doors, I wasn't prepared for what I saw. Aisha, on top of a gurney, performing CPR on Charlie. Her eyes blazed with determination, sweat dampening her hair as she pressed her hands to his chest. The sharp click of the defibrillator echoed through the room. Again, she ordered. A nurse hesitated. Dr. Aisha, we've already... Again! She pressed the paddles to Charlie's chest. The shock jolted through him. The moment stretched into eternity. Then a cough. Charlie gasped for air, his eyes fluttering open. The entire room froze. A stunned silence filled the infirmary before someone whispered in awe, "She saved him." I let out a breath I didn't even realize I was holding. Pride swelled in my chest, raw and overwhelming. My wolf growled approvingly. Our mate is strong. Aisha, without even knowing it, was already stepping into the role of Luna. Before I could approach her, Catherine barged in. Her face was twisted in rage as she stormed toward Aisha. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she snapped. "You're not in charge here, Aisha." "I am." Aisha, still catching her breath, lifted her chin. Then where were you, Catherine? Catherine's eyes narrowed. These warriors wouldn't have even made it to the hospital if it weren't for me, Aisha continued. And where were you? Hiding in the safe room. Catherine's jaw clenched, but before she could retort, I stepped forward. That's enough, I said coldly. She turned to me in outrage. Alpha, she's right. Catherine froze. I looked around at the warriors gathered in the infirmary, some still on stretchers, some barely able to stand. Every single one of them had received Aisha's care. They weren't just loyal to me anymore, they were loyal to her. I met Catherine's gaze, my expression leaving no room for argument. Aisha is in charge now. If you don't like it, you're welcome to leave. A ripple of murmurs spread through the room. Warriors nodded in agreement. Catherine's face turned red with fury. This isn't over, she spat before storming out. But it was over, because from this moment forward, the hospital belonged to Aisha. I walked toward her slowly, watching as she took command of the remaining medics, organizing supplies and tending to wounds. She was exhausted, but she never stopped. The warriors whispered about her as they watched, about how she had brought Charlie back from the dead, about her strict yet careful hands, about how their wounds healed faster under her care. My heart swelled with something I wasn't ready to name. When I finally reached her, she turned to me with tired eyes. How bad was it? I exhaled. Jack dragged the fight out too long. His warriors suffered heavy losses. Aisha's gaze darkened. And our pack? We need time to recover, my jaw tightened. But make no mistake, when the moment is right, I'll end Jack's control over this hospital. Permanently. Aisha studied me for a long moment. Then, to my surprise, she reached out and took my hand. Just for a second, just long enough for my heartbeat to stutter. We'll be ready, she said softly. And for the first time in a long, long time, I believed her, Aisha's POV. The moment I opened up Charlie's wound, I knew he was in serious danger. Internal bleeding. It wasn't just a minor injury. If I didn't act fast, he wouldn't make it through the night. I worked with careful precision, my hands steady even as my mind raced. The hospital's conditions were far worse than I had imagined. If Charlie Simon's beta barely had a chance of survival, what about the lower-ranking warriors? Keep applying pressure here, I instructed a nearby nurse. If his blood pressure drops any further, call me immediately. The nurse nodded, her hands trembling slightly. I didn't blame her. It wasn't just Charlie's life at stake. The entire hospital was on the verge of collapse. As I sutured another deep tear, I asked, "What's the situation in the safe room?" The nurse hesitated. "It's not good." I already expected that answer, but the wariness in her voice made my chest tighten. "How bad?" I demanded. She swallowed hard before whispering, "Wounded warriors crammed together, barely enough space to breathe. We've run out of supplies, and we only have 5 nurses available." I froze. 5 nurses? I echoed, my voice sharp with disbelief. She gave a small nod, looking ashamed. "And 1 doctor." 1 doctor, 5 nurses, for an entire pack. My blood ran cold. How had it come to this? "This is Catherine's doing, isn't it?" I murmured. The nurse looked uneasy, but didn't deny it. Of course. Catherine had always coveted the Luna position. It made perfect sense now. She didn't want any more she-wolves in the medical field, fearing they might attract Simon's attention. Had she really let warriors die just to secure her own place by Simon's side? The thought sent a wave of disgust through me. I clenched my fists. Enough. We're not going to let things continue this way. I turned to the nurse. Find any she-wolves willing to work as volunteers. We're not just treating patients, we're rebuilding this hospital. She brightened. Understood, Dr. Aisha. Within the hour, the hospital transformed. Warriors, some still bleeding, began assisting in whatever way they could. She-wolves stepped forward, eager to help, carrying out medical supplies and tending to the less critical patients. Even Emma arrived. She didn't say anything. She just started working beside me, helping stitch up wounds and change bandages. I shot her a glance. "You're good at this." She shrugged, eyes focused on her work. "You're not as bad as I thought." A small smile tugged at my lips. Progress. The hospital was running smoother than ever until I heard Simon's name. "Where is the Alpha?" I asked sharply. One of the warriors hesitated before answering. "In the operating room." Again, I barely held back a sigh and turned on my heel. Simon was awake when I entered the operating room. Of course he was. The stubborn idiot had refused anesthesia again. He was gritting his teeth, his knuckles white as the doctor prepared to reset his bone. I marched over him. You need to. I'm fine. His voice was strained, but his gaze was fiercely steady. Just do it. I glared at him. You are not fine. You're being reckless again. He smirked, despite the pain. Reckless or strong? I rolled my eyes. Strong men know when to rest. He leaned in slightly. And what do strong women do, Aisha? I refused to let my pulse betray me, but they save idiots like you. His low chuckle sent an unexpected shiver down my spine. I dismissed the doctor and started working, gently cleaning the wound near his thigh. His bare skin was warm beneath my fingertips, his muscles tensing slightly at my touch. You're being gentle, he murmured, voice husky. That's new. I gave him a sharp look. Because you keep getting yourself hurt. He tilted his head. So you care? I hesitated. Did I? I focused on my task, carefully aligning his bone before pressing down. He hissed, but didn't pull away. I could make this more painful, I said. His grin was all wolf. And I could make this a lot more pleasurable. I swallowed hard. He leaned in closer, his breath brushing against my ear. Are you blushing, doctor? I hated that my pulse was betraying me, so I lied. No. Liar, he whispered. And before I could retort, his hands gripped my waist and in one swift motion, he pulled me onto his lap. A sharp gasp escaped me as I landed against his chest, my fingers splayed across his bare skin. Simon? I started, but his lips were already on mine. I didn't pull away, I just let it happen because I was tired of fighting the pull. Aisha's POV. Simon's kiss left me weak. His lips moved with a slow, possessive hunger, his warmth surrounding me, dragging me back to that night, that sinful, intoxicating night when his hands had brought me unbearable pleasure. I was too far gone in his life that I had no idea what I was doing whenever he was so close to me. I was a blubbering mess whenever he was close to me, and I hated myself for it. I was losing this battle. This dominant, yet unexpectedly gentle alpha was creeping into my heart, stripping away every defense I had built over the years. Even Jack didn't get this close to my defense. Yes, I was delusional about him, but it was different than with Simon. Every time he got close, my pulse quickened, my breath caught in my throat, and an unfamiliar heat coiled in my stomach. The feeling was both thrilling and terrifying. I have never felt like this before, and honestly, I was glad I was feeling like this because I would be proud of myself for having let myself feel it. I had sworn never to let anyone in again. I had learned my lesson. Love was a weakness, a weapon that could be turned against me. But with Simon, I didn't know how much longer I could resist. As if sensing my hesitation, he suddenly pulled away, his piercing gaze locking onto mine. His hand remained firmly on my waist, his thumb grazing the sensitive skin just above my hip. His next words nearly stole my breath. I don't just want a mate, Aisha. His voice was raw, honest. I want you, not just for the bond, not just for the pack. I want your trust, your heart. You are pure in a way that makes my wolf calm just at the sight of you. I want you in every way I could get you. I know you are scared to trust, but you can trust me. I promise I won't hurt you. Please believe me. His words were a blow to my carefully guarded emotions. No one had ever spoken to me like this before. No one had ever looked at me as if I were the only thing that mattered. It was like being struck by lightning, and it was terrifying, because I almost believed him. I almost wanted to believe him. But then, he said Jack's name. Everything inside me froze. It was like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over my head, drowning me in memories I had spent years trying to bury. Jack's cruel hands, his laughter when I cried, his suffocating control, his betrayal, all of them came rushing back, and I hated that I reacted to the mere sound of his name. Pain lanced through my chest, the walls I had unknowingly let down slamming back into place. He tried to kiss me after saying some things. I accepted at first before I froze up again. I shoved Simon away so hard that he stumbled back, his eyes flashing with surprise. Don't, I gasped, shaking my head. Don't say his name. His expression darkened, but I didn't wait for a response. I turned and ran. His voice chased me down the hallway, calling my name, but I couldn't stop. I wouldn't stop. The walls blurred as I ran, my breath coming in sharp, panicked gasps. I didn't even realize where I was going until I nearly collided with someone. A pair of familiar hands caught me, steadying me. Emma. Her brown eyes widened in concern, and without hesitation, she gently pulled me toward the garden, away from the suffocating walls of the infirmary. The cool night air hit my skin, but my racing heart refused to slow. Emma didn't speak, she never did. Instead, she waited, her silent presence grounding me. Then she signed, "Tell me about medicine." The sudden change in topic threw me, but then I realized what she was doing, giving me something solid to focus on. It was like she knew so much about me even when she knew so little. I let out a shaky breath. "All right," I said hoarsely. "Did you know that pressure points can be used to slow bleeding even without stitches?" Her eyes brightened and she eagerly signed, "How?" As I explained, my breathing gradually steadied. My thoughts became clearer, the panic easing its grip on my chest. Emma had always been observant. She had seen my distress and knew exactly how to pull me back from the brink. As our conversation shifted, Emma's hands became more animated. She suddenly signed, "Want to hear about Simon's first shift?" I raised a brow. "I'm guessing it didn't go well?" Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she signed, "He got stuck in a tree." I blinked. What?" She nodded, grinning. "Shifted for the first time and panicked, climbed too high and got stuck." Laughter bubbled in my throat before I could stop it. "So the mighty Alpha Simon needed rescuing?" I teased, shaking my head. She smirked, her fingers moving swiftly. 3 warriors had to climb up to get him down. It was laughable that day. He never lived it down because everyone kept laughing at him. I kept teasing him whenever he was acting like a big bad alpha. I would remind him of the time he got stuck. He hates it. I giggled, the tension inside me finally starting to ease. For the first time in what felt like forever, I felt light. I also made a mental note to remind Simon whenever he was being arrogant and overly confident. But the moment was shattered in an instant. A scent hit me like a thunderclap. My body locked up. My laughter died in my throat. No. How the hell did he get inside the pack? Emma saw my face and frowned, her hand signing, "What's wrong?" I barely heard her. My senses were hyper-focused, my wolf bristling with alarm. I knew that scent. Jack, he was here. Jack's POV. The stench of blood and failure filled the air. It disgusted me. I stood at the center of the battlefield turned makeshift hospital, watching the medics fumble over my injured warriors like children playing pretend. The so-called healers of my pack were useless. A groan came from my left, one of my best fighters, writhing in pain as a medic hesitated over his broken arm. "Why aren't you fixing him?" I demanded snarkily. The trembling medic swallowed hard. "Alpha, we don't have the supplies. The break is severe without proper treatment." "Enough." With a snarl, I backhanded him, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Excuses won't save him," I bellowed. "If you can't heal my warriors, then what the hell are you good for?" The anger in my veins was raging, uncontrollable. Over half my warriors were gone. I had lost hundreds in this fight against Simon's pack. I had expected to crush them, to watch their alpha bleed at my feet. Instead, I had been humiliated. A roar of fury tore from my throat as I grabbed the nearest table and flipped it over. Medical supplies clattered to the ground, rolling uselessly across the dirt. Pathetic. All of this was pathetic. I needed Aisha back. She was the only one who could fix this. She was the only one who could patch my warriors up fast enough to get them back on the battlefield. I couldn't afford to lose anyone else. Then, a scout came running into the tent, his face pale with urgency. "Alpha," he panted, "news from Simon's pack." My head snapped up. "Speak." His next word sent a dark thrill through my chest. "Simon has been gravely injured. His beta, Charlie, is on the brink of death." Finally, my blood sang with excitement. The frustration that had been boiling inside me vanished, replaced by a cold, vicious satisfaction. Simon, the thief who had stolen Aisha from me, was weak, wounded, vulnerable. This was my chance. I wouldn't let it slip away. "Prepare the warriors," I ordered. "We attack at nightfall." Cade, my beta, hesitated. "Jack, our men are still recovering. They can barely stand." My excitement curdled into rage. I turned to face him slowly, my wolf snarling just beneath my skin. "Are you suggesting we let this opportunity pass us by?" Cade clenched his jaw. "I'm saying we need time. Time to heal, time to strategize." I grabbed him by the throat and slammed him against the nearest post. He gasped, clawing at my grip. "I don't need a coward advising me," I growled. "I need men who are willing to die for this pack. Are you one of them, Cade?" His face turned red, but after a moment, he nodded. I released him, watching as he dropped to one knee, rubbing his throat. "Gather the warriors," I said coldly. "We leave as soon as they can hold a blade. Aisha would be mine again. And if we could kill Simon in the process, even better." Then a scent reached me, unfamiliar but laced with Simon's territory. A shadow stepped into my tent. I stiffened. A woman stood before me, draped in a cloak, hood pulled low, but I knew who she was the moment she lifted her head. Catherine, the doctor from Simon's pack, the woman who had once worshipped the idea of becoming Luna. I narrowed my eyes. "What the hell are you doing here?" She smirked, "Bringing you an opportunity." I didn't trust her, not for a second. Her presence here reeked of self-interest, but I listened anyway. "Simon's hospital is in shambles," she said smoothly. "Aisha has taken control and the pack is following her lead." A low growl rumbled in my chest. Of course they were. She was meant to lead, not with Simon, with me. Catherine stepped closer. "I can get you inside." My claws twitched at my sides. "Why would you betray your own pack?" She laughed bitterly. "Because I don't belong there anymore. That bitch Aisha took everything from me, my position, my influence, my future." Ah, now it made sense. Catherine wasn't here to help me. She was here because she wanted revenge. I didn't care. Let her think whatever she wanted. All that mattered was that she could get me past Simon's defenses. All that mattered was that I would finally have Aisha back in my arms, where she belonged, then she would never leave. I leaned forward, a slow, dark grin stretching across my face. "Tell me everything." Aisha's POV. Panic clawed at my chest as Jack stepped out from the shadows. No. He shouldn't be here. He couldn't be here. But there he stood, calm and composed as if he hadn't just walked straight into enemy territory. His smug expression chilled my blood. If Jack had made it this far into Simon's packlands, then someone had let him in. A traitor. Emma stood frozen beside me, her wide eyes flickering with recognition and fury. She immediately turned to signal for help, fingers moving quickly. I caught the meaning. Simon. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "He's still healing. If he fights like this, the pack can't take another hit." Jack tilted his head, watching us with the detached amusement of a predator playing with its food. "You're always so noble, Aisha," he said in that voice, honeyed and poisonous. "That's what I've always admired about you." "Stay back," I snapped, stepping in front of Emma. My hands were trembling, but I wouldn't show him fear. Not again. "You're not welcome here," he chuckled lowly. "Not welcome? My darling, I came to take back what's mine." His words made bile rise in my throat. "I was never yours. I think you made sure of that, or have you forgotten? You chose Lisa over me." His eyes darkened, and the amusement in his tone gave way to something colder. "You were. You are. Do you know what it took to shape you? Years of training. Years of patience." "Control, you mean," I hissed. "Manipulation. Abuse. That's all the things I remember." He ignored the accusation. "The neutral hospital is gone," he said, voice smooth as silk, reduced to rubble. "I made sure of it myself. Guess you'll have to come back with me. Your talents are wasted here." My heart stopped. No, the neutral hospital, it was the only safe haven, the only truly neutral ground in all this madness. Why would he do such a thing? To get back at me? He knew how much that meant to me. Emma surged forward, positioning herself between us. She raised her hands, silent but fierce, defiant. But Jack's smile only widened. "Cute," he murmured. Then in a blink he backhanded her to the ground. "Emma," I cried, dropping to her side. She groaned, dazed but alive. Fury boiled inside me, but it was no match for the rising tide of dread. Jack was too strong. I could fight, but I wouldn't win. Not now. I had no wolf, and it would be pointless fighting him. He reached down, gripping my arm with bruising force and dragging me upright. I jerked away, but he only leaned close, his breath hot against my ear. "Keep struggling," he whispered. "It only makes me want you more." Revulsion twisted in my gut. I screamed, a raw, desperate sound that echoed through the garden. Jack only laughed. "No one's coming," he said, voice dripping with mockery. "The warriors on patrol, they're all unconscious. A lovely little blend that poison put them out cold but won't kill unless left untreated." He grinned. "I came prepared. You see, I think ahead." I stiffened as the weight of his words sank in. The entire patrol. Gone. Unconscious. The pack was vulnerable. They'd never survive an ambush in this state. And it was all because of me. I'll go, I said, forcing the words out like poison. If you give Emma the antidote and if you promise not to hurt the warriors further. He blinked, surprised by my offer. Be a good girl, then, he murmured, eyes gleaming. He let go of my arm, only to press a small vial into my hand. That's the antidote. It'll wake them, but they'll still be weak. You know how wolfsbane works. He grabbed me again, this time by the throat, and leaned in close. One scream, one wrong move, and I'll snap your pretty little neck. I nodded stiffly. I didn't care what he did to me. I just needed to buy time, to protect the pack, to protect Simon. I knew Jack wouldn't hurt me. I was valuable to him and the pack. That gave me a little bit of hope. As we passed Emma, she reached out, grabbing my sleeve with a look of sheer desperation. I shook my head, mouthing silently, "Help him. Tell him." She clutched the vial and pushed herself up with shaking limbs, determination in her eyes. If she could get the antidote to the warriors, then they would be safe. Everything would be all right again. It was a shame that I wouldn't be here to share their happiness at surviving. Why did I have to be involved with this psychopath? Jack yanked me forward. "Let's go," he growled. Each step toward the border felt like I was walking through fire. My legs were heavy, but I forced them to move. I didn't let myself cry. I wouldn't give him that satisfaction. My heart screamed Simon's name with every breath. I hoped he was all right. I hope he wouldn't miss me too much and would continue leading his pack with the pure heart he has now. And then, a low growl rumbled through the air like the earth itself trembled in response to my suffering. Jack paused, his grip tightening. "What? Let her go." The voice was thunder and fury, deep and guttural and unmistakable. "Simon." Simon's POV. The moment Emma's voice echoed through my mind link, fractured and frantic, my blood ran cold. "Simon. Aisha's gone. Jack has her." A growl escaped my chest before I even realized it. Ulrich stiffened at my reaction. He didn't need to ask. My entire body screamed rage. "She's been taken," I told him through gritted teeth. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The fury that lit up his eyes mirrored my own. My wolf was always in par with my emotions. Immediately, I reached out to the warriors stationed at the hospital perimeter. Silence. No response. I pushed harder, extending my link, feeling for even a flicker of consciousness from the patrol. Nothing. It was as if they'd been swallowed by the earth. "What the hell is going on?" Ulrich growled, pacing inside me. There should have been warriors on duty. Always. He knew that. I clenched my jaw, my fists shaking. Jack planned this. He didn't just stumble into our territory. He was let in. Someone helped him. "Traitor?" Ulrich asked, voice low. "Has to be." My leg throbbed, the wound from the last battle still raw and aching. I should have been resting, but rest was a luxury I could no longer afford. Without another word, I stripped down and shifted. My wolf exploded outward, black fur catching the morning light, eyes burning with feral purpose. I didn't wait. I didn't care about the pain. All I needed was Aisha's scent, and I found it, floral, warm, tinged with fear. She had been dragged along the garden path through the eastern woods, heading straight for the border. "Hold on," I sent out silently. "I'm coming." Every stride cut through the underbrush, my injured legs screaming in protest, but I refused to stop. Each breath brought me closer. Her scent was fresh and close. Then I saw them. Aisha, eyes wide, terror-stricken. Jack had her by the wrist, pulling her toward the pack's edge. The bastard even looked smug, like he thought he'd won. I didn't wait to assess. I reached out through the link. Border Patrol, on me. Now, backup was coming. I just had to hold the line until they arrived. I shifted back, standing tall despite the fire burning in my muscles. "Let her go." My voice came out low, deadly. My wolf surged just beneath my skin, begging for blood. Jack turned, his eyes lighting with amusement as he took in the sight of me, shirtless, bruised, still bandaged. "Well, well," he sneered. "Didn't expect you to be upright, Alpha." He pulled Aisha tighter to him, and she gasped. That sound, gods, that sound, nearly broke me. I took a step forward, fists clenched. "Let her go," I repeated, my voice shaking with restraint. He chuckled. "You can barely stand." Another step. "I don't need to stand to rip you apart," he smirked, resting his chin against Aisha's temple. "I wouldn't try it if I were you." One wrong move and his claw grazed her neck, just enough to draw blood. Aisha stiffened, but her gaze never left mine. Her lips parted slightly, and through the link I felt it. Fear, yes, but also trust. She believed in me, even now. You're not leaving here, I said, the growl in my chest threatening to rise again. You're going to pay for every inch of pain you've caused her, every lie, every bruise, every life. You think you can stop me? Jack barked a laugh. You're weak, Simon. You're done. Your precious warriors were sleeping like children when I passed. You can barely keep your own borders safe. You drugged them. He shrugged. They'll live. I took another step forward. His expression shifted. Another move, and I'll crush her windpipe. I froze. Fury flooded my veins, but I forced my wolf back. Not yet. Aisha's eyes locked with mine again, silently pleading for me not to attack. She knew what he was capable of. She knew he'd follow through. Then I don't want to kill you, Simon, Jack said smoothly. But if it comes down to it, only one of us is walking away. I smiled, slow, cruel, without warmth. You're right, he blinked. Only one of us is walking away, I said again, stepping forward. He hissed, jerking Aisha in front of him like a shield. I said, Jack's eyes darted around, calculating. You can't win, I said quietly. I don't need to, he growled, dragging Aisha backward. I just need her. Let her go, I said, my tone razor sharp, and maybe I'll let you crawl away. Not a chance, he snapped. She belongs with me. Aisha did something then that caught us both off guard. She stomped on his foot and twisted her elbow into his gut. He staggered slightly, enough for her to rip free and stumble toward me. My arms opened instant, pulling her behind me. I've got you, I whispered. Jack snarled and lunged, but this time I was ready. I caught his wrist mid-swing and drove my fist into his stomach, forcing a grunt from his chest. You're done, I growled. He clawed at my face, but I ducked and slammed him against a tree. The impact shook the trunk. I should kill you right now. Jack laughed, blood on his teeth. Then do it. I hesitated, because killing him would be too clean. No, I said. You'll rot. You'll sit in a cell while the world forgets you. Behind me, Aisha's breathing was ragged. I could feel her fear, her trauma, her strength. Jack spat at my feet. Coward. You're the coward, I snapped. You needed poison and traitors to get this far. He lunged again, and I countered him. Aisha's POV. Watching Simon stand there in his wolf form, barely managing to hold himself upright, something inside me broke. His fur was slick with blood, his limbs trembling, and I could see the strain in every step he took. Yet he didn't falter. He didn't run. Jack had him cornered, me bound behind him, and Simon too injured to fight properly. And still my alpha, my Simon, stood between me and death like a shield forged from sheer will. Look at you, Jack sneered. You can barely stay on your feet, and you think you can fight me? His laugh grated like broken glass. If you care about her, hurt yourself, he continued with a twisted grin. Submit, crawl. Maybe then I'll let her live. Simon, no, I screamed, tugging uselessly at the ropes, biting into my wrists. Please go. You'll die if you stay. Simon's large black wolf turned to me briefly. His golden eyes met mine, glowing with something deeper than words. Conviction. I felt our bond tug like a lifeline, and my tears came harder. But he didn't move, didn't flinch. He faced Jack again and let out a snarl that vibrated the ground beneath us. Then, to my shock, his voice rang out in my mind, not through the bond but with the command of an alpha. I challenge you to a duel, Jack, one-on-one, alpha to alpha. Jack blinked, stunned, then laughed, deep and vicious. You're crippled, Simon. You expect to win a duel looking like that? Accept it. Simon growled, his tone sharp as steel. Unless you're afraid. The smirk on Jack's face slipped for a second, just a second, before he plastered it back on. Oh, I'm going to enjoy breaking you, he spat, stepping forward. And just like that, the duel began. I cried out again, but it was too late. Jack lunged, teeth bared, claws extended. Simon met him with all the strength he had left, but it was clear the odds were against him. Each blow Jack delivered made my breath hitch. Simon staggered, his movements growing slower, more labored. His wounds, deep and fresh, had never truly healed from the last battle. And Jack knew it. You always thought you were better than me, Jack snarled as he clawed at Simon's side. Better alpha, better wolf, better man. Simon didn't respond. He didn't need to. Every time he was knocked down, he rose again. But even I could see the truth. He couldn't keep this up. Then, something happened. A voice, soft, feminine, ancient, whispered in the depths of my mind. Mate, my wolf's voice, the one I hadn't heard in weeks. Mate, I thought in disbelief. Now! You already chose Jack once, and that almost destroyed us. The voice faded like mist, leaving me trembling with confusion and dread. Was it Simon she recognized? Or Jack again? No, I wouldn't let that happen. Never again. Jack turned suddenly, as if sensing the shift in me. With a hiss of annoyance, he strode over and shoved me against the tree more firmly, tying me tighter. Stay put, sweetheart. Don't want you running off while I finish your new alpha. He was too caught up in taunting Simon to notice the way my hands worked at the rope knots behind me, or the way my heart was racing not from fear, but from something else. Simon was bleeding out. Each movement he made was slower than the last. His hind leg buckled. Jack circled him like a vulture. This is pathetic, Jack mocked, spitting blood. Maybe I'll take her back anyway. Show her what a real alpha feels like again. My stomach twisted with rage and disgust. Simon looked up one final time and then a howl echoed through the forest, loud, fierce. Reinforcements. Jack spun around, eyes widening as warriors emerged from every direction, surrounding the clearing. Clever bastard, Jack muttered under his breath. Buying time, weren't you? Simon shifted back to human form, standing bloody but proud. I only needed you distracted. Snarling, Jack lunged for me. I screamed, but the warriors were already on him. He tried to dodge them, dragging me toward the tree line, but two warriors blocked his path. One tackled him to the ground while another freed me from the ropes. I didn't hesitate. I ran, straight to Simon. He was on the ground, unmoving, pale. No, I whispered, dropping to my knees beside him. Simon, please. I pressed trembling fingers to his neck. Nothing. No, I sobbed, shaking. This can't, please, Simon. I tried CPR, pushing rhythmically against his chest, breathing into his mouth, begging him to come back. Still nothing. The world dimmed. Then, a spark. Something inside me shifted. A warmth bloomed in my chest, spreading down my arms, my fingers. Energy, pure electric, rushed through me like a wave. My gift, my healing, it was back. I didn't question it. I pressed my hands to his chest, focusing everything, my grief, my hope, my love, into the movement. Come back, I whispered. Please come back to me. Golden light seeped from my palms, glowing against his skin. Aisha's POV. The moment my healing power surged back to life, a gasp tore from my lit lips. The warmth spread through my fingertips, tingling and familiar, like an old friend had returned from the dead. Relief crashed into me, and then joy. I could save him. My hands trembled as I pressed them against Simon's chest. His blood was still warm, barely, but he was slipping fast. His breathing was ragged, each inhale a desperate, failing attempt to hold on. No, not like this. You don't get to die now. Simon lay motionless on the makeshift stretcher, his skin pale, his breathing shallow. Blood seeped through the bandages the warriors had hastily wrapped around him. The sight of him like this, broken, barely clinging to life, sent a sharp pain through my chest. I couldn't lose him. Not after everything. He risked his life to save me, and I had to save him back. He shouldn't have come for me when he was still hurt. I warned him. I didn't hesitate. I let the energy pour from me like water breaking through a dam. It raced through my palms and into his broken body. Golden light sparked beneath my skin, flowing into him with sharp intensity. I didn't care who saw, except no one could. Not now, not like this. Come on, Simon, I whispered, my voice breaking. Come back to me, please. He jerked beneath my hands. A cough rattled from his chest, and then suddenly he gasped. His eyes snapped open, unfocused but very much alive. My heart stuttered. With the help of the dazed warriors, we lifted him. They had no idea what I'd done. They couldn't know, not yet. Together, we moved as fast as we could, half carrying, half dragging Simon back toward the hospital. By the time we arrived, I was trembling from exhaustion and adrenaline, but there was no time to rest. Put him on the bed, I instructed sharply. The warriors did as I said. Everyone out, I added, my tone leaving no room for argument. One of them hesitated. But... Out, I snapped. They fled without another word. As the door slammed shut behind them, I turned back to Simon. His breathing was still shallow. He'd come back, yes, but his body was far from healed. I moved quickly, drawing the curtains, locking the door. No one could walk in on this. I placed both palms on his chest again, closed my eyes and let the healing energy rise once more. Light flooded from my hands. The damage inside him was brutal. Internal bleeding, a cracked rib pressing dangerously close to his lung, a torn shoulder tendon. I focused, working quickly, guiding the power where it needed to go. His skin began to mend beneath my fingertips. Muscle stitched itself back together. I watched in awe as bruises faded, jagged cuts vanished, and color returned to his pale face. When I finally withdrew my hands, Simon was breathing evenly. His face was relaxed. He was safe. But that wasn't the end of it. If anyone saw how quickly he recovered, they'd ask questions I couldn't answer. So I grabbed clean gauze, bandages, and medical tape. Layer after layer, I wrapped him up like a mummy, chest, arms, even around his ribs and torso. Finally, I turned my attention to his leg. I healed the fracture halfway, just enough that he could walk soon, but not enough to erase the injury completely. It would buy us time, and no one would know what I'd done. I sank into the chair beside him, my body aching, but my heart still racing, too fast, too confused. That's when I remembered the others. The warriors Jack had drugged. I forced myself up and left the room. Just down the hall, several were still unconscious, slumped against walls or sprawled across the floor. I moved from one to the next, checking pulses. All alive. Thank the moon goddess. I bent beside the first and placed a hand to his forehead. Just a whisper of energy enough to push the toxins from his system. His eyelids fluttered. A moment later, he groaned and sat up slowly. I moved to the next and the next, until all of them were stirring, disoriented but waking. Then, just as I stood to take a breath, she came. Coral. My wolf's presence burst into my mind like a flash of starlight, warm and comforting. Her voice was soft and strong, more certain than I'd ever heard her. "Take care of our mate," she whispered. Then she was gone. And so was the power. I stumbled back, breath catching in my throat. What? Mate? Our mate? No. She couldn't mean Jack. I'd already questioned that bond, already felt the absence of it. That wasn't what this was. But if not Jack, then... Simon? My heart skipped. The memory of Simon in my arms, bleeding out, gasping for life in the way I'd moved without thought to save him, the way his pain had felt like my own, the way it still did. No, it can't be. But something inside me stirred. Not denial, not resistance, just fear. Before I could follow the thought, the door burst open. "Aisha!" Emma rushed in, cheeks flushed. "He's awake." My pulse surged again. I didn't hesitate. I sprinted down the corridor and flung open the door to his room. Simon was sitting up, blinking against the dim light. He looked pale but alive, whole. His eyes locked on me the moment I entered. "Aisha!" I didn't get a chance to respond. He grabbed me and pulled me into his arms. His body was still weak, but his grip was desperate. His hands trembled against my back as he held me close, like he'd never let go again. "I thought I'd lost you," he murmured into my shoulder. I closed my eyes, his scent, his warmth. It was all around me. Familiar, too familiar. My heart ached, my throat tightening with something I couldn't name. He pulled back just far enough to look into my eyes. His gaze was clear and steady. But there was emotion behind it. So much of it. "Will you finally accept me as your alpha?" And just like that, the ground shifted beneath me. Aisha's POV, memories of everything we had endured together, swirled in my mind like a storm. His pain, his strength, the way he looked at me like I was something worth fighting for. The chaos, the danger, the nights we thought we wouldn't survive. And now, this moment. I swallowed hard, heart pounding. My voice trembled, but my nod was firm. Yes. His eyes softened with relief, like he'd been holding his breath for years and could finally exhale. Without another word, he raised his hand and sliced his palm open with a sharp silver blade from the nightstand. I gasped as the blood welled up, thick, crimson, alive. He held it out to me, eyes never leaving mine. "Drink," he whispered. I hesitated for only a second before leaning forward. His skin was warm against my lips. The moment his blood touched my tongue, something ancient and primal awakened inside me. A jolt of power surged through my body, slamming into my chest like a bolt of lightning. The mind link. His emotions hit me all at once. It was unfiltered and raw. Love so fierce it stole my breath. Protectiveness that curled around my heart like armor, and a desire that scorched my skin from the inside out. I gasped, reeling from the intensity, clenching the sheets to stay grounded. He cupped my face in both hands, his thumbs brushing over my cheekbones. "You feel it now, don't you?" I barely had time to nod before his lips crashed into mine. The kiss was deep, claiming, and utterly consuming, like he was starving and I was his first taste of freedom. His mouth moved against mine with possessive urgency, tongue sliding in to coax mine, to claim, to brand. A moan escaped me, like a seductress in heat, Everything he was doing to me made me feel alive. His hands slid down to my waist, pulling me closer. My fingers threaded into his hair as I melted into him, at my body betraying every last shred of resistance. The world outside the room ceased to exist. There was only him, his touch, his scent, the scorching heat building between us. I didn't know if he was truly my fated mate. I didn't know if fate even cared about someone like me. But I did know this: leaving Simon was no longer an option. Not when he held me like this. Not when his soul felt like it was echoing mine. I have tried to that either the universe didn't want me to leave him or the moon goddess was working in my favor. So many things have prevented us from staying apart. I think it was time to listen. At some point, the adrenaline faded. My limbs went heavy. My head found his chest, and the steady beat of his heart lulled me into sleep. When I woke, the room was quiet, and I was alone in the bed. The sheets were still warm, the air tinged with moisture. A faint scent of steam and something crisp, clean, masculine lingered in the air. I turned my head and froze. Simon stood across the room, fresh out of the shower, his hair damp and tousled, dark strands clinging to his temples. A towel hung low around his hips, clinging to water-slicked skin that revealed every hard line and sculpted muscle. My mouth went dry. Oh, my goddess! His shoulders were broad, powerful. Water glistened over his chest, tracing the ridges of his abs and the sharp cut of his V-line. The muscles in his thighs flexed as he moved, all lean strength and dangerous grace. I was so distracted that I forgot the number one thing on the tip of my tongue. You shouldn't be out of bed. I blurted, dragging the sheet up to cover myself even though I was still fully dressed. He glanced at me, amusement dancing in his eyes as he flexed his leg casually. Looks like I'm all healed. I stiffened, my gaze darted to his leg. It was fully healed. But I didn't heal him all the way. That wasn't possible. Unless he strolled toward me, predatory and unhurried, like a wolf who knew his prey wouldn't dare run. My heart kicked up a frantic rhythm. He leaned in close, placing a hand on the mattress, his body radiating heat. Maybe, he whispered, voice low and husky, sleeping beside you has its benefits. I think we should do it often. My breath caught. A flush crept up my neck, and I swallowed hard. Don't tease, I said, though it came out much weaker than I'd intended. His eyes gleamed. Who said I was teasing? I tried to roll away, nerves flaring with anticipation and panic, but he caught my chin gently, guiding me back to face him. His eyes dropped to my lips. The air between us thickened, charged with something that felt like fire and gravity all at once. My skin buzzed beneath his touch. Heat pooled low in my belly, spreading like wildfire. My panties dampened, and my thighs clenched instinctively. Goddess, how could one man look at me and unravel me completely? His lips curved into a knowing smirk, as if he could sense every single thought running through my head. We should finish what we started, he murmured, voice gravelly with restrained desire. The implication hit me like a punch to the gut and then spread through me like a spark to dry tinder. My hands trembled. I wanted him. I wanted this. But I was scared, too, of how deeply I already felt and how much I could lose. I turned my head again, trying to escape, just for a second. But he was faster. He caught my chin once more, firmer this time. Not enough to hurt, but enough to command. Look at me, Aisha, he said. And when I did, when our eyes met, I saw it again, that same storm of emotion from the mind link, all of it, undeniable, unyielding. Then in the next breath, his lips crashed down on mine, Aisha's POV. Simon's lips still burned on mine as he hovered above me, eyes dark with need. The air in the room was molten, thick with tension and the scent of him, clean, earthy, wolf. He was all man, the way he felt and the way he acted, a real man. With no experience to compare it with, my heart thundered as his fingers brushed over my hip, drawing a shiver from my spine. Tell me to stop, he whispered, voice low and rough, and I will. But I didn't want him to stop. He was the first person to uncover the hidden part of me that I didn't know was possible. He slowly peeled off the layers that I had. I don't want you to. That was all the permission he needed. In one fluid motion, he slid the sheet off me and lowered his mouth to my throat, kissing, licking, nipping the skin until I gasped. My hands found his shoulders, tracing the heat of his muscles, fingers digging in as he descended, slowly, purposefully, peeling away every layer of hesitation I had left. His hands were everywhere, possessive and reverent all at once, like he wanted to commit every curve of mine to his memory. I cried when his lips found my nipples and nipped at them. Sensation fueled me as I writhed beneath him. He kissed his way down to my belly button. My thighs trembled as he kissed my inner thigh. My thoughts went into overdrive. I wondered if it was truly okay to indulge in excesses like this. Not when I had been running around trying to save him and his men. I hadn't even had the time to shower or look good. He didn't care. At least he wasn't in my mind. He spread my legs apart and ran the tip of his finger on my opening. I shivered violently with need, the neediest pant escaping me at the promise in his eyes. Promise of pleasure and more pleasure. His lips descended and feasted on me like he was starving. A cry ripped out of me as he thrust his tongue inside of me. My back lifted off the bed as he probed me. His tongue circled my clitoris, sucking it. Moans, whimpers, and even cries fell off my lips countless times, and he was nowhere done with me. I wanted to scream, to tell him that the pleasure was too much for me, but at this rate, I didn't think he will listen to reason. He was so focused on pleasuring me, he lapped at my pussy. The sound of wet skin against each other filled my ears. I was so wet and aroused that I felt a little ashamed. The things he did to me, this was the evidence of it. "You taste so good, Aisha. I can't get enough of you on my tongue," he rasped, quickly delving in to keep eating me out just to prove his point. I flushed deep red as the slurping sound reached my ears. My abdomen tightened as my orgasm roared closer. I squirmed even more as if to lessen the ache inside me. When I came, I felt my eyes close as my body trembled to the point of convulsing. I panted as my soul left my body. I tried to catch my breath, but Simon was already positioning himself between my legs, even while my legs were still trembling. When he entered me, I arched beneath him, a cry tearing from my lips. He filled me completely, deeply, like he was made for me. I took a few minutes to adjust to his size. He waited for me till I lifted my hips to tell him I was ready. He moved slowly at first, his strokes deep and deliberate, forcing me to feel every inch. The rhythm built, and so did the intensity. The room pulsed with heat, the sound of skin against skin, moans, gasps, and the wet, slick sound of our bodies moving in perfect sync. "Simon," I whimpered, clutching at his back. His mouth came down on mine again, tongue demanding and wild. Then he broke away, resting his forehead against mine. "Say my name," he growled. I whimpered, overwhelmed. "Simon." "No," he panted, thrusting harder. "Not like that. I want to hear it when you come. I want to hear you scream it." His words made my core tighten, the coil inside me winding tight. I was close, so close I couldn't think. Every thrust hit that spot deep inside me, and when he reached between us, pressing his thumb against my clit, I shattered. The climax ripped through me like a tidal wave, white-hot and violent. My back arched and I screamed, "Simon!" The bond between us flared at that moment, like a fuse being lit. It exploded inside me, inside both of us, tying our souls together, amplifying the pleasure to an unbearable high. My vision blurred. I felt everything, his love, his possession, his need, and I gave it all back to him, without holding anything back. He came with a guttural cry, hips jerking as he emptied himself inside me, his mouth crushed to my shoulder. Then everything stilled. Our breathing was ragged, our bodies tangled in a sweaty, sated heap. His arms were tight around me, as if letting go would break him, and maybe in that moment it would have broken me too. For a while, we didn't speak. He ran his fingers down my spine, trailing kisses over my shoulder while I curled against his chest, dazed and blissfully exhausted. But the moment couldn't last forever. I inhaled deeply and spoke the words I'd been afraid to say. "I think it was Catherine." He tensed beneath me. His fingers froze mid-stroke. "What?" "I think she's the one who drugged the warriors," I whispered. "She must have let Jack into the pack." Silence. Then slowly he sat up, pulling the sheet around his waist as he stared off into the distance. His jaw tightened, and something feral passed over his expression. "That would explain how Jack got past the wards," he muttered, "and why the guards were too slow to respond." My voice trembled as I continued. "She's been acting strange for weeks. I just didn't want to believe it, but the timing, the way she kept disappearing, it lines up." His fists clenched, veins bulging beneath his skin. If that's true, then she betrayed not just me, but her own people, her own warriors. Simon cursed under his breath and slammed his fist into the nightstand with a loud crack. Wood splintered, and I flinched. Before I could say anything else, Emma's voice suddenly filled our heads through the mind link, her tone frantic. "Catherine has fled." My stomach twisted. "Damn it," Simon growled. "If we find her, I will make sure she pays. She is probably with him. He owes her." He gritted his teeth, which showed that he heard me. He opened his mouth to say something when Charlie interrupted with a mind link. "Alpha, he is awake." Aisha's POV. The soft light of morning filtered through the curtains when Simon received the message. "He's awake." Simon tensed beside me as Charlie's name echoed through the mind link. Without a word, he rose from the bed, muscles flexing as he reached for a shirt. I was still sore from the night before, every inch of my body humming with the remnants of what we'd shared, but I didn't hesitate. I slipped out of bed and got dressed quickly, tying my hair back as we headed out. The hospital wing was quieter than usual, the scent of antiseptic lingering in the air. When we reached Charlie's room, the beta was already trying to sit up, wincing as he moved. His face lit up when he saw us. "Don't move too fast," I said, rushing to his side. "You were out for nearly 2 days." "I feel like I got run over by a damn bus," he muttered, grinning despite the pain. I placed my fingers gently on his wrist to check his pulse. Though his skin was cool and clammy, his vitals were steady. Relief flooded through me. "You're healing well," I said. "But you need to rest. Don't try to play hero just yet." He chuckled. "I'll try not to." I gave him a stern look. "I'm serious. I mean it, beta or not." Simon watched from the corner, his eyes softening as he saw me working. Charlie caught the glance and smirked. "Guess the alpha's listening to his healer now," he teased. Simon rolled his eyes. "Only when she threatens to sedate me." "Don't tempt me." I muttered. I gave Charlie a few more instructions, reminding him to stay hydrated and avoid any sudden movements. Once I was confident he was in stable condition, I excused myself to check on the rest of the injured warriors. As I moved through the medical wing, something strange and wonderful stirred inside me. The warriors greeted me not just with deference, but with gratitude. One of them, a younger wolf who had been unconscious during the attack, held my hand and whispered, "Thank you for saving us." For the first time since joining the pack, I didn't feel like an outsider. I wasn't just a tag-along or a temporary visitor. I was the healer of this pack, their healer, and I was finally being recognized as such. By the time I finished my rounds, it was already lunchtime. My stomach rumbled in protest, and Simon appeared in the hallway just in time, his hand finding the small of my back. "Ready to eat?" he asked. "Starving," I admitted. The cafeteria was buzzing with chatter, the atmosphere lighter than it had been in days. Emma sat at one of the long wooden tables, waving us over. She was beaming, a tray of steaming food in front of her. Simon and I sat beside her, and as I reached for a glass of water, I felt the faint tug of a mind link forming. "You hear me?" Simon's voice filled my mind, steady and clear. "I do," I replied, smiling slightly. "Now reach out to Emma. You're ready." I hesitated, then focused on Emma. The connection flickered, then solidified like a radio tuning in. "Emma?" Her voice hit me like a clap of thunder. "Aisha! Oh my goddess, this is so cool! You're in my head! Wait, am I being too loud?" I flinched. Maybe just a little. "Oops, sorry. This is awesome, though. We're officially Mind Link sisters now." I chuckled aloud, drawing a curious glance from Simon. I shook my head and bit into a piece of bread, chewing around my smile. Mind-linking Emma felt strangely intimate, like letting someone into a room you'd kept locked for years. I wasn't sure I liked it, but I appreciated the gesture. After lunch, the three of us parted ways. Simon had council matters to attend to, and Emma went to help with training drills. I returned to the hospital wing to finish a pending inventory report and create a procurement list for new supplies. Some herbs were running dangerously low, and we'd nearly exhausted our silver burn salves during the recent attack. I stood at my workstation, scribbling notes and flipping through the patient files when Simon's voice brushed against my thoughts again. "Aisha?" "Yeah, I need a favor." I could feel the tightness in his tone, the barely concealed tension. "Can you come down to the holding cells?" "Why?" "I need you to heal someone. A prisoner. I need them in stable condition for questioning." I hesitated, pen frozen in midair. "You want me to heal someone who tried to kill us?" I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. "We think this one might know more about Jack's infiltration." I chewed my lower lip. My hands ached from the morning's checkups, and part of me wanted to throw the pen across the room and take a break. But this wasn't just a casual request. It was about answers. And maybe justice. I'll be right there. I closed my folder and turned on my heel, already walking out of the hospital wing. The air outside had cooled slightly, a soft breeze tugging at the hem of my shirt. As I descended into the underground levels of the pack house, a chill crept into my spine. The holding cells smelled like rust and old blood. I'd only been here once before, and that memory wasn't pleasant. Simon stood outside one of the cells, arms crossed, jaw tight. The prisoner inside slumped against the wall, his face bruised and his eyes bloodshot. His breathing was shallow. Simon turned to me, his eyes locking onto mine. He'll die before he talks if we don't stabilize him. I stepped forward, inhaling deeply to center myself. I didn't like this, not at all. But if this prisoner had anything to do with Catherine, with Jack, or with the attack on our warriors, then I had to know. I pressed my hand to the man's chest and closed my eyes. My energy sparked weakly at first, then grew warmer as it spread through him. His breathing evened. The ragged gash on his side began to close. It was slower than usual. Either I was tired or my wolf coral was still cautious. But it was enough. I pulled away after a few minutes, my palm damp with sweat. J-Jack's POV. The scent of burnt ash still lingered in the hideout, a reminder of how close we'd come to success. And yet, she slipped through my fingers again. Aisha? I hated the idea of her in that pack with all my heart. The mere thought of her and that bastard together sent my temper through the roof. Every time I pictured her running to Simon, trusting him, clinging to him like he was her savior instead of the monster he truly was, it made my blood boil. I slammed my fist into the nearest wall, the crack of bone against stone echoing through the room. Pain shot up my wrist, but it was nothing compared to the fire in my chest. She should have been mine. I had almost grabbed her. I was so close to reclaiming what's mine again, but that bastard had to show up like a damn hero with all those injuries. How the hell did she escape? I growled, pacing the floor of the war room. We had the damn sedatives. The tunnels were secured. We were ready. Catherine sat on the edge of the table, her long legs crossed, watching me with that unreadable expression she always wore. Maybe you should stop underestimating her, she said coolly, filing her nails as if this weren't personal. I turned sharply. I didn't underestimate her. I underestimated Simon. Again. She raised a brow. Which is why it's time we stop playing games. You want the girl. I want the power. We both hate Simon, so let's burn him down together. I narrowed my eyes. You're proposing an alliance? She shrugged. You could say that. I reached out to someone who hates Simon almost as much as we do. A knock echoed through the chamber before I could press her further. A moment later, one of my men stepped aside to reveal a tall figure dressed in obsidian armor, a sneer carved into his lips like a permanent mark. Alpha Braden. My chest tightened with wariness. I'd heard of him, ruthless, power-hungry, always looking for his next conquest. He'd tried to challenge Simon years ago, but failed, barely made a dent. Was he the one she expects to defeat Simon, that slippery bastard? Braden walked in like he already owned the place, nodding once to Catherine and then locking eyes with me. Jack, he greeted, voice like gravel. I hear we've got a common enemy. I didn't answer at first. I was busy glancing between him and Catherine. How do you two know each other? Catherine chuckled. You're not the only one who knows how to plant a spy. My stomach dropped. You were working for him? Don't look so betrayed, she said, rolling her eyes. I was gathering intel. Then you offered me more than Braden ever did, so I switched sides. Braden just grinned. She's loyal to herself. That's what makes her useful. I didn't like being played, but I had bigger goals. Bigger than pride. I will deal with the two of them later after I have achieved my goal. It wouldn't be that hard to do, since they are such terrible people. I waved them both toward the table. Sit, let's talk. Braden laid out his terms with confidence. Simon's pack borders mine. He's expanded in the last few years, took 3 trading routes from me. I tried to hit back, but his warriors recovered too fast. He leaned forward, unnaturally fast. I smirked. Now we're speaking the same language. He raised a brow. So you know something. I pretended to consider. Let's just say Simon's hiding a powerful secret, and I want to find out what that is. Braden tilted his head. A weapon? I don't know yet. I let the word hang in the air, carefully watching his reaction. Catherine blinked. You don't know? Braden looked at me like he wasn't sure I was telling the whole truth. Well, I wasn't. I didn't tell him everything. Didn't tell him how the powerful secret was the reason my own warriors once survived impossible odds, how her hands had brought my beta back from the brink of death. The moment she left, the strength of my pack began to crumble. Braden didn't need to know that. All he needed was the promise of territory. You are doing all of this because of your mate? He asked in that condescending tone. I glared at him but didn't say anything. She's just a woman, he muttered. No, I said darkly. She's just not a woman. She is my other half, and that bastard took him away from me. I will help you destroy his territory. He nodded slowly. And in return, you want her back? That's all I want, he smirked. You're more sentimental than I expected. I stood. Don't mistake obsession for weakness, he laughed. Fair enough. We shook hands. A pact born of ambition and revenge. Later that night, as I stood alone in my quarters, staring into the flame of the hearth, I allowed myself to remember. Her laugh, her touch, the way her eyes used to soften when she looked at me. It hadn't always been like this. We were happy once. Before I let power and pride rot the bond between us, before I tried to control her instead of love her, before Simon swooped in and showed her the kind of gentleness I never learned to give. But he wouldn't keep her. Not forever. Because Simon didn't know what she really was. Not entirely. He might have seen the healer, but I had seen the darkness inside her too. The potential to be more than just a nurturer, the fire beneath the calm, the rage she tucked away, even from herself. She's still mine, and I'd tear down kingdoms to prove it. Braden wanted land, Catherine wanted power, but me, I wanted Aisha. And this time I'd use every last resource to bring her home, even if I had to burn Simon's pack to the ground to do it. Aisha's POV. The moment I stepped into the hospital room, I saw Simon sitting by the window, arms crossed, his jaw clenched in that way it always did when something was bothering him. But what caught my attention more than his brooding expression was the untouched tray of food beside him. You haven't eaten? I said, narrowing my eyes as I stepped closer. He glanced at me, then back out the window like he hadn't heard. You can't keep skipping meals. You've got too much on your plate already. I crossed my arms, determined to stand my ground. Alpha or not, even you need to take care of yourself. He turned slowly, his eyes locking with mine. Is this the healer speaking, he said with a smirk, or the woman who likes bossing me around? Both, I shot back. Now eat. He huffed a laugh, but didn't argue further. There was something in his eyes, though, something softer, like he liked me fussing over him more than he'd ever admit out loud. Emma entered just in time, holding another tray. Dinner, she said cheerfully. Smells better than anything the cafeteria's made in weeks. Put it on the table, I told her, then turned back to Simon. But not before you wash your hands. He blinked. Seriously? Blood and food don't mix, I said firmly, pointing to the faint smudges of dried red near his fingers. And don't pretend you don't know that. He sighed like I was torturing him, but got up and headed to the sink. Nagging is supposed to be unattractive, you know. Good thing I'm not here to impress you, I said without missing a beat. Liar. My heart had started racing the second I stepped into the room. I was so desperate to impress him. After making sure Simon had eaten at least half his meal, small victories, I moved to the far bed where the prisoner lay unconscious. The rogue we captured days ago, but his body was a mess of bruises and gashes, but none were fatal, just enough to break him. I grabbed fresh gauze and gloves. My fingers worked quickly, years of training kicking in like muscle memory. Still, I could feel it, his gaze. Simon. Even without looking, I could feel the weight of his stare following every move I made. He hated seeing me touch another man, even if that man was bleeding and barely alive. His wolf hated it too. I could sense the tension in the air thickening by the second. I knew he was looking out for me just in case, but it unnerved me so much to have his eyes on me. It made me feel like I had no idea what I was doing. Relax, I said, still focused on the wound. He's not waking up anytime soon. And that's when the prisoner's eyes shot open. In one swift, brutal movement, his hand snapped up and clamped around my throat. I didn't even flinch. Maybe it was shock. Maybe it was madness. But oddly, I wasn't scared. Not with Simon standing just feet away, not when I could already feel the air change as his power surged in response. I narrowed my eyes at the rogue, my voice calm despite the pressure at my neck. "Bad idea," I said, tightening my grip on the disinfected cloth still buried in his wound. "You really want to piss off the only person who can stop you from bleeding out?" His grip faltered. I didn't wait for him to answer. I drove the antiseptic deeper and hissed, "Let me go. Now." He released me instantly, and I stepped back, rubbing at my neck. Simon was already there, pushing me behind him with enough force to make me stumble. His hands cupped my jaw, tilting my face to inspect the damage. "Aisha," he growled, voice low and trembling. "He touched you." "I'm fine," I murmured. "Just a bruise." He didn't. "Don't," he cut me off, his eyes darkening with barely restrained fury as he turned to the prisoner. "You don't get to touch her." There was enough promise of death in his tone to silence the entire hospital. But something else struck me. Something strange. The prisoner had looked right at me when he woke up. Not confused, not dazed, like he knew me. "Simon," I said quietly, stepping beside him. "Did you see his eyes?" He recognized me. He looked down at me, conflicted. "You sure?" I nodded slowly. He wasn't reacting to the pain. He looked at me like he'd seen me before. He let out a shaky breath, his jaw clenched hard enough to crack. "Then we need to find out who sent him." "And we will," I said. "But I need to finish patching him up first. He won't talk if he bleeds out before we can even ask questions." Simon turned fully toward me now, expression unreadable. "You're too calm about this." "It's my job," I replied, turning back to the tray of medical supplies. "That's what you wanted, right? A healer who puts the pack first. That doesn't mean I want you putting yourself last." Before I could respond, he grabbed my wrist and pulled me toward the break room at the back of the hospital. I didn't resist, but I was breathless by the time he slammed the door behind us. "Simon, what are you?" His mouth was on mine before I could finish. The kiss was furious and wild, more like a warning than a show of affection. I gasped against his lips as he pressed me against the door, his hands tangled in my hair, his scent overwhelming every part of me. When he finally pulled back, his voice was hoarse. "If you keep ignoring your own safety, I swear, Aisha, I'll lock you up where no one can touch you." My heart thundered against my ribs. "You wouldn't dare." His eyes burned with truth. "Try me." Before I could argue, his lips found mine again, this time slower, deeper. A promise, a punishment. I should have been angry. I should have pushed him away. But all I could do was to kiss him back. Simon's pav. I wasn't an overly suspicious person, and I was easily trusting even when I should be cautious. I watched the female warrior, Lainey, closely. Her injuries were still visible, but the wariness in her eyes had nothing to do with pain. She wasn't just some broken soldier. No, there was calculation behind those soft words and submissive posture. And the way she looked at Aisha, too familiar, too reverent, like she already knew who held the true power in this pack. I didn't like it. I was jealous of the way she looked at my mate. Only I was allowed to look at her like that. I stood at the end of the infirmary bed, arms folded, gaze sharp. "Tell me again, why should I trust you?" Lainey met my eyes without flinching, brave or reckless. I didn't know which. "The first man you captured," she said quietly, "was Alpha Braden's beta. His name is Calder. He was sent to assess your defenses, sabotage your healers, and report back." "And how do I know you're not part of that same plan?" I asked, voice edged with a growl. I was. Her voice didn't waver. "Until they took my sister. Until I saw what they did to her, I can't possibly be loyal to someone who would keep my sister hostage." Aisha shifted beside me, arms crossed tightly. I could feel the pulse of her compassion. She wanted to believe this girl. She always saw the best in people. That was her strength and her greatest danger. It was up to me to protect her from such. "Words are cheap," I said, stepping closer. "If you want my help, if you want me to believe you, you'll have to leave your pack. Submit to me, as your alpha." Lainey's eyes widened. "You want me to abandon my people? I want to see if you're lying." "What does that have to do with submission?" she asked, suspicious now. I let the wolf in me rise, just a little. "If you bond to me as your alpha, I'll gain access to your thoughts, your memories. I'll know if you're telling the truth." A long silence followed. Her breath trembled. Then she nodded. If that's what it takes to save Noelle, then I submit. Her voice cracked, but the look in her eyes said she'd already made peace with the cost. I stepped forward, pressing 2 fingers to her forehead, invoking the Alpha command. The bond clicked into place, not a mate bond, but a loyalty tether strong enough to pull truth through bone. And she wasn't lying. I saw flashes, chains, and screams. A girl barely 15 was torn from her bed, shoved into a cold carriage, Braden's hand fisting her hair like a trophy. My stomach turned. I opened my eyes and stepped back. She's telling the truth. Aisha exhaled beside me. Then we help her. I nodded, but it'll be dangerous. I don't care, of course she didn't. That was what made her her. I turned to the doorway and called Charlie. He stepped in a moment later, posture straight, but expression already curious. You're leading the rescue team. Nightfall departure. Stealth, precision. We get in, get the girl, get out. Charlie gave a sharp nod, but his eyes drifted to Aisha. Understood, but I'll need to be cleared. My shoulder's not fully healed. I looked to Aisha, expecting a quick scan. Instead, Charlie shrugged off his shirt. Aisha's brows lifted, cheeks warming slightly, and my wolf growled. He flexed. Right there, in front of me. Does it hurt when you lift it like that? Aisha asked, stepping closer. Charlie gave her a slow grin. Not if you touch it right there. That was it. I stepped between them, placing my hand firmly on Charlie's chest. You've been cleared. Go. Charlie blinked, surprised, then gave a half smirk and backed out the door. Aisha raised an eyebrow at me. Overkill. Much? He was flirting with you. He was injured. He was showing me the wound. And flexing for no reason? She gave a small laugh and turned away. But I wasn't done, not by a long shot. Dinner was held in the great hall. The long tables were crowded with warriors, scouts, and medics, all trying to squeeze in a few moments of peace before the chaos resumed. Aisha sat beside Emma, laughing over something trivial. Her smile lit the damn room. And the way every unmated male in the room kept glancing her way? Unacceptable. I walked over, ignoring the conversation at our table, and simply lifted her into my arms and into my lap. Simon, she yelped, laughing in shock. What are you doing? Reminding everyone who you belong to. She wriggled, then sighed and rested back against me. You're being ridiculous. You haven't seen the way they look at you. And this is your solution? Caveman tactics? I bent to whisper in her ear, letting my voice drop low and rough. You're mine, and I won't apologize for making it clear. A soft shiver ran through her. She didn't push me away. She never really did. After the meal, when the crowd began to thin, I pulled her aside, into the same corridor where we'd kissed the night before. The scent of her lingered on my skin like a drug. I turned her to face me. I want to mark you. Her eyes widened. Simon. Not because I want to control you, I said quickly. Because I want the world to know you're mine. I want your scent on me. I want mine on you. So no beta, no spy, no stray alpha dares to look at you again. Her expression softened, but I could see the storm behind her eyes. But marking is permanent, she said. It's not just a claim, it's a promise. And we haven't even said I love you yet. I stepped closer. Then let me go first. Her lips parted, but I didn't wait. I love you, Aisha. I love your stubbornness, your strength, the way you risk your own safety for others. I love you so much that it scares me. She looked like she might cry, but then she whispered, I'll think about it. It wasn't a no, it wasn't a yes, but it was hope. And hope was enough for now. Aisha's POV. I froze. Simon's words echoed in my head, louder than they had any right to be. I want to mark you. The world didn't tilt, the sky didn't fall, but inside me something shifted. A mark, an eternal bond. A tie that would brand me as his forever, not just to the pack, not just to the world, but to the fates themselves. I swallowed hard. He didn't ask for it, more like a demand. His voice had been low, vulnerable. I could tell he wasn't just being possessive, he was trying to offer safety. Permanence. Proof that he'd never let anything touch me again. And maybe, deep down, I wanted that too. But what if I wasn't ready? What if my missing wolf, the voice that had once guided every heartbeat and instinct, would have had something to say about it? She'd been silent for so long, ever since the attack that left me shattered and adrift. I missed her wisdom, her fire, her certainty, even though it was just a short period of time. I need time, I told him, my voice soft but unwavering. I'm not saying no. I need to think. Simon had simply nodded, his eyes understanding but clouded with something deeper. Disappointment? Fear? I couldn't tell. And so, needing air and silence, I left the house and wandered to the only place that ever calmed my mind, the garden. Nestled behind the eastern training grounds, the garden was nothing special by royal standards, but its wildness was soothing. The scent of blooming rose, lavender, and mint hung thick in the morning air. I sat on the mossy stone bench beneath the willow tree, exhaling slowly as the breeze kissed my skin. I tried to picture what it would be like, wearing his mark, feeling that tether form between us. Would it be comforting? Overwhelming? Would it make me less me? A sudden giggle flared across the mind link, breaking my spiral of thoughts. Aisha. Emma's voice was like sunlight after a storm. Musical, warm, ridiculously enthusiastic. I have 3 medical questions. Well, maybe 4. Okay, 5. You free? I laughed out loud, some of the heaviness falling from my shoulders. Sure, hit me. She practically skipped into the garden seconds later, hair bouncing and notebook clutched in one hand. Okay, so if someone has a cracked rib and a shallow puncture on the same side, do you treat the bone or the skin first? Oh, and what about this herb? Is it poisonous in paste form or just raw? I fielded her questions one by one, smiling at the way she scribbled my answers with a furrowed brow and a slightly ink-stained nose. Her energy was infectious. She made healing feel exciting, not burdensome. Emma, I said gently, you're going to make a wonderful healer. She beamed, cheeks flushed. That's only because I have the best teacher ever. I shook my head, chuckling. Then she paused, tilting her head at me. Is something bothering you? She asked, too observant for her own good. I hesitated. No, I'm okay. She didn't believe me. Not even a little. Her lips twisted into a mischievous grin. If Simon's being mean, I'll punch him in the shin for you. I burst out laughing, unable to help myself. Emma, she puffed up proudly. I mean it. He may be alpha, but I'm scrappy. Her silliness was exactly what I needed. The tightness in my chest loosened. For the first time in hours, I breathed freely. The next morning, I had just tied my hair back and was preparing to head to the hospital when a sharp knock came at the door. I opened it, still chewing a bite of toast, and blinked in surprise. Simon? He stood there, arms folded, wearing that smug little half-smile that usually meant trouble. You're not going to the hospital today, I frowned. What do you mean? It's your day off, he cut in, gently but firmly. Doctor's orders. I am the doctor, he grinned. Exactly. Brr. And your alpha is overriding you. Grab a jacket. He led me outside, guiding me through winding paths toward the edge of pack territory. The woods thinned as we approached the lake, a secluded area where few ever ventured unless they needed peace. And peace was exactly what I found. A large cream-colored tent had been set up on the soft grass just a few feet from the glistening water. Inside, a lavish picnic awaited. Pillows, throws, a small charcuterie board, sweet-smelling pastries, and a canister of warm herbal tea. I blinked. What is all this? He shrugged, trying to appear casual, but I saw the flicker of nervousness behind his eyes. A day for you. No blood, no screaming, no stress. When did you? Emma helped. He rubbed the back of his neck. She's a good co-conspirator. I remembered our chat in the garden and smiled softly. That little rascal. We settled down in the tent, sharing warm slices of fruit pie and watching the lake ripple in the breeze. The sun filtered through the trees in golden beams, and for a while we said nothing at all. It was perfect. For a brief moment, I imagined a life like this all the time. Quiet, uncomplicated, just him and me, side by side. He brushed a crumb from my lip, and I caught his hand in mine, holding it longer than I meant to. We didn't talk about the mark, not directly, but it hovered between us like the wind, present but unspoken. And then I remembered, Charlie. I sat up straight. Wait, today's the day of the mission. Simon tensed slightly. It is. Do you think they've reached the perimeter? They were supposed to arrive by dawn, if they stuck to the plan. He trailed off, eyes narrowing slightly, his wolf stirred beneath the surface. Do you think they're okay? I asked. I think Charlie can handle himself, Simon said. But Braden's compound is unpredictable. That's why I kept you here. I knew he was trying to distract me, shield me from worry. But now that I remembered, I couldn't unremember. I looked out across the lake, the breeze tugging at my hair. Something inside me whispered that today wasn't just about picnics and pastries, Charlie's pav. Before we left for the mission, I did what Aisha had ordered, reluctantly. Not that I had a problem with healers, but something about being inspected like a piece of livestock irked me. I knew she was doing it in our best interest, but it was all new to us. I always smirk at the look on the warrior's face each time she starts prodding or even scolding them. They wonder why such a tiny human was berating them, but I knew they enjoyed the amount of attention they received from her. 3 of the best warriors were chosen to accompany me to Aisha's quarters so she could confirm we were fully healed and fit for combat. As always, her touch was firm, clinical, but my wolf stirred when she brushed her fingers across my forearm. A small flex and a grin escaped me. It was harmless, I thought, but the growl that rumbled from behind me had me snapping my eyes to Simon. Possessive bastard, as he should be. I reminded myself again, she was your Luna. No matter how beautiful, no matter how calm her scent made me, that line was sacred. I'd never cross it. Not even for a second. I would never betray my alpha. Aisha was the best thing that had happened to him, and ever since they found each other, he walked with a spring. Yes, I longed to have such a woman by my corner, or even experience what it meant to belong to someone, but that would be when the time comes. After she cleared us, I led my team to find Lainey. We needed to memorize her scent for tracking. She stood outside the holding room, stiff as steel but visibly on edge. Her scent hit me first, sharp, spicy, almost like cracked pepper with a hint of citrus. My wolf stirred, confused, interested, not romantically, but alert in a way I hadn't expected. There was something untamed about her spirit, perhaps that called to the animal inside me. I wanted to sit back and analyze this feeling inside of me, but I didn't have the time. I studied her carefully, nodding. We've got it. We'll find her. She met my eyes. Please, bring her back in one piece. I swear it. And I didn't break oaths. We left under the cover of nightfall. It was better to get in undetected. And we knew most patrols are usually lazy by the time of the night. Alpha Braden's territory was surprisingly, almost suspiciously poorly guarded. Either he was arrogant or stupid. Probably both. Men like him were not worried about anything because they think they had it all. I didn't like it. The calm was too intentional, but we couldn't delay. We moved like phantoms across the forest floor, shifting just once to scout the area in wolf form before slipping into the Alpha's estate through a broken section of the wall. It was too easy. No alarms, no resistance. We found her on the top floor, just as Lainey had said. The door wasn't even locked. My instincts screamed trap, but when I stepped inside and saw her, everything else fell away. She was curled on the floor, shoulders shaking as quiet sobs racked her small frame. Her scent hit me like a punch to the chest, sweet cinnamon and warm cloves, spiced and powerful. I took a minute to inhale the scent and let it wrap around me. I loved it. I wanted to stay here, even if it meant remaining in enemy territory. My knees nearly gave out. My wolf lunged forward so violently inside me I almost shifted on the spot. Mate, I blinked, heart racing. This was her. Noelle. No wonder Lainey had fought so hard to get her back. I forced myself to step forward slowly. Her eyes are wide and terrified. They locked on me. Noelle? I said gently. She flinched, shrinking back. I whispered the code word Lainey told me to use. Donut. Her breath caught. She straightened, staring at me with surprise and disbelief. You're here? We're getting you out, I said, crouching before her. But you have to trust me. She stared for a second longer, and then when I extended my hand, she placed hers in mine. The second our skin touched, lightning exploded through my veins. My breath whooshed out. Her eyes widened, mirroring my shock. Did you feel that? She whispered. Mate, I didn't answer. I couldn't. My wolf was howling, clawing at my insides with urgency. I squeezed her hand and helped her up, pushing all that chaos to the back of my mind. Now was not the time. We moved quickly. A few guards caught our scent on the way out, but they weren't a match for my team. One tried to grab Noelle. My claws were in his throat before I even realized I'd shifted mid-stride. Blood sprayed, hot and metallic, as I shoved him off. Another reached for his comm, and I snapped his wrist before crushing his windpipe. My wolf was riding me hard now. It wanted to protect her, mark her, claim her. But I held the beast back with gritted teeth and sharp breath. We burst through the broken wall and ran until Braden's stench faded behind us. only when we hit the outer border of Simon's territory did I call him through the mind link. Alpha, the mission was a success. Noelle is safe. There was a pause and then a strange sound in the background. Breathy, uneven, panting. I cleared my throat. Alpha? More panting, then a groan, low and masculine, followed by a soft, breathy gasp. My jaw clenched. I shut the link before my wolf could react. My claws curled into my palms as jealousy surged like acid through my gut. Not because I wanted Aisha, but because that bond, that intimacy, that certainty, was something I had just tasted and now suddenly craved. If Simon hadn't been my alpha, if he'd been any other man, I would have hunted him down for what I'd just overheard. Simon's POV. I woke up with a light feeling in my chest. Aisha was still sleeping, and I lightly grazed her cheek with my finger. I wish I could lie in here and just be with her, but work called. I had to see to the prisoners as soon as possible. I got up and walked to the bathroom when Emma opened up our mind link. Alpha, she said. Alpha Braden's beta is awake. I didn't bother waking Aisha. She looked too peaceful, and I needed to keep this clean. If I lost control, she didn't need to see it. I knew she had not accepted that side of me, and I wanted to ease her into it, not just jump it on her. Gamma Lewis met me outside the cell ward, looking grim. He's been a menace since he opened his eyes, Lewis reported, lowering his voice. Spat at 2 nurses, said nothing useful, keeps asking for Braden. My jaw clenched. I'll take it from here. The door creaked as I entered the reinforced cell. The beta sat shackled to the wall, his face already bruised from resisting the guards. Despite his condition, he still sneered at me with that arrogant gleam in his eyes. You, he spat, quite literally aiming right for me. I tilted my head. Wrong move. He needed to be taught a lesson or two. Without a word, I gestured to the guards. The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed off the stone walls. He grunted, blood smearing down his chin. I waited, silent, until he slumped slightly, breathing heavily through cracked lips. Tough, I said, but not smart. He laughed weakly. You think this'll break me? No, I said coolly, but I know what will. I crouched beside him, my tone casual. Tell me, how's Noelle these days? His body stiffened. Ah, there it was. His pulse spiked. His wolf flickered beneath the surface, wild and unguarded. He masked it quickly, but not fast enough. I knew he liked her when he reacted to her presence the first time they were captured, and I wanted to test that theory. You loved her, I mused. That's cute. Too bad Braden claimed her first, huh? He glared at me, lip curling. I circled him like a predator stalking prey. You planned to overthrow him, didn't you? Let me guess, make Braden look weak, rescue his Luna, and take the throne. He didn't answer, but he didn't deny it either. That's ambitious, I said with a cold grin. Risky, but I bet she didn't even know. I leaned in, my voice low and venomous. She wouldn't have chosen you, not even in her worst nightmares. Why would she? Look at you, then look at her. If she is anything like her sister, then you know you wouldn't have stood a chance. His fist jerked, straining the restraints. Good. He was cracking. Then I shifted the subject. Tell me, how did you know about Aisha? He went still. I stepped closer. God, someone told you about her being my mate. Who? Still, nothing, I sighed. Pity, I muttered. With a flash of claws, I tore into his side. His scream was muffled by the thick walls, but it rang sweet in my ears. He writhed, blood soaking the floor, but finally, he spoke. It was Catherine, he rasped. She was your spy, for Braden. She told us everything. I froze. Catherine. Somehow I wasn't that surprised. She was a ticking time bomb who was after nothing but the Luna title. I wouldn't be surprised that she went this far to gather allies to help her achieve that. And a traitor, my rage surged. White-hot and blinding. I wanted to make him suffer for touching Aisha's world, for daring to look at her like prey, for betraying every ounce of trust I'd placed in this system. But I knew Aisha wouldn't want to see the monster I could become. I didn't want her to look at me with fear. So I made it quick. A snap, a gurgle, a final breath. He slumped over, lifeless. I stared at the body for a long moment, then wiped my hands clean on the edge of my shirt and turned to the guards. Burn the body, scatter the ashes over the border. Let Braden wonder what happened. They nodded and moved swiftly. I didn't waste time. The scent of blood still lingered on my skin as I headed straight for Aisha and for the mysterious she-wolf Charlie had brought back. My mate needed to know we weren't done yet. Not by a long shot. Aisha's POV. I woke to sunlight streaming through the curtains and an empty bed. Simon was gone. A twinge of disappointment settled in my chest. It was stupid. I wasn't a child who needed breakfast in bed. But after yesterday, after the necklace, after what we shared in that tent, I thought maybe my thoughts were interrupted. No, more than interrupted, invaded. My wolf suddenly surged inside me, her voice cutting through my mind like a blade. "Get up, now! You have to go to the neutral hospital." "What? Why?" I sat up, alarmed. What's wrong? But she was already fading, retreating into silence before I could get another word. She hadn't spoken to me since the day of the explosion. And now this, Aisha's POV. I stepped out of the steaming bathroom with my towel wrapped tightly around me. The cool air from the bedroom brushed against my heated skin, prickling goosebumps across my arms. My body felt lighter, more relaxed after the long shower, but the strange urgency from my wolf still lingered like a buzz under my skin. I didn't know what to do about it. Should I just go or wait? I was in a state of dilemma. I had barely started drying my hair when the door opened without a knock. Simon? He leaned casually against the frame, dressed in dark jeans and a fitted charcoal shirt. The sleeves rolled just enough to expose his strong forearms. His hair was tousled like he'd run a hand through it in frustration or temptation. Those storm gray eyes of his locked on me with a smirk that practically undressed me all over again. "You really should lock your door," he said, voice low and lazy. "And you really should learn to knock," I countered, arching an eyebrow, but I didn't move to cover myself. We'd crossed that line already. He has seen everything there is to see about me. We have bared ourselves to each other, withholding nothing from each other. He stepped closer, eyes flickering over me with unhidden hunger. "You look lost in thoughts. Everything all right?" I nodded, turning to grab my brush from the dresser. "My wolf keeps pushing me to go to the neural hospital. She didn't say why, just pushed me there." He hummed thoughtfully and came to stand behind me. "Oh, that's strange, but do you really want to go?" "Yes," I said, meeting his gaze in the mirror. "It's strange because I haven't really spoken to my wolf, but something must be wrong if she desperately wants me to go there." I shook my head. I know this is a lot, but I trailed off. His brows lifted slightly, but he didn't press. Instead, his hands found my waist, warm and firm, fingers spreading over the silk of my robe. "I can help out at the neutral hospital," he said, leaning in until his lips grazed the shell of my ear. "Make rounds, do my alpha duty. That way you won't be so distracted. And I can keep an eye on you." I rolled my eyes. "You mean hover and get jealous when I speak to anyone with a Y chromosome." "Semantics," he murmured, grinning. I turned in his arms, placing a palm against his chest. "Simon, I'm serious. There's a lot of work piling up at the hospital. I need to check on the patients. Some are still recovering from the Braden attack. That means no distractions." He pretended to look hurt, dramatically placing a hand. "You wound me." I tried to step back, but his grip on my waist tightened slightly, pulling me flush against him. "Just 5 more seconds," he whispered. "You smell like wildflowers. And rain, and mine." Heat bloomed in my cheeks, but I kept my expression stern. "You're not helping." His smirk widened. "I'm not trying to help. I'm trying to remind you who you belong to." "You don't need to remind me, Alpha," I said, voice dipping low as I leaned in and gave him a soft kiss on the lips. It was meant to be innocent. But Simon didn't do innocent. He deepened the kiss with a groan, pulling me tighter, one hand slipping down to the curve of my hip. His tongue teased mine, slow and commanding, like he wanted to imprint the memory on every inch of me. My knees weakened, breath catching in my throat. I found myself gripping his shirt, fingers curling into the fabric, needing to anchor myself against the rush of sensation. His scent flooded my senses. His lips traveled from my mouth to my jaw, then lower to the hollow of my neck, where he grazed his teeth just over the place where a mark would go. I gasped. Then immediately pushed him away, even though my body screamed at me to do the opposite. "I have to go," I breathed, voice shaky. He looked up, eyes dark and stormy with lust, frustration tightening his jaw. "You owe me for that," he said, voice husky. I raised a brow. "Owe you?" He stepped closer again, backing me toward the door with that predatory gleam in his eye. "You teased me, started something, and left me unsatisfied. So yes, you owe me." I bit my lip. I'm pretty sure you're the one who deepened the kiss, Simon. Details, he growled. Tonight, you're mine. My heart fluttered at his words, at the heat behind them. I nodded slowly. Tonight. He smirked triumphantly and finally let go of my waist, giving me space to escape. As I stepped out into the hallway, trying to catch my breath and compose myself, I heard him call out behind me, "Wear something that's easy to take off." I groaned. "You're impossible." "I try," he called back with a wink. I froze slightly. The pure joy on his face gave me so much confidence. He was so happy to spend any little time. I didn't imagine when I wouldn't be begging for the least attention to be paid to me. I didn't know how long I was standing there till his lips touched my forehead. "If you are already thinking of changing your mind, I am down for that too." A chuckle left my lips without permission. I nudged him playfully to get out of my way. "I am just saying I am open to playing hooky." I was already moving, grateful for the distraction. But in the back of my mind, Simon's voice echoed again. "Tonight, you're mine." And despite everything, my responsibilities, my questions, the mysteries still unraveling, I found myself looking forward to it. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe tonight would be the calm before something worse. But for now, I was willing to be his, even just for the night. Aisha's pav. The moment I stepped into the PAC hospital's east wing, the air shifted. The wards were quieter now, the chaos of Braden's attack replaced by murmurs and low beeping machines. Healers bustled from room to room and the scent of antiseptic hung in the air. But beneath all that, something else lingered. Noelle. I passed by her room, hesitating slightly before moving on. I needed to keep my focus. Patients first, then answers. Still, as I moved through the halls, checking vitals and reading charts, I couldn't shake the feeling that something big was building. Like pressure before a storm, my wolf was pacing again, restless. "Dr. Aisha," one of the nurses called, breaking my thoughts. "Room 307. Patient's heart rate spiked." I jumped into action, eager to let my patients feel better. The nurse informed me about Charlie waiting for me, and I headed to the wing. The scent of antiseptic clung to the air, masking the lingering traces of blood, pain, and healing. I spotted him leaning against a doorframe, arms crossed, expression pinched with tension. "Charlie," I greeted, stepping toward him. "How's Noelle?" "She's stable," he replied, but his voice was distracted. "That's not why I'm here. We've got incoming." I stilled. "What kind of incoming?" "She-wolves," he said grimly. "A dozen of them. Rescued from Braden's pack. They're being brought here now." My stomach twisted. "Are they injured? Bruised? Starved?" "Some barely conscious," he said, jaw clenched. "But alive. Alive." That word shouldn't have had so much weight, but in our world, especially now, it did. "I'll get the lower wing cleared," I said quickly, motioning to Emma, who had just rounded the corner with a clipboard. "We need fresh linens, medical supplies, and at least 2 trauma beds prepped. Let's make it feel safe. They've been through enough." Emma nodded without question, her usual efficiency kicking in. As we moved together to clear the area, I couldn't help but feel a hollow ache in my chest. Bruises, starvation, and goddess knows what else. My claws itched just thinking about what those bastards had done to them. We had to be better. No, we would be better. It took 20 minutes to get the section clean and ready. Emma stayed behind to receive the she-wolves while I stepped out to grab a new charting tablet. That was when Eva caught my eye. She stood at the end of the hallway, half in shadow, arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her gaze flicked toward me and then quickly away. "Eva?" I approached her slowly. "Are you all right?" She flinched at first, but nodded, too quickly, too rigidly. Her voice faltered. "Can I speak to you? Privately?" I frowned. "Of course." I led her into one of the empty exam rooms. The moment the door clicked shut, her shoulders slumped. She didn't speak right away. I offered her a seat, but she just stood there, wringing her hands. I softened my voice. "Take your time. You're safe." Her eyes glistened. I think I might be pregnant. My breath hitched, not from judgment, but from the sheer vulnerability in her words. She looked like a soldier who'd been carrying a 1,000-pound weight and was finally asking someone to help her hold it. Without a word, I gestured for her to lie back on the table and began my exam. As a doctor, I'd done this hundreds of times. But Eva's eyes never left mine, not in fear, but hope. That somehow, if I said the words out loud, they'd be real. The test results were clear. You're pregnant, I said softly. Her eyes filled. Oh, goddess, tears streamed down her face, not of fear, but relief. A sob broke from her throat, and she covered her mouth as if embarrassed by the sound. I reached for her hand. It's okay. You're not alone. No matter what you decide, the pack will be here for you. She laughed, tearful and shaking. He's going to lose his mind. Who? I asked gently. Carson, she whispered. He's the father. That name rang a bell. One of our warrior wolves, quiet, fierce, loyal. I smiled. Then he's lucky, I said, and if he's smart, he'll know it. As if summoned by name, the door burst open moments later and Carson rushed in, panting. His eyes darted to Eva, then to me, wild with worry. Eva? He choked out. What happened, are you? She sat up, still red-eyed but smiling. I'm pregnant. He froze. Then, in one swift motion, he spun her around and lifted her off the bed, spinning in a full circle before pressing kiss after kiss to her temple. You're kidding. You're not joking? You're serious? She giggled through her tears. I'm serious. His joy was contagious. For a moment it lit up the sterile room like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. I watched them with a tight throat, something warm tugging in my chest. Even in the middle of chaos, there were still reasons to smile. A pair of arms wrapped around my waist from behind, startling me. I knew the scent before I even turned. Simon, I've been looking for you, he murmured into my hair. You're amazing, you know that? I laughed softly. I'm just doing my job. No, he said firmly, turning me in his arms. You're doing more than that. You bring hope. Even when the rest of us are drowning in war and blood, you remind people that life goes on. I looked up at him and for a second forgot the world around me. His lips brushed mine, tender, reverent, grounding, the kind of kiss that could make you believe in something again. Then the howls began, low, echoing through the corridors. The returning warriors. Duty snapped back into focus. I pulled away reluctantly. I have to go. Simon didn't protest, but his hands lingered on my hips, and he leaned close to whisper, Don't forget our plans tonight. I won't, I promised, squeezing his hand before I stepped away. I walked down the hall with my head high, ready to face whatever came next. But inside I carried the warmth of a heartbeat, a kiss, and the reminder that even in the ruins, love still found a way to bloom. Aisha's pav. I worked like my life depended on it. In a way, it did. With each passing hour, more wounded poured into the neutral hospital, bodies battered, souls frayed, and I had no time to crumble. I couldn't afford to. Katie and Erica quickly took over the minor injuries, stitching wounds and administering pain relievers with practiced ease. Emma stuck close by my side as we focused on critical cases, broken ribs, deep claw wounds, internal bleeding. Noelle had volunteered to help, too. Despite still recovering, she insisted on managing the patient logs and medical inventory. She was meticulous, focused. I respected her strength. The she-wolves from Braden's pack began lining up for checkups. They looked like ghosts, bruised and fragile, their eyes hollow. Most flinched at the slightest sound, their bodies still bracing for pain even when surrounded by care. I moved from cot to cot, heart growing heavier with each case. But then I caught a scent, an acrid, sickly sweet stench that didn't belong in any hospital. Wolf poison. My head snapped around, my senses sharpening as I tracked it to the source. Everyone masks now, I ordered sharply. Emma and Noelle scrambled for the filtered gear as I moved to the she-wolf hunched in the far corner of the room. She was curled in on herself, breathing in shallow gasps. Her fur was matted with sweat and her fingers trembled. Farah? Noelle whispered beside me. She hasn't said a word since she arrived. I dropped to my knees beside her cot. Farah, I said gently, can you hear me? Her lids fluttered open, eyes glazed with pain. Her lips parted, and for a moment I thought she might speak, but instead she whimpered and tried to turn away. Please, she whispered hoarsely. Just end it. I can't take the pain anymore. I froze. There was no despair deeper than one that made someone beg for death. I reached out and gently took her hand, careful not to jostle her too much. No, I said softly. You've made it this far. I'm not letting you give up now. We fight together, all right? Her body shuddered, and I saw the faintest nod. I turned to Emma. We need to prep for emergency surgery now. It's advanced poisoning. We don't have time. Emma nodded without hesitation. I'll alert the surgical team. Noelle, help me get the equipment. We rushed Farah into the emergency wing. and I scrubbed in while Emma set up the IVs and anesthesia. The moment I cut into Farah's abdomen, the room was assaulted by a putrid stench. Noelle gagged, pressing the back of her hand to her mouth. Emma turned her head, wincing. "Breathe through your mouths," I instructed. Voice clipped. "Don't think. Just move." My hands worked on autopilot. The infection was worse than I feared. Her uterus was torn and swollen, the tissue necrotic in places. Dark fluid oozed from the cavity, and then I realized what had happened. She'd tried to induce a miscarriage. My chest tightened painfully. Emma's voice cracked. "Is she?" "She's still alive," I replied quickly, but barely. "What do? We clean, we cut out the rot, we save her." For the next hour, we worked tirelessly. I excised the damaged tissue, flushing out the infection. My hands trembled once, just once, when I realized how close she'd been to dying. Another hour, maybe 2, and she would have slipped through our fingers. She didn't deserve that. None of them did. When I finally closed the last stitch, Farah's breathing had steadied. The lines on her monitor beeped rhythmically, like a lullaby coaxing her back from the edge. She stirred, eyelids fluttering weakly. I bent down beside her, brushing a damp strand of hair from her face. "You made it," I whispered. "You're safe now." Tears leaked from the corners of her eyes. I didn't want to die. I just didn't want to bring his child into the world." Her words hit me like a sledgehammer. I squeezed her hand gently. "You don't have to decide anything now. Just rest, heal, and when you're ready, we'll figure it out together." She gave a faint nod, her fingers tightening around mine for just a second before she drifted into sleep. I exhaled slowly, willing the pressure in my chest to loosen. "Dr. Aisha," Emma said softly. "That was incredible." I didn't feel incredible. I felt drained, exhausted, and angry. But also determined. "Every life matters," I murmured, "even the ones who've stopped believing it themselves." Noelle stepped forward, her face pale but resolute. "She's going to need counseling. The others, too. What they went through, there's no stitching that up with thread." "I know," I said. "We'll get them help. I'll talk to Simon about expanding mental health support." Emma arched a brow. "You sure he won't try to talk you into relaxing tonight?" I smirked despite myself. "He already did, but I think I'll need a minute before I unwind." As we stepped out of the surgical wing, the tension slowly began to ebb. A few of the rescued she-wolves had gathered near the common area. Some sat quietly, others spoke in hushed tones. Katie was reading to a younger girl, her voice low and soothing. Despite the heartbreak, there was light again. I paused by the window, letting the quiet moment sink in. Then I felt it. A presence, familiar, warm. Simon. He didn't say anything, just slipped his hand into mine and squeezed it. I didn't have to speak. He saw it all in my eyes. Grief, fury, hope. "You're doing something remarkable here," he murmured, pressing a kiss to my temple. I leaned into him, letting the comfort wrap around me for just a second. "I know," I whispered, "but for now I have to be strong. For them." He smiled gently. "Just remember to be soft for yourself, too. Tonight I'm reminding you of that." I nodded. And for once, I didn't feel guilty for wanting a moment of peace. I had earned it. We all had Simon's POV. I had always respected strength, the kind that came with sharp claws and quicker reflexes. But watching Aisha command the pack hospital made me realize there was another kind. A quieter, steadier strength. One that didn't roar or bare teeth, but healed and endured. She moved like the eye of a storm, calm and centered, even as chaos whirled around her. Patients sobbed, screamed, and sometimes even lashed out, too consumed by pain to think clearly. And yet, Aisha never flinched. "No one dies in my hospital," she had said earlier that day, her voice like steel wrapped in velvet. I had heard it from the hallway. Those words weren't shouted. They were a promise. Something in me shifted when I heard that. I'd always seen myself as the protector, the one who charged in, teeth bared, ready to fight off whatever darkness dared touch those I cared about. But here she was, fighting a different kind of war, armed with scalpels and stethoscopes, and winning. That kind of courage, it floored me. As I moved through the recovery wing, I caught murmurs, soft voices from the newly rescued she-wolves. I lingered near enough to listen without intruding. "They didn't even ask if we were worth saving," one whispered. "They just did." Another nodded. "No one's looking at us like we're broken here." A few of them had tear-streaked cheeks and cautious eyes, still flinching from shadows. Their bodies bore the signs of torture, bruises that told stories no one dared voice aloud. And then I heard a name. Braden. I stiffened, jaw locking. The she-wolves had been pulled from Braden's pack. I felt my wolf stir, his growl rumbling beneath my skin. They forced me to accept his mark, one girl said, her voice barely above a breath. I couldn't fight it. I didn't want it, but they held me down. Another added, they passed us around like trophies. Like we didn't matter. I wanted to tear something apart. My hands clenched into fists as the fury burned inside me. These weren't just war casualties. These were victims, captives, used and discarded like property. And suddenly, a terrible realization clicked in my mind. Wait, I muttered aloud, pacing back toward Aisha's office. Braden's pack? Wasn't that territory once ruled by Harold? Aisha looked up from where she was charting post-op updates, her brow furrowed. Yes, it was. Harold went quiet a few months ago, disappeared after a border dispute. No, I said, pacing faster. He didn't disappear, he was eliminated. Braden must have attacked and taken over his pack. And then I stopped cold. He blamed me. Aisha's eyes widened slightly. Think about it, I growled. All those rumors Braden spread, the accusations about me ambushing packs, stealing territory, breaking the accord, it wasn't random. He needed a scapegoat while he wiped out Harold and claimed his wolves. And now these women, he kept them alive, but under control. As leverage, or worse, as entertainment. Aisha's lips pressed into a thin line, fury glinting in her gaze. That bastard! My wolf pushed forward demanding justice, but I forced him down. Not yet. Not until we had proof. I turned back to the women. I needed them to speak, to bear witness to what they had survived. I approached them slowly, palms open. I know you don't know me, I said gently, but I need your help. Their gazes flicked toward me warily. Alpha Harold, the man who once led your original pack, I knew him. He was a decent alpha. He wouldn't have left his wolves willingly. A few nodded. One began to cry silently. I believe Braden slaughtered him and took over. And then he blamed me for it. Claimed I was the one destroying packs when I was doing everything I could to protect the borders. Their expressions darkened. I know it's hard, I continued, but if you're strong enough to share your truth, that we can make sure Braden pays for every life he's stolen, every scar he's left. There was silence. Then one of them, Farah, lifted her chin. I'll testify, she whispered. I'll tell them what he did. Another followed. Me too. I still see his face in my nightmares, a third said. It's time someone saw it in the daylight. Gratitude swelled in my chest. I nodded solemnly. Thank you. Your voices matter more than you know. Farah caught my arm before I turned away. Her eyes were red but focused. Your pack, she said quietly. It's different here, the way the healers treat us, like we matter. Like we aren't ruined. I swallowed hard. That's because you're not. She shook her head, voice trembling. Braden used to say that no one wanted the broken, but here, even the wounded get to live. I glanced back toward the surgery wing where Aisha was tending to another patient, her brow creased in focus. She changed everything, I said softly. That's Aisha. She doesn't just heal bodies, she heals hope. Farah followed my gaze. She's lucky to have you. No, I whispered, eyes still on her. I'm the lucky one. Because I realized something in that moment, something my wolf had known before I was ready to admit it. I didn't just love Aisha, I needed her. In the kind of way that went deeper than lust or admiration. She had become the foundation beneath my rage, the steady drumbeat behind my purpose. I couldn't wait any longer. I would mark her, officially, eternally, not just because of tradition, but because the world needed to know she was mine and I was hers. As I turned back toward the hallway, the familiar scent of antiseptic and packmates filling my lungs, I allowed myself one selfish, quiet thought. Tonight, I would make her mine in every way that mattered. Aisha's POV. War forced people into desperate choices. It stripped away comforts, blurred the line between right and necessary, and left little room for rest or reflection. But I didn't have time to think about that now. There were too many bodies and not enough hands. Blood stained my gloves, the scent of antiseptic barely masking the copper tang that hung in the air. I worked with mechanical precision, moving from one patient to the next, sutures, compressions, bone realignments. My hands remembered what my mind could barely keep up with. Clamp, I called out, not needing to look. Emma handed it to me, her fingers steady even as sweat trickled down her brow. "Arteries holding," she said. "Good, irrigation next." As I worked, I kept my voice calm, narrating every move, not just to focus, but to teach. "See this tear here?" I pointed with the tip of the scalpel. "Clean cuts bleed, but jagged ones like this, they trap infection. Always widen the edge a little so you can flush it clean. Got it?" Emma nodded, eyes sharp. "Got it." Noelle hovered near the head of the table, her face pale under the surgical mask. She didn't speak, but I could see the strain in her posture, the way her shoulders sagged between movements. We'd been going nonstop for hours, maybe longer. "You okay?" I asked gently. She nodded too fast. "Fine. Don't lie to me, I need you to be fine, not heroic." Her eyes welled slightly. "I'm just tired. I'll be fine." I finished suturing the final incision and peeled off my gloves with a snap. "Then take a break. Go find Lenny and Charlie. They've probably set up the sleeping quarters by now." Noelle blinked, clearly torn. "But what if—" "Go," I interrupted, softer this time. "We can handle the next one without you." Emma added with a sign, "I've got this, Noelle. Seriously." Still reluctant, Noelle hesitated in the doorway. "I don't even know where Charlie is." I gave her a small, knowing smile and pointed outside through the narrow window. Charlie stood there, leaning against the clinic wall, his arms folded and his eyes scanning the tree line as if protecting her in her absence. His face softened the second he caught sight of her. "He's waiting," I said simply. Noelle's eyes widened, a flush rising on her cheeks. Without another word, she slipped out the door, and I turned back to sterilize my tools. Watching her go, I couldn't help but smile. It made me think about Simon. He was always waiting for me, too. In the small ways, the coffee he forced into my hands every morning, the way he lingered just outside the OR after my toughest surgeries, the quiet way he watched me when he thought I wasn't looking. Even when I didn't say it aloud, he understood the weight I carried. And he never tried to take it from me. He simply stood at my side, patient and unyielding, ready to bear it with me. Maybe when this war is over, I could finally make something of all this chaos. A teaching hospital, a place where we didn't just survive, we grew, where girls like Emma and Noelle could become the kind of doctors our world desperately needed. Maybe hope could be stitched into something lasting. The door banged open again. "Critical. Entry wound near the lung," one of our warriors shouted, dragging in another she-wolf barely conscious. I snapped back into focus, catching the patient as they laid her down. "Emma, set up suction. I need to get into her chest before that lung collapses." "Yes, doctor." The next hour blurred. Muscle memory and instinct ruled me. I didn't even realize I was humming until Emma whispered, "You do that when you're concentrating." "Do what?" "Humming. It calms us, and probably you." I smiled faintly, didn't even notice. The final suture went in place, and I leaned back, blinking away the fog in my vision. My knees trembled, my head spun. That was it. That was the last one. For now, I turned, intending to walk back to my office, but the hallway stretched before me like an impossible tunnel. My limbs felt like sandbags, and then warmth. Familiar, strong. Arms wrapped around me from behind, steady and unshakable. "Simon." "Hey," he whispered, his voice a balm to my nerves. "You did it." "I think I'm going to collapse. Good thing I came prepared." Before I could argue, he swept me off my feet. I let out a breathless laugh against his chest. "Simon, I'm covered in blood." "So am I," he said with a grin. "We'll match." I buried my face into his neck, letting the steady beat of his heart lull me. "I think I want to start a teaching hospital someday," I murmured. "Something like this place, only not born out of war." "You should," he said softly. "You'd change everything." My eyes fluttered closed. "I'm not a start." "You already did. Look at Emma. Look at Noelle. They follow your lead like you're the moon pulling the tide." I smiled, exhaustion creeping through every limb. "You were waiting for me again," I whispered. "Always," he replied. And that was the last thing I heard before sleep took me. Wrapped in his arms, the war faded away, Simon's POV. Watching Aisha sleep so peacefully in my arms was like witnessing the eye of a storm, too still, calm, and far too brief. Her cheek pressed gently against my chest, lips slightly parted, and even in her exhaustion, she clutched my shirt like it was the only thing tethering her to this world. I smiled, brushing a curl away from her face. We'd made plans for tonight, but those plans had to wait. She'd poured every ounce of herself into saving others. I could hold off my selfish cravings for her touch a little longer. She needed rest. I leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. She stirred, but didn't wake. Still smiling, I eased out from under her and tucked the blanket up to her shoulders. She'd understand. Slipping on my jacket and boots, I left our quarters and headed toward the northern barracks where my best warriors waited. We needed to scout the neutral hospital again. Not just because it was a strategic point, but because it had once been sacred ground, a place untouched by pack politics. Now Jack had polluted it, turning medicine into a weapon and healing into leverage. Not for long. 5 of my most trusted fighters greeted me with nods, already geared up. "We will move quiet. No kills unless necessary," I ordered. "Understood," Mason said. "We expecting resistance?" "I hope not, but prepare like we are." We set off under the cover of darkness, cloaking our scent with herbs Aisha had brewed herself. She'd insisted on helping, even if it meant working late into the night. As we crossed the ridge overlooking the neutral hospital, my chest tightened. From up here it looked peaceful, like the war hadn't stained its walls. But peace was an illusion. We descended quietly, slipping through shadows and behind crates. As we neared the south wing, something odd struck me. "There should be more guards," I whispered, frowning. "Maybe a trap?" Mason asked. "Or Jack's gotten arrogant," I muttered. The guards we did see were sluggish, inattentive. Most lounged around like they hadn't seen action in weeks. I motioned for the team to spread out. Inside, the halls were eerily quiet. Some wings were completely empty, no patients, no staff. Only the faint scent of antiseptic remained, buried beneath stale air and fear. Jack had moved his operations somewhere else. That confirmed our suspicions. He was repositioning forces, possibly for a larger assault or because he thought he had complete control. "This is good news," Mason said beside me. "Give it a few more days and we can reclaim this place." I nodded. "We just need timing. And Aisha's blessing. This hospital means everything to her." We turned to leave. That's when it happened. A loud bark echoed from the eastern courtyard. Lights snapped on. Footsteps thundered. "Move!" I ordered, and we sprinted down the corridor. Too late. A patrol had spotted us. "North wing! Intruders!" Shouts overlapped as guards swarmed in. We fought hard, but we were outnumbered and outflanked. My wolf surged forward, fangs out, claws ready. I took down 3 of them before a blade slipped past my ribs and lodged deep. I staggered. "Alpha!" Mason caught my shoulder, eyes wide. "I'm fine," I growled, even as blood soaked through my shirt. "We retreat. Now!" We darted into unfamiliar terrain, veering off the usual path. The woods here were thick and sloped, clearly not our territory. Everything smelled wrong. "Yusta, we're not going to outrun them forever," someone panted. "Split up," I commanded. "They'll have a harder time tracking us. Regroup at Point Omega." They scattered. Mason stayed with me, but I could feel his hesitation. "Go, Mason. You're bleeding too much. Go!" He cursed under his breath, but obeyed, vanishing into the brush. I stumbled downhill, heart thudding, vision blurring. My hand pressed against the wound, trying to slow the bleeding. Trees became blurs, my steps uneven. Then I saw it, a light, a house. I didn't stop to knock. I collapsed against the door, leaving a smear of blood as I fell to my knees. The door creaked open, and a startled gasp followed. What the hell? A human man, mid-40s, glasses, lab coat. A doctor. I could smell the iodine and alcohol on his skin. "Please," I rasped, "hide me. Just for a few hours, please." He looked at me like I was a hallucination, but something in his face shifted. Maybe he recognized the pain or maybe the desperation. "Get inside." He dragged me in, shut the door, and began barking orders to someone in the other room. "Get my trauma kit." "Who is he?" a woman's voice called back. "Doesn't matter. He needs help." I was vaguely aware of being lifted onto a table, pressure on my wound, pain like fire when he injected something into the site. "You're lucky I was on call tonight," he muttered. "You got about 2 liters left in you. You're not going to die, but you'll wish you had." "Thank you," I managed, clutching his arm. "This hospital, we'll restore it. We'll take it back." He blinked but nodded. "Then heal up fast. People need that place." I must have passed out for a while because when I opened my eyes again, the sky had lightened outside the window. The doctor offered a bottle of water. "You need to move soon. My shift starts at dawn. I can't explain why a bloodied man's lying in my house." "Understood." It took everything I had to get back on my feet. He wrapped me in a coat and gave me a cane to lean on. I slipped into the woods again, slower but hidden. By the time I returned to packed territory, I was nearly delirious. I could barely see the gates when Mason caught up to me. "Alpha!" he shouted. "Thank the goddess. Here, let me." "I'm fine," I said, which was a lie. I wasn't fine. I was bleeding through fresh bandages, vision spotted, heart hammering too fast. No, my last thought before everything faded was of Aisha. Please don't worry too much. Then darkness took me. Aisha's POV. I was midway through changing the bandages on an older she-wolf's shoulder when the door burst open. "Aisha!" Savannah's voice cracked with panic. "It's Alpha Simon. He's hurt." Everything in me froze. It felt like the world was coming to an end. The roll of gauze slipped from my fingers and hit the floor. "What?" I breathed. "Where is he?" "In the hall. They just got back. He collapsed, and there's so much blood." I didn't hear the rest. I was already running. My heart thundered louder than my footsteps, and the sterile scent of the infirmary was swallowed by the sharp, metallic tang of blood as I neared the entrance. The world narrowed to a tunnel, everything around me blurred except the image at the end of it. Simon, lying on the ground, his body too still, his shirt soaked in red. "No, no, no," I dropped to my knees beside him. "Get me a stretcher now." "You stupid buffoon. Did I not tell you not to go on any more adventures?" His skin was pale, damp with sweat, but warm, still warm. I pressed my hand to his chest. His heartbeat fluttered under my palm, weak but there. My fingers moved quickly to his side, lifting his shirt to expose the wound just beneath his ribs. Jagged, deep, but it had missed vital organs. "Thank the moon goddess." "He's passed out from blood loss," I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. "Get the sterile kit. We need to clean and close this now." Emma rushed in with the supplies, and I focused in. Everything else fell away, just him and me and the relentless determination not to lose him. "Scissors," I said. "Antiseptic. Needle." I cleaned the wound, even as he flinched unconsciously, murmuring nonsense under his breath. Stitch by stitch, I closed the gash. My hands didn't tremble, but my chest did. With every movement, fear coiled tighter around my ribs. He shouldn't have been out there. What the hell had he been thinking? When we finished, I stayed by his side, wiping the sweat from his forehead, willing him to open his eyes. That was when Charlie appeared in the doorway, his shirt torn and face scratched. "I didn't know he was going to get hurt," he said quietly. My gaze snapped to him. "You were with him?" I asked, voice sharper than I intended. He nodded. "He took a few of us to scout the neutral hospital." My breath hitched. The neutral hospital. Of course. I remembered now, my words from the night before, how I dreamt aloud of reclaiming it, restoring it to what it once was. He'd listened, and then acted, without telling me. Guilt stabbed through me like a fresh wound. "This is my fault," I whispered, placing my hand over Simon's. "He did it because of what I said." Charlie stepped forward, shaking his head. "No, he did it because he's Alpha, and because he loves you. He thought he was protecting your dream." A lump rose in my throat. It wasn't his burden to carry alone. Silence settled between us until Charlie finally said, "He fought like hell to come back. That wound didn't stop him. You did." I looked at Simon again, and this time tears pricked my eyes. When his eyelids finally fluttered open, I nearly collapsed with relief. "Hey," he rasped, his voice weak but familiar. "You absolute idiot," I said, blinking fast to keep the tears from falling. "Do you have any idea what you just put me through?" He smiled, crooked and slow. "Well, hello to you too." I scowled and smacked his chest lightly. "Don't you dare flirt with me right now. You nearly died." "I didn't," he said, catching my wrist with surprising strength. "Because I knew you'd fix me up. Don't joke." He tugged gently, pulling me closer. "I wasn't. I trusted you. I tried to stay mad. Truly, I did." But his voice was so soft, so full of something deeper than teasing that my heart cracked open. "You should have told me, Simon," I said, keeping my voice firm. "We're supposed to face things together, not you running off behind my back to protect me." He winced, this time not from the pain in his side. "I thought if I just cleared the way, it'd be one less weight on your shoulders. You're already carrying enough." "That's not your choice to make." I know, admitted, rubbing his thumb over the back of my hand. "I messed up. I won't do it again. You promise?" "I swear, Aisha. No more secrets. No more going into danger without you knowing." I studied him for a moment. His eyes, even tired, held no lies. Good, I said, leaning back, because if you ever pull something like that again, I'll stitch you up and let Charlie punch you in the ribs. He chuckled and winced. You're terrifying when you're worried. I rolled my eyes, but inside something soft and warm unraveled. Rest, I whispered, brushing his hair back. You've done enough tonight. He nodded, the fight draining from him as his eyes drifted shut again. Only then did I let myself breathe. Only then did I forgive him. Aisha's POV. Once I was certain Simon was stable and out of immediate danger, I forced myself to shift back into work mode. Emotional entanglements could wait. Lives couldn't. The hospital wing had quieted since the earlier chaos, but the tension still lingered in the air like static. I moved through the halls with practiced steps, checking on the injured, updating prescriptions, and reviewing charts that seemed to multiply every hour. Exhaustion tugged at the corners of my mind, but I pushed it aside. I couldn't afford to slow down. I was reviewing an elder's vitals when a voice pinged through my Emma. Aisha, it's Katie. She's having contractions. My heart skipped a beat. Real labor? They're consistent but not intense. Could be Braxton Hicks. You should check her. I was already moving. Katie had been nearing her due date, and we'd all been on edge waiting for her time to come. When I arrived, her face was tight with discomfort, but not pain. Her breathing was steady. I placed a hand on her swollen belly and timed the contractions. Predictable, spaced. False labor, I told her gently. Your body's practicing, that's all. But we'll monitor you closely from here on out. Katie groaned but nodded, relieved. I just want this baby out already. You're doing great, I reassured her, squeezing her hand. He or she will come when the time's right. After Emma took over the monitoring, I resumed my rounds and made my way to Lenny's room. She had been recovering slowly from her injuries, burns from silver cuffs and fractured ribs from being slammed against a tree during the raid. She had refused pain medication beyond the minimum, ever the stoic warrior. But what caught me off guard was who was with her. Haynes. He was slumped in the chair beside her bed, arms crossed, face tilted toward her like he'd dozed off mid-sentence. Lenny's hand rested on his shoulder, not just resting, clinging, soft, intimate. I blinked, stepping back instinctively. Noelle appeared behind me, her voice low. They found each other in the most unexpected way. I didn't even know Lenny liked anyone, I whispered. She didn't, Noelle said with a faint smile. Until now. She told me once she thought she didn't need a mate, and guess her wolf had other plans. I watched them a moment longer before backing away, quietly pulling the door shut behind me. They deserved their peace, for as long as the world would allow it. I had one more visit to make before the end of my shift. The new prisoner, Travis. He was one of the rogue wolves Charlie had brought back during the last sweep. Charlie said the man hadn't resisted, that he surrendered without protest. Still, I wanted to see him for myself. Instinct, perhaps. The room was dimly lit, bare aside from a cot and a desk where a half-filled chart lay. Travis sat upright, eyes distant, hands resting on his knees. His scent was clean, no aggression, no guilt. Just sadness. That kind of grief that seeped into your bones and made everything heavier. Travis, I greeted quietly. He looked up, startled, then straightened. Luna. I paused. I'm not your Luna. He smiled faintly. Not yet. There was something about the way he said it, not flirtatious or disrespectful, just a simple observation like stating the sun would rise. Before I could respond, Noelle stepped in behind me. Her eyes widened when she saw him. Travis? His shoulders tensed, and then slowly he stood. Noelle? You were one of the warriors from Riverbend, she said, stunned. My father used to mention you. I was, he confirmed softly. Your father trained me. Her gaze flickered to me. He's a good man. Or he used to be. Travis looked down. I still try to be. I studied him for a long beat, noticing something I hadn't earlier. His wolf, silent, no growl, no whisper, no hum of shared consciousness. A cold emptiness surrounded him like a shadow. Your wolf, I asked. He's not speaking to you. He shook his head slowly. Not since I refused to kill a child during a raid last winter. My alpha said I hesitated. My wolf hasn't spoken since. Pain clenched in my chest. That kind of trauma, it can sever bonds even within. But healing is possible. He lifted his gaze to mine. You really believe that? I wouldn't be here if I didn't. He nodded once, his posture straightening. Then let me do what I can. I want to help. Before I could answer, the door swung open. Simon stood there, still pale but steady. My stomach clenched. You shouldn't be up. I'm fine, he said, brushing it off. We have bigger things to deal with. He turned his attention to Travis. We know there are more alphas planning to target Aisha. You were part of a network. We need names, locations, patterns, everything. Travis met his eyes without hesitation. I'll cooperate. I owe her that. Simon studied him a moment longer, then gave a single nod. Good, you'll start tonight. As Travis sat again, I followed Simon out into the hallway. You're really not fine, I said, arms crossing. Stubborn as always, he muttered. And you're reckless as ever. We walked in silence for a few steps before he turned to me, expression grave. I need to talk to you when you're done with your rounds, he said. His voice had that clipped tone, the one that made my stomach twist with unease. I tilted my head. About what? He hesitated. Something's not right. I've been feeling it since I got back. The raid, the scattered patrols at the hospital, it doesn't make sense. I think we're missing something. The air between us grew heavy. All right, I said finally. I'll finish up. Then we talk. His eyes softened, but only slightly. Don't take too long. As he walked away, I stared after him, dread curling like smoke in my chest. Something was coming.